The Yellow Emperor's Scripture and Instructions on the Divine Elixir of the Nine Cauldrons. Volume 1 of the Yellow Emperor's Nine Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. The Yellow Emperor received the elixir of immortality from the mysterious woman, a celestial maiden. The Yellow Emperor combined and consumed it, and thus ascended to immortality. The mysterious woman told the Yellow Emperor, "Those who desire longevity but do not obtain the divine elixir and golden liquid will only suffer in vain. Although breathing exercises, expelling the old and taking in the new, and consuming herbal medicines can prolong life, they cannot escape death. Consuming the divine elixir allows one to transcend the world like an immortal, to be one with heaven and earth, to shine with the sun and moon, to see 10,000 miles from afar, to command ghosts and spirits, to ascend to the heavens with one's entire family, to fly without wings, to ride the clouds and drive dragons, to traverse the highest heavens, to travel the 8 directions in the blink of an eye, unconstrained by rivers and unafraid of any poison." The Yellow Emperor passed this teaching to Xuanzi, sincerely saying, "This way is of utmost importance and must be given to the virtuous. If it is not the right person, even if one accumulates gold like mountains and occupies a vast territory, one must not reveal this way. One can attain immortality with 1 step, not necessarily with 9. The method of transmission is as follows. A golden figure weighing 9 ounces and a golden fish weighing 3 ounces are thrown into the flowing water of the east as a vow. Both the golden figure and the fish originate from the one who receives the way. First, purify and bathe, set up a seat for the mysterious maiden in a secluded place by the water, burn incense and offer white wine, desiring to transmit the way of longevity to so-and-so, and place the alchemical text on the table, seated here, now wishing to receive the way. Face north and lie prostrate for a period of time. If the sky is clear and there is no wind, one can receive it. After receiving it, drink the blood of a white parrot as a pledge, and receive the oral instructions on the essentials of alchemy, and throw the golden figure and golden fish into the water. Those among the myriad beings without the bones of immortals will never see this way." The Yellow Emperor said, "If you wish to synthesize the divine elixir, you should do so in a deep mountain or a vast marsh, or in a remote deserted place. If you wish to do it among people, you must do so behind high walls and thick barriers, so that it cannot be seen from inside or outside the village. You should only have 2 or 3 companions. First, fast for 7 days. Bathe in 5 fragrant herbs and purify yourself thoroughly. Do not go near any unclean places, places of mourning or weddings." The Yellow Emperor said, "To purchase this divine medicine, one must first fast for 7 days, bathe on the Z or Shu days, and then purchase it on the day of the month. One should sit in a place of lunar virtue and not argue with others about price." The mysterious woman said, "The best day for making medicine is the 5th day of the 5th month, followed by the 7th day of the 7th month. The first auspicious days are Jiazi, Dingxi, and the days of opening and closing Jieshin, Yisi, and Yimao are next best. Days to avoid for making medicine: spring, Wuchen, Jisi, summer, Dingxi, Wushen, Renshen, Jiwei, autumn, Wuxu, Xinhai, Gangzi, winter, Wuyin, Jiwei, Gimao, Guiyu, and days of monthly killing, the earthly branches of the season, the 4 early months, the middle months, the harvest, Renwu, Bingshu, Gihai, Xinxi, the monthly construction, and all new and full moons are inauspicious and should not be used to start a fire to combine the divine medicine. One must be careful not to associate with vulgar and foolish people, and not let jealous, gossipy people or those who do not believe in the way hear of this, otherwise the divine medicine will not be made. When the divine elixir is completed, one becomes a true immortal, capable of ascending to heaven and descending to the abyss, with ever-changing and unpredictable transformations. One's entire family can become immortals, not just oneself. Common people are stingy with their wealth, unwilling to accept elixirs, and instead believe in herbs and wood. Moreover, herbs and wood rot when buried, decay when boiled, and burn when burned. They cannot regenerate themselves, so how can they bring life back to life? They may cure illness and replenish vital energy, but they do not avert death. The essence of the elixir of immortality is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people." The Yellow Emperor said, when starting the fire, a sacrifice should be offered beside the cauldron with 5 liters of good white wine, 3 caddies each. Of beef and mutton, 2 liters of millet rice, 3 liters of dates, 1 peck of pears, 30 cooked eggs, and 3 carp, each weighing 3 caddies. All offerings should be on 3 tables, each with 2 cups. Incense should be burned, and 2 bows should be made. The prayer should be, "Your humble servant, your name. Sincerely behold the great Tao Lord Laozi and Taihe Lord. Your humble servant, your name, who cherishes life and delights in the Tao, commands the elixir that will not fly away or perish, and that all things may be subdued by the fire. The elixir is good and can transform at will. All things, yellow and white, will be subdued. Those who take the elixir will ascend to immortality, ascend the purple palace, and live an endless life, attaining the status of a true person." After offering the wine and bowing twice, all red fruits, wood, oranges, and pomelos should be presented. Then, the fire should be set off according to the proper method. The Yellow Emperor said, "To make the elixir of immortality, one must first make xuanhuang. The method for xuanhuang: take 10 caddies of mercury and 20 caddies of lead, Place them in an iron vessel and blaze a strong fire. The lead and mercury will release their essence, which is purple or golden yellow. Collect it with an iron spoon. This is called xuanhuang. It is also called huangjing, huangjia, or huangqing. Place the medicine in a bamboo tube and steam it 100 times. Then mix it with realgar and cinnabar water and simmer it. Realgar and cinnabar water are mentioned in the 36 waters. The Yellow Emperor said, "You shall also make the 6-1 mud. The method is as follows. Use alum, salt, halite, and ochre. First, burn them for 20 days. Then, order the left guard of the Eastern Sea to prepare 7 kinds of oysters, red ochre, and talc. Divide them into equal amounts and pound them together 10,000 times until they become powder. Wrap them in an iron vessel and heat them for 9 days and 9 nights. Keep the fire intense until the mixture turns a deep red, like fire. Then, pound it again 10,000 times. Sieve it through a silk sieve and mix it with the huachi, a type of clay, for 100 days to make mud. Then, take a red clay pot, large enough to hold 8 or 9 liters, or even a large 1 dao, a unit of volume. Apply the mud to the pot, making it 3/10 of an inch thick both inside and out. Finally, place it in the sun for 10 days to dry. Then, take lead oxide and burn it until it turns golden. Take equal parts of the previous black and yellow ingredients, mix them with the 100-day flour pool, and divide the mixture into 3 parts inside and outside the earthen pot. Expose it to the sun for 10 days until it is completely dry. Then it can be used to make the flying cinnabar. Another method, when making the medicine pot and the 6-1 mud, put it in a jar, cover the mouth, and let it dry in the shade. The jar should be 3 or 4 feet above the ground and should not be allowed to get wet. The first divine elixir is named danhua. The method of preparation involves using 1 pound of genuine sand. 2 pounds or 10 pounds may also be used, the amount depending on the individual's wealth or poverty. Place it in a pot. It is said that it should be covered with brine and then pounded. Apply 6 layers of mud to the rim of the pot, ensuring no leakage. Carefully observe it. Do not allow any cracks to appear. Otherwise, the medicine will have lost its essence, and only the dregs will be consumed, offering no benefit. After applying the mud, allow it to dry for several days before use. Do not ignite it if it is not dry. First, use horsehair fire 5 inches above the pot to warm it for 9 days and 9 nights. Then, push the fire closer to the pot for another 9 days and 9 nights. Next, place a fire bag halfway up the pot for another 9 days and 9 nights. This process should be repeated for a total of 36 days. Finally, stop the fire for 1 day to allow it to cool. The medicine will then adhere to the surface, resembling 5-colored jade or shooting stars or frost and snow, or a bright red like cinnabar or blue or purple. Take the medicine by sweeping it up. Reduce the dosage by 4 ounces per pound. If the medicine is not suitable for fire, it should be refried again, mixed with black water and dragon oil, and stirred until moist. Place it in a black, yellow, red clay cauldron, seal it as before, and refried over a strong fire. The medicine will be ready in 36 days. The entire process takes 72 days. To take medicine, fast and bathe for 5 to 7 days, and burn incense. At dawn, face east, bow and kneel, and take a pill the size of a large millet grain or a small bean. Superior people who take it will ascend to heaven in 7 days. Average people who take it will become immortals in 70 days. Foolish people who take it will become immortals in 1 year. With its elixir, the 2nd elixir, the 9th elixir, and all divine elixirs are excellent. The mysterious woman said, once the elixir is made, it should be tested to make gold. If the gold is made, the medicine is made. If the gold is not made, the medicine is not made. The medicine must not be taken if it is not refried over fire. Perhaps the coating was not sealed properly, or perhaps it was due to a violation of the prohibitions. It is said that further testing with flying materials is permitted. Take a small bean-sized ball of dragon ointment, place it over a strong fire, and blow it through a pouch for a short time. It will then become gold. Alternatively, take 24 jus of cinnabar, add 1 jin of mercury powder, and it will also become gold. Once the gold is formed, use it to make a tube to store medicine. Then take 1 jus of cinnabar, add 1 jin of mercury, or 1 jin of lead, and use a strong fire, gradually blowing it vigorously. All of these will become gold. Be careful not to use too much jin or jus. Too much will make the gold too hard. Too little will make it too soft, neither of which will be suitable for hammering. It is also said, if the gold is formed, the world can be saved. If the gold is not formed, life is difficult to secure. One will only waste resources. What can be saved? The 2nd divine elixir is called the divine talisman. Take non-toxic mercury. Place a suitable amount in a clay pot, seal it, and let it dry, just as one would with cinnabar. Fly it 9 times until it becomes cold and volatile, then sweep it away and mix it with carp gall. Reseal and coat it as before, then fly it 9 times again. Fly it away and volatile, then sweep it away and mix it with dragon's blood ointment. This is called the divine talisman. Take 10 caddies of lead yellow mercury, place it in a measuring vessel, and heat it with charcoal. Then take 7 caddies of mercury and throw it into the lead. After a short while of intense heat, the essence rises to the surface, resembling gold and shooting stars. It is purple red and flowing like pearls, 5 colors, and dark yellow. Collect it with an iron spoon. Once 10 caddies are obtained, it undergoes 9 transformations. This is called the yellow of cinnabar. It is also called dark yellow liquid and the talisman of heaven and earth. Then grind and process the mercury, transforming it into cinnabar, called the returning elixir. The sages kept this a secret. This is beyond the knowledge and understanding of ordinary Daoist priests. Only those of exceptional understanding can comprehend it. Fire is named Ziming. Mercury is also named Ziming. One is lead essence. It is also called Taiyin, Jingong, Heche, Chanu, and Lijishi. The ignorant use Lijishi from the mountains for treatment, which is incorrect. The true man said, stone gall comes from lead. Ordinary people, in their ignorance, use Qiangli stone gall in their treatment of divine medicine, which is wrong. It is far removed from the Tao, and therefore the medicine will not be effective. The true man said, transform cinnabar essence into flowing pearls and frost, and lead essence into the elixir of immortality. When the elixir is formed, it is yellow and white, and consuming it will make one an immortal. Without these 2 substances for treatment, even if the medicine is made into an elixir, consuming it will still lead to death. Taiyin is lead, Taiyang is elixir. Take 9 caddies of mercury and 1 caddy of lead. Place them together in a red clay cauldron and heat it over a fierce fire from 1 a.m. to noon. One account states, at sunset, mercury and lead essence emerge together, appearing as a yellowish gold color called huangjing, huangjing. It is also called huangya, huangya, huangqing, huangqing, and huanghua, huanghua. When heated with well water, it is called huangguachi, huangguachi. It is also called huanglong, huanglong, huangfu, huangfu, and lijishi, lijishi. Take xuanhuang, xuanhuang, and mix it with xuanshui, xuanshui liquid. Combine it like sealing mud. Make it into a ball and place it in a red clay pot, then in a 6/10, 13th. To take this medicine, at dawn on a Jiazi day, bow twice to the sun and swallow a pill the size of a small bean once a day. After 100 days, one will become an immortal, and all diseases will be cured, including severe leprosy and epilepsy. It can cure anything. Alternatively, take it for 100 days with huachi, a type of medicinal tea, mixing it with xuanhuang, a type of medicinal tea, until it resembles mud. Place it in a 2-tiered red earthenware cauldron, filling it 3/10 of an inch thick, both inside and out. Add 1 pound of mercury, or 10 pounds. The amount of medicine can be adjusted as desired. 3 pounds is enough to make one immortal. Alternatively, obtain 10 ounces of xuanhuang essence. Take 3 pounds of mercury, place it in an earthenware cauldron, and cover it with xuanhuang, about 2 inches thick. Seal the cauldron with another earthenware cauldron, sealing it with 6/10 mud, making sure it is secure inside and out, preventing leakage. Expose it to direct sunlight until it is completely dry, then ignite it. If it is damp, it will crack upon contact with fire. For example, in the method of preparing the elixir, use a fire as hot as chaff, heat it for 9 days and nights, then let it cool for 1 day. The resulting elixir will fly onto the upper pot, resembling frost and snow, with a 5-colored sheen of purple, red, vermilion, and green, about 2/10 of an inch thick. Use a feather duster to collect it, and mix it with the gallbladder of a yellow dog, or the remaining fish of the river god. The formula says, mix it with carp gall. Another version says, use this black and yellow mixture, making it like sealing mud. The note says, the substance used to make the pills, the formula says, is spring water. Then, put the pills into an earthen pot and repeat the process below. After putting the pills into the earthen pot, cover them again with black and yellow mixture, making it 1 inch thick. Another version says, close the pot lid, seal it with 6/10 mud, and expose it to the sun for 10 days until it is very dry, then heat it. It cannot be used if it is damp. Once the pot is hot, disassemble it, rekindle the fire for 9 days and nights, then stop. Let it cool for 1 day, then open it up. Use a feather to sweep up the essence and fly it into the cauldron. If it is only purple, it is called the divine talisman rejuvenating elixir. Mix it with dragon oil and make pills the size of small beans. Always at dawn on the Jiazi day, bind it, bow twice, and kneel for a long time, and take it. After 100 days, you will meet the immortals, and the Jade Maiden will come. Then you will fly with the gods. If you want to cross a great river, mix the divine talisman with dragon oil. If you are the river god, apply the rest to the soles of your feet. When walking on water, your feet will not drown. If you want interfire, take 1 pill, and you will not feel hot. After taking the medicine for 100 days, the 3 corpses and 9 worms will all decay, and you will live forever. The third divine elixir is also called the divine elixir. First, take 61 clay and apply it to the inside and outside of 2 red clay pots, making each layer 3/10 of an inch thick. Then take oyster shell, red ochre, and magnetite. If magnetite is unavailable, keep the original recipe. Mix these 3 ingredients in equal parts and grind them 10,000 times until they become powder. Mix with a 100-day-old jasmine solution to moisten. Another method is to apply this mixture to the inside of a straight pot, and then apply a layer of dark yellow jasmine directly on top, about an inch thick. Next, take 2 caddies of realgar, also called Emperor's Son, and 1 caddy of orpiment, also called Emperor's Daughter. First, soak them in a 100-day-old jasmine solution, then apply a small amount to moisten them, and then apply the mixture to the pot. Then, grind the mixture 10,000 times in an iron mortar until it becomes powder. Place it in a pot, cover it with yellow powder, making it about an inch thick, seal it with 61 clay, ensuring no air escapes, and let it dry for 10 days. Then, use horse chaff fire to heat it for 9 days and nights, with the fire 5 inches from the edge of the pot. Push the fire around the pot for 9 days and nights. Push the fire to the cauldron for 1 day, then blaze it fiercely for 9 days and nights. Cover the cauldron with a large plug until it's halfway full, and continue the fire for 9 days and nights. This process takes 36 days. Let it cool for 1 day. Use a feather to sweep away the essence that has accumulated on the surface, mix it with dragon oil, and place it in the cauldron. Seal it with mud again, let it dry, and then blaze it again for 36 days. Another account says 27 days. Stop. Let it cool for 1 day to release the essence, and use a feather to sweep it away. This is called flying essence, and the one who prepares it is called the divine elixir. A superior person takes 1 jiao, a unit of weight, daily, and after 50 days becomes an immortal. A middle-class person takes it for 100 days, and a foolish person takes it for 1 year and becomes an immortal. Ordinary people, men, women, children, servants, and livestock, if given this to them, will all become immortals and live forever. It wards off the 5 weapons. Wear it on your belt, for the gods protect you greatly, and it wards off weapons. After taking the elixir for 100 days, all the gods and immortals will come to welcome you. They will become jade boys, jade girls, and jade boys. Mountain ministers and marsh officials will all come to attend to you, appearing in human form. There is no seed for the continuation of a lineage. It is up to people to decide. The 4th divine elixir is called the rejuvenating elixir. Take 9 substances: alum, ochre, salt, oyster shell, red ochre, earthworm arrow, mica, and talc. Burn them all for 1 day and 1 night with a strong fire, then grind them together until they become powder. Mix them with the left-hand seasoning until they become a paste. Place 1 pound of mercury in a straight pot. Next, add imperial male mercury, then azurite, then alum, ochre, then halite, then the remaining grains of taiyu, and finally another pound of alum. Aroma is placed on top, while mercury is placed at the bottom. Grind each of these 7 substances separately in a different container until they become powder. Place 1 pound of mercury at the bottom, and add the remaining substances in order. Place the mixture in a pot, cover it, and mix it with the left-hand seasoning to form a paste. Seal the paste tightly and expose it to the sun for 10 days. Place 3 iron pillars 9 inches high and light a fire with horsehair briquettes 5 inches above the bottom of the cauldron. Wait for the fire to subside after 9 days and nights. Increase the fire to halfway up the cauldron and continue for 9 days and nights. Always place a damp cloth over the cauldron to prevent the medicine from flying away. When the cloth is dry, remove it and re-wet it. Continue for 81 days. On the coldest day, the medicine will all fly onto the cauldron, emitting 5 colors. The method of flight is the same. This is the essence of the medicine. Sweep it up with parrot feathers, combine it with various herbs and flowers, and take it once with well water. After 100 days, the vermilion bird and phoenix will soar above, and divine beings and jade maidens will arrive. After 200 days, one will ascend to heaven and descend to earth, with immortals attending to them. After 1 year, Tai will welcome them in a cloud chariot and dragon horse. Taking this elixir will prevent hunger and thirst, and grant one 100 years of life. One will drink from spring water and eat 20 dates and chestnuts, and 5 inches of beef or mutton jerky. They also used elixir to coat money and buy goods in the market, and the money was returned on its own the same day. When the elixir was written on the forehead of a person, all the ghosts fled. Another method involved taking a scalp of medicine and a pound of mercury powder and burning it to instantly turn it into gold. Yet another method involved mixing medicine with dragon's blood ointment and burning it for 9 days and nights to create true gold. The 5th divine elixir is called the elixir. Take 1 pound of mercury and place it in the 6-1 cauldron. Take another pound of imperial male offal, grind it into powder, and add it to the mercury. Also take 1 pound of used surplus grain, grind it into powder, and add it to the imperial male offal. Combine this with a 6-1 cauldron, seal the edges, and seal it with 6-1 mud, letting it dry. Add horse chaff and fire, and let the fire burn for 9 days and nights. Then, burn it again with charcoal fire for 9 days and nights. After the fire is cooled for 1 day, the medicine will all fly onto the cauldron like frost and snow. Use a feather sweep to collect it, and mix it with dragon ointment and shaoxi tiangshong in equal parts. Then, have a parrot take it. Alternatively, one can take parrot blood. 1 dose, and in 30 days, the person will ascend to heaven, with all the gods coming to guard them, and even jade maidens at their service. Immortals will welcome them, and they will ascend to heaven. All ghosts, gods of the land and grain, the wind god, and the rain god will all come to welcome them, and they can be commanded. The 6th elixir is called the alchemy. Elixir. It is made from 8 stones. The 8 stones are cinnabar from Baiyue, imperial male and imperial female powder, azurite, alum, ochre, gallstone, and magnetite, all in equal parts, the amount as desired. Grind them into a powder and mix with earthworm ointment. Then take 2 liters of earthworm arrow and yellow dog liver and gallbladder and combine them into a pot. Take 3 caddies each of oyster and red ochre and grind them into a powder. Mix the above ingredients into a paste. Apply it to the inside and outside of the pot, 3/10 of an inch thick, and let it dry. Another method involves using the 8 ingredients in any amount, 1 liter of earthworm ointment and earthworm arrow mixed with yellow dog gallbladder, 2 liters of earthworm arrow, oyster, and red ochre powdered into a powder, mix into a paste, apply it to the inside and outside of the pot, 3/10 of an inch thick, and let it dry. The 8 stones, each ground into powder, are then mixed with cinnabar at the bottom, followed by imperial male, imperial female, azurite, alum, ochre, gallstone, and magnetite with the magnetite, placed on top. They are combined in a 6-part cauldron, sealed at the joint with 6-part mud, and dried as before. Then they are heated with horsehair fire for 36 days. After 1 day of cooling, the medicine is released and rises to the surface like frost and snow. It is then collected with a feather duster, mixed with dragon's blood paste, and made into pills the size of small beans. 1 pill is taken after meals once a day, and in 10 days one will become an immortal. Ghosts and spirits will come to serve and command it. It can also be used to make ingested gold. Not only men, but women can also become immortals. If one wishes to abstain from grains, one must abstain from sexual intercourse, drink only water, and avoid sexual contact. The dregs of this elixir can cure all diseases. One method involves combining lead to form gold, which is then used to refine elixir. A small amount of mercury is added to a pound of water, and then fire is used to create gold. Another method involves a type of elixir called soft elixir, similar to an elixir made from refined bait, which is smooth and easy to consume. The 7th elixir is called the soft elixir. Take 3 caddies of mercury, mix it with the left-hand flavor in dark yellow to form a paste, and apply it to the inside and outside of an earthen cauldron, each layer 3/10 of an inch thick. Then put the mercury into the cauldron and apply the paste to the edges with 6/10 of an inch of mud and let it dry for 10 days. Then fire it, like the Taidanhua method, for 36 days. Let it cool for 1 day. Then let it open. Use a feather to sweep up the part that was on the top of the cauldron, mix it with dragon oil, and take it in the form of a small bean 3 times a day to make one immortal. Mix it with porcelain juice, and if a 90-year-old man takes it, after 20 days his white hair will turn black. It will benefit his yang essence and yin energy. And even if he has intercourse, he will have countless children. Use the soft cinnabar to draw on a paulownia tree, and it will become a person. Use the soft cinnabar to write words, and your servants will never run away. If an 80-year-old woman takes it, she will all have children. If a high-ranking official takes it, he will be promoted. When combined with lead and fired, it becomes gold and silver, also called yellow gold. The 8th elixir is called fudan. Its color is quite dark purple, as if it has 5 colors. Take 1 pound of mercury or more. Place a layer of dark yellow pigment in an earthenware pot, making it 3/10 of an inch thick inside and out. Then grind azurite and magnetite into powder, and apply the dark yellow pigment along with the azurite and magnetite powder to the mercury. Cover it with another pot and coat the edges with mud. Let it dry for 10 days. Then use horse chaff fire to heat it for 9 days and nights. Turn the upper pot to the lower pot and heat it for another 9 days and nights. Then turn the lower pot to the upper pot and heat it for another 9 days and nights. Repeat this process 9 times. Let it cool for 1 day, then take it out and sweep it with a feather, collecting the part that flies to the top. Mix it with dragon fat, then put it back into the pot and heat it for another 10 days. Let it cool for 1 day, then take it out and sweep it with a feather, collecting the part that flies to the top. Grind it into powder and store it in a gold or silver tube, as if it were in a bamboo tube. At dawn, face the sun, bow twice, and kneel for a long time, and drink a small amount of water from the well. Then you will become an immortal. Hold a piece the size of a juju pit in your hand and walk around. All ghosts will vanquish. Write this soft elixir on the door, and all evil spirits and demons will dare not approach. It also wards off thieves. Even tigers and wolves will avoid it. If a woman guards this place alone, holding a piece the size of a soybean, all ghosts and thieves will flee far away. The ninth elixir is called the cold elixir. The method involves using a red clay cauldron, coating its interior and exterior with 61 clay, making each layer 3/10 of an inch thick, and drying it as in the method for preparing cinnabar. Take 1 pound each of imperial male, imperial female, azurite, ochre, and magnetite, and grind them into a fine powder. First, apply a mixture of black and yellow clay directly to the 61 clay cauldron, as in the method for preparing cinnabar. Then, place 1 pound of pearl powder into the cauldron, followed by imperial male powder, then imperial female powder, then azurite, then ochre, then magnetite, with magnetite on top. Combine this in one cauldron and coat the joint with 61 clay, making it 3/10 of an inch thick. Then, add 1/2 pound each of earthen dragon arrow and yellow earth, making it into a paste. Alternatively, one could apply oyster shell and red ochre, making it 3/10 of an inch thick. Then, coat it with earthen dragon arrow, making it 3/10 of an inch thick. Expose it to the sun for 10 days to dry. Then, heat it over a low flame, first gently, then vigorously, for 9 days and nights. After 1 day of cooling, ignite it and use a feather to sweep up the residue. Mix dragon's blood ointment and yellow dog's gall and make pills the size of small beans. At dawn, take a bowl of water from a well, bow twice to the sun, and swallow 1 pill. It will make you feel light, and within 100 days all your illnesses will be cured. Jade maidens will come to serve you. The god of destiny will remove you from the book of death, and your name will be recorded in the immortal register. You will be able to fly up and down, come and go without question, and be unrestrained. You will die sitting or standing, and lightly ride the clouds to ascend to heaven. Volume 2. The origin of the Ming Dan, a type of elixir, lies in its method of selecting the most virtuous person. Volume 2 of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. The origin of Ming Dan and its method of valuing people. Your servant believes that the 9 methods of the elixir of rejuvenation are the supreme scriptures of the 9 heavens primordial Tao Lord in the 9 directions. The ancient true men Wang Chao, Qi Songzi, and the Yellow Emperor received them from the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman is a celestial maiden. The first path is the way of the true man, and the plain maiden true man is the master of immortals. She is the teacher of heaven and earth, holding the title of true man, and thus all immortals are her teachers. The true man is born before heaven and dies after earth. Water cannot drown her, fire cannot burn her, poison cannot harm her, and weapons cannot injure her. She possesses supernatural powers and transformations, acting at her own will, commanding all immortals, achieving nothing she cannot do. She understands spiritual medicine and communicates with the divine, hence the scripture calls her the true man. Those who consume the elixir become immortals, becoming true men, able to summon the wind god and command the rain master. Immortals ascend to the position of 100 ghosts, their bodies suppressing 10,000 spirits. This is what is meant by consuming the lesser elixir, which is obtained from mica, 8 stones, herbs, and medicinal plants. The jade maiden with the green waist is the daughter of the wind god and is considerably lower than the mysterious woman and the plain maiden. Jade maidens are the daughters of mortals. Those who learn the Daoist name Jade Maidens are also the wives and concubines of immortals. This 9 elixir classic was originally received by Wang Chao, Qi Songzi, and the Yellow Emperor from the mysterious maiden, and was not transmitted by any lesser immortals. Your servant notes, according to Ge Hong, that the Huangdi Juding Shenden Jing states, the Yellow Emperor consumed it and ascended to heaven. While breathing exercises and herbal remedies may prolong life, death is inevitable. But the divine elixir grants limitless lifespan, allowing one to reach the heavens, ride the clouds and dragons, and ascend and descend through the highest realms. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor passed it on to Xuanzi, who said, "This path is of utmost importance and must be given to the virtuous. Even if one possesses mountains of gold, it should not be transmitted to the unworthy. The recipient must cast a golden statue and a golden fish into flowing water as a pledge, and pledge their blood as a bond. Those without the bones of immortals cannot even hear of or see it. Those who do hear of or see it are destined to attain this path. Those who seek to synthesize the elixir must do so in a secluded place in a renowned mountain, with no more than 3 companions. They must first fast for 100 days, bathe in fragrant waters, and purify themselves thoroughly, avoiding any defilement or contact with worldly people. Those who do not believe in the Tao should not be allowed to know, for such people will slander the divine elixir, and the elixir will not be formed. If it is formed, the entire family will become immortals, not just the individual. Worldly people do not understand the divine elixir, and only believe in herbs and wood. Moreover, herbs and wood rot when buried, decay when boiled, char when burned, and decay when left undisturbed. They cannot regenerate on their own, so how can they bring life to a person? They cannot solidify themselves, so how can they solidify a person? These 9 elixirs are the key to longevity, things that ordinary people cannot hear of or see. The first elixir is called waidan. The scripture says, if you take this elixir, you will attain immortality in 7 days. It is made by rolling a pill of mysterious ointment in a fierce fire. In a short time, it will turn into gold. Then, take 240 zu of this elixir and mix it with 100 jin of mercury. When the fire turns red, it will turn into gold. If the gold is formed, the elixir is complete. If the gold is not formed, seal the elixir again and heat it in the fire for the required number of days. The scripture says, it was originally not complete. The second elixir is called the divine talisman elixir. The scriptures say, after taking it for 100 days, one will become an immortal. When navigating great floods, apply this elixir to the soles of your feet, and you will be able to walk on water without drowning. Taking it will expel the 3 corpses and 9 worms, which will all disappear on their own, and all diseases will be cured. The third elixir is called the divine elixir. The scriptures say, consuming 1 sip will make one an immortal in 100 days. If swallowed by livestock, one will also never age or die. It also wards off the 5 weapons. After consuming it for 100 days, one will obtain immortals and jade. Maidens, mountains, rivers, ghosts, and spirits will all see one as human. The fourth elixir is called the elixir of rejuvenation. The scriptures say, consuming 1 sip, one becomes an immortal for 100 days. Vermilion birds and phoenixes will soar above, and jade maidens will attend to them. Take 1 sip, take 1 pound of mercury, and ignite it to instantly turn it into gold. Apply this elixir to money or valuables, and they will be returned on the same day. Write this elixir on the eyes of mortals, and all ghosts will flee in terror. The fifth elixir is called the earthen elixir. The scriptures say, after taking it for 40 days, one will be summoned by immortals, ghosts and spirits, and jade maidens. The sixth elixir is called the sun, refining elixir. The scriptures say, consuming it for 15 days will make one an immortal. Furthermore, it is combined with mercury and fired to form gold. The seventh elixir is named the gentle elixir. The classic text says, taking 1 sip will make one an immortal in 100 days. Mixed with autumn raspberry juice, it will grant even a 90-year-old son a son. When combined with lead and fired, it becomes gold. The eighth elixir is called the sun, subduing elixir. The classic text says, taking it will make one an immortal. Wear a elixir the size of a juju pit, and all evil spirits will flee. If this elixir is written at the gate, evil spirits will not dare approach, and it also wards off thieves, tigers, and wolves. The ninth elixir is called the cold elixir. The scriptures say that taking 1 dose will grant immortality within 100 days, with jade maidens attending to you, and the ability to fly lightly. The scriptures also say, of these 9 elixirs, if one can combine even one will become an immortal. It is not necessary to make all of them, but rather to choose what one desires. Anyone who wishes to take the 9 elixirs and ascend to heaven may do so at will, or wish to temporarily cease inquiries. Then one can come and go without being questioned and cannot be harmed. According to the method of synthesizing the golden elixir, 1 ounce is sufficient to ascend to immortality. If one does not wish to leave this world and wishes to remain as an earthly immortal, one should fast for 100 days and consume half an ounce. Then one will achieve immortality, be immune to all harms and poisons, and be able to raise a wife and children. If one holds an official position, one can do as one pleases without restriction. If one later wishes to ascend to heaven, one should fast and consume the full amount of the 9 elixir to become a flying immortal. All those who wish to ascend to heaven must first abstain from grains for 1 year before consuming this elixir. Your servant further notes that the true man's 9 ascensions scripture states, those who wish to ascend to heaven by consuming the 9 elixirs should follow the prescribed number of days as described in the scripture. Those who wish to become earth immortals should consume half of the above method, storing the remaining amount in the prescribed number of days. Even if stored, one will still enjoy longevity without harm. Afterwards, if one wishes to ascend to heaven again, one should consume the superior medicine. According to this statement, those who consume the divine elixir according to the prescribed number of days will easily ascend to heaven. Storing half of the amount will grant immortality, making one an earth immortal without doubt. I have heard that there are 8 reasons why one fails to succeed in learning the way. First, one may happen to know one thing and think it is enough, toiling away in vain until old age. Second, even if a method is unusual, one may consider it not the true way, seeking it endlessly until death. Third, one may not distinguish between true and false, lacking a teacher and guidance, wasting time without a fixed purpose. Fourth, one may rely on one's intelligence, neglecting the true methods, claiming to have attained enlightenment, and failing to fully respect the teacher's teachings. Fifth, true methods and secrets are not easily found. One may claim to be in famous mountains, risking danger and death. Sixth, one may lack resources, suffering hunger and cold, regarding knowledge as non-existent, knowing as not knowing. Seventh, one may lack focus and accumulation of knowledge, doubting and refusing to practice even after receiving instructions from a wise teacher. The teacher one encounters is usually narrow-minded and inferior. Because of his limited knowledge, he does not teach him everything. He says that the way is not much, and the precious secrets are taken as truth, thus leading to a situation where one waits for the right opportunity. The way is not about quantity. Even the smallest methods, like the great elixir, are not superior to the way of the 9 cauldrons, which originates from the true man. The true man passed it on to the mysterious woman, who in turn passed it on to the yellow emperor. The yellow emperor received it and passed it on to the mysterious son. From then on, those who obtained the method became true men. It is unheard of for a true man to personally instruct them. Those who attain it are truly worthy of respect. Later generations valued hearsay over sight, abandoning what was near and seeking what was far. Thus, Qin Shi Huang, seeing Anqi, lost the way. Emperor Wu of Han, seeking Shaojun but finding nothing, sought Fangzhang, traversing the vast ocean and finally succeeded, reaping rewards and honors. Those who seek skillfully do not need to be employed. Those who acquire skillfully do not need to be forced. When Xuanyuan ruled the world, Guangsheng did not participate, yet virtuous governance did not diminish his power. When Emperor Yao possessed the 4 seas, Chao and Yu did not assist him, yet his virtue was not lacking. The 4 sages of Shangluo remained secluded, yet the Han dynasty had many talented individuals. Zhou Danglin wrote poems in the forest, but this was no less than the punishments imposed by Emperor Shaowen. Preferential treatment could not sway their character. Their hearts remained calm and silent. They abhorred idleness and feared only indulgence and succumbed to the weight of honor and responsibility. They lived a simple life, eating grass and wielding a plow, using fragrant forests as their terraces, towering peaks as their mansions, orchids as their carpets, and green leaves as their curtains. They wore lotus leaves as mourning clothes and sunflower buds as their delicacies. They would not eat without personally tilling the land, nor would they cover themselves without their wives weaving. They remained steadfast until their end, finding joy in their 3 pleasures, unafraid of a swift death, and unconcerned with a life of ease. They rejected lavish offers of high office and disregarded the noble positions of ministers, indulging in unrestrained self-pity and lacking any self-cultivation. They were all considered the epitome of lofty and unconventional living in their time. Such people could neither benefit the country nor the people. Even the wisest historians, in their accounts, praised these individuals, suggesting a path to longevity. The great method of learning the elixir of immortality requires refusing to be enslaved by worldly affairs, relying solely on medicine to prevent external calamities and internal illnesses, transforming the body, achieving immortality, and maintaining unwavering focus. It involves meticulously studying various prescriptions, verifying their efficacy, and discerning their merits and demerits. Only then can one achieve great things, traversing the dust and grime of the world, making fame as fleeting as morning dew. Within the 8 corners of the earth, how many will be condemned? Their ambition is far-reaching, and their benefits immense. The key to success lies in relying on these 1, 2, or 3 individuals. Forcing them will not succeed. As the wind rises and the stove is extinguished, as the king's influence flourishes and extraordinary talents retreat, the world is now at peace. Cattle are rested and horses are released, beacon fires are hidden, weapons are laid down, the powerful and weak have been subdued, and Lusan has ceased to exist. Zhang Liang emerged from his secluded chambers to inquire about the inner workings of the streets, and Xin Bu laid down his armor to fish. Within the entire universe, there is not 1 in 10,000 who truly loves this path and can achieve it. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor ruled the world by wearing simple robes, and a flying pearl transformed into frost and snow. He brought peace and prosperity to the land, and after 110 years, he attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality in broad daylight after consuming offerings. This was due to the power of Guangcheng and the mysterious woman, not something he obtained naturally. Long ago, King Hao was cutting stones to build his palace when he found a book with purple inscriptions and golden tablets among the stones. Unable to read it, he sent a messenger to ask Confucius, who said, King Hao, in his leisure time, had a book written in the beak of a red sparrow placed before his palace. Not knowing its meaning, he sent this book from afar. Confucius examined it and said, This is the method of the spiritual treasure, the way to longevity, which you consumed, and whose lifespan was equal to that of heaven and earth. You was to be the first to die, and sealed it in a stone box on a famous mountain. Now it is said to be written in the beak of a red sparrow. It was a gift from heaven. It is known that since ancient times, emperors who have earnestly sought longevity have never died young. Even those who seek but do not attain it are better than those who do not seek it at all. Do not worry about a lack of understanding of the way, but about a lack of diligence. Diligence without ceasing will surely bring results. Furthermore, people who seek the way are like those who worry about poverty or lowly positions. How could they not attain it? The only worry is a lack of unwavering resolve, focusing on the near and forgetting the far. They may be delighted upon hearing something, but soon forget it all. Before even the smallest benefit is gained, the greatest loss is already incurred. How can one then grasp the profound and subtle meanings and achieve the ultimate understanding? However, even with diligent effort, without a wise teacher, there is no way to succeed. Those who study longevity seek medicine. The greatest medicine lies in the secret formula, and the secret formula lies in the divine elixir. Those whose paths align and whose virtues unite, vowing to obtain it together, can acquire it righteously, and it is difficult to suppress their desires. In the past, Yu the Great did not force Bocheng Zigao, respecting his seniority. Confucius did not borrow a canopy from Zixia, protecting his shortcomings. Abundant grasses and shallow waters, vast fields and marshes, where foxes and deer roam, deep cliffs and secluded peaks, hidden paths and thatched groves. These are the dwelling places of immortals. If one were to raise foxes and deer in a grand hall, one would be breaking the threshold. If one were to dismiss immortals for honors and ranks, one would be ruining their honors. Therefore, those who peruse the true scriptures are as if facing a true immortal. Those who receive the true secret formula are as if attaining enlightenment. If poisonous teachings arise, and even those like Enshi arrive with differing opinions, the scriptures and formulas are unreliable, there must be minor differences. I humbly beseech your majesty to carefully select and follow them. I have heard that when ordinary grasses are pruned in spring, even the most delicate herbs will flourish, but when nests are overturned and eggs are spilled, phoenixes and Luan birds will not gather. Volume 3. Choose your teacher wisely and receive the secrets without relying on the true master's teachings. The Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons, Divine Elixir Classic, Volume 3. Ming 1. Receive the secret formula from the master without borrowing the true man's method. Your servant has heard that there is no fixed teacher, one should learn from the virtuous. When 3 people walk together, they should be led by the virtuous. The way of Confucius is consistent throughout. The Yellow Emperor, in his travels, sought out everything he desired. But if the secrets of the true man's way are not transmitted to anyone but a true man, and the scriptures of the primordial sovereign are not bestowed upon anyone but the primordial sovereign, how is this different from the story of Wei Zi serving Confucius and Yu Zheng, waiting for Gao Yao to assist him? Time is wasted, and there is no day of accomplishment. Therefore, pursuing the way of the 9 tripods and the method of longevity in this way is no different from courting death. Life is precious, but death is terrifying. Each day lost is like a swiftly flowing river, like morning dew and evening light, easily exhausted. Now, if one encounters a knowledgeable person who points out the meaning, and one seeks it tirelessly, then one can verify it oneself, find a good companion, and share an unwavering understanding. This will naturally lead to success, and one will naturally possess it. There will certainly be no true man or mysterious maiden to assist one. After the medicine is prepared, one should cleanse the intestines and take the medicine. Then, a jade maiden will come to serve, or a azure dragon will come to greet one. Before it is prepared, no sensation will be heard. Therefore, the primordial sovereign said, "Be careful not to tell others about the elixir immortality, lest they laugh at the Tao and slander the truth. If the elixir scriptures are transmitted to the wrong person, one will surely suffer calamity. If there is a devout believer, one may prepare the elixir and distribute it to others, but do not transmit it based on scriptures. This is the true person. It is truly a secret, no different from the oral transmission of secret formulas. If one claims to have seen a true person, or that the alchemists are not like that, and thus attain the Tao, then one should not believe in the stories of the Yin. Dynasty meeting Pengzu, the Zhou dynasty encountering Laozi, the Qin emperor meeting Enshi, or Emperor Wu of Han appointing Shaojun. All of these people attain the Tao. Those who study the way especially abhor clamor and dislike idle chatter. They do not wish to be surrounded by vulgar people, and thus choose different paths and places to sit, lest they invite disgrace and slander, preferring solitude. Differences in preferences inevitably invite defamation, leading them to wish to escape even from nearby places, or to remain aloof and suspicious even from afar. And what do the true persons seek to attain? The true persons tread on blazing flames without being scorched, tread on deep waves without being overturned, spread their wings in the clear void, ride in cloud carriages and wind, driven chariots, look up to the purple palace, and look down at Kunlun. Even if a traveler were to inquire, they would conceal their true nature and extraordinary abilities, appearing outwardly as ordinary vulgar people. How could they discern their true nature? How could they perceive it? From the time of Zijin riding a white crane, to the yellow emperor being startled by a red dragon, some with scaly bodies and serpentine forms, some in golden chariots and feathered robes, their deeds cannot be observed without keen vision. Their sounds cannot be heard without keen hearing. The common people, unable to see or hear, often criticize them. Therefore, the true persons are jealous of them and thus further conceal themselves. What ordinary people love, the superior men shun. What ordinary people despise, the sage values. Even the most outstanding scholars and great figures do not wish to be tainted by worldly affairs. Why then should the sage, like woman, hastily participate in human matters? The common people find this strange, but is it not a mistake? Ordinary people can only see 100 paces ahead, yet they wish to claim what they see as real and what they do not see as non-existent. Then there are indeed many things in the world that are unseen. It is like trying to measure the sea with a seashell and finding only clouds and water. a grave delusion. The sage, like woman, does not see, therefore she cannot be said to not exist. She cannot be sought because she exists. Those who understand the Dharma cannot rely on the sage, like woman. Those who understand the Dharma all receive the oral instructions. Your servant opened the transmission of Q Ming's spring and autumn annals, and those who study the classics know that praise and blame lie in a single word. Confucius's commentary on the Book of Changes, observing the hexagrams, reveals that good and bad fortune reside in a single image. Confucian texts still lack clarity on the unorthodox, and the Daoist elixirs cannot be fully understood by simply following the scriptures. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor ascended Mount Kongtong to seek the Tao of nature, and traversed Mount Wangwu to seek the scriptures on elixirs, recording them in the Fanglin Temple and transmitting oral instructions. These instructions, however, are lost with each word, and the methods are not strictly adhered to in the scriptures. Thus, those who seek them are as numerous as hairs on a cow, and those who obtain them are as rare as phoenix horns. Although it is said to be difficult to obtain, it has never ceased to be passed down through generations. If someone obtains the method, is he not already human? The supreme sage, considering those who can be taught and easily convinced in the future, therefore enabled them to contemplate and obtain it, thus escaping the calamity of death. Ordinary people do not believe, calling it empty words. These are the true men who slander the ancient sages. Therefore, if one wishes to synthesize the elixir, one must not let those who do not believe know it. For if 25 they do, the elixir cannot be made. This taboo is no small matter. All this is because without the true instructions, transformation cannot be achieved. Since the attempt has failed, slander arises. Just as a farmer might fail to harvest due to drought or flood, deeming it impossible to plant, so too, if a farmer were to use poetry to remedy drought and flood, the harvest would be successful. If the secret formulas are truly genuine, then divine elixirs can be formed. There are two kinds of formulas. One is the written formula, which can be transmitted through writing, paper, and ink. The other is the oral formula, which cannot be spoken without the mouth. Therefore, the I Ching says, writing cannot fully express words, and words cannot fully express meaning. However, the principles of conduct and practice can be fully transmitted. The transformations of yin and yang cannot be explained in words. Cinnabar is originally red, but when burned, it becomes mercury. Mercury is pure white, but when burned, it becomes cinnabar. Ordinary people with shallow understanding cannot know this. It is like burning lead powder to resemble gold, or white lead to resemble fire. Those who say they do not have this way, and who have never cultivated or sought it, are inferior to ordinary people. Ordinary people fear that if they do not obtain it, they will be laughed at by others. They do not know that if they do obtain it, they will be scorned by the wise. Everyone says they have not obtained the true scriptures and correct formulas, which is why, if the teachings are not passed on, it will bring blame and trouble. Therefore, the method is hidden and cannot be heard. Thus, Jie Hong said that in one generation, only 2 or 3 people obtained it. He also said, within the 8 extremes, only a few will know of it. The secret is hard to hear, and those who obtain it are few. A covenant must be made before it can be passed on. The elixir of immortality, though numerous in methods and techniques, cannot be achieved without this secret. It is extremely mysterious and cannot be passed on for a fortune. If someone is to transmit it, they must orally instruct them according to 1 or 2 parts of the scripture. It cannot be transmitted all at once. The method is based on the covenant scripture, using 8 taels of gold, 40 feet of yellow cloth, 8 taels of silver, and 40 feet of white silk as a pledge. Within 100 years, only 1 person may be allowed to pass it on, and the blood of an enemy will be used as the covenant. If, afterward, the person who passed it on breaks the vow and leaks it, the heavenly emperor will punish them, forever banishing them from the path of mystery. The Tai Chuan immortal capital will cause the covenant's mind to become confused and disordered, leading to their downfall and death. Even the immortal lord will cause their spirit to become clouded, preventing them from mastering their studies. The Tai Yi recorder, the 3 heavens fate master, and the Zhengxuan will determine the success of their endeavors, punishing them in the Tai Chuan capital. These are the various elixirs of the supreme purity, as described in the secret texts of Zhang Tianxi. Fox Gangzi said, I once yearned for the way of immortality, enduring hunger and cold for decades, regardless of distance, yet I gained nothing. My heart remained steadfast, and my resolve to learn deepened. Taiji, moved by my heart, bestowed this secret upon me in Weiyang Valley. Those who receive it and follow its instructions will succeed without exception. My path began from this. I have always kept it secret in a jade box, hidden in a famous mountain. If anyone among the common people obtains this secret, regardless of their intelligence, but diligently, and attentively follows its instructions, they will surely succeed and attain the Tao. Geihong said, although I was born in a later era, I greatly admired the ancient ways. I have studied immortal scriptures for over 80 years, and although I have heard of this secret formula, I have never seen it. I sought it tirelessly until my teacher, Mr. Zheng, imparted it to me. After obtaining it, I diligently practiced meditation and fasting for 100 days, following the instructions carefully, and succeeded in everything. I then purified my breath and ingested the 5 divine springs, thus obtaining the method of preserving life. Only after this did I dare to verify its effectiveness, and only then did I truly master the Tao. If anyone later obtains this formula like me, they must know it in their heart and keep it silent. They must not readily teach it to others, or tell someone who is not a trusted confidant, or they will suffer misfortune, the gods will not protect them, and their work will not succeed. This is why I now vow to future generations that I will not transmit it recklessly. This is the secret way of the gods, passed down through generations, valued for its simplicity. It cannot be widely explained to the common people. The method of transmission is contained in the powdered formula. This is the mysterious pearl formula. Fox Gangzi said, "The 5-metal divine powder is not merely for ingesting elixirs to achieve immortality. When used to massage the body, worldly ailments cannot affect it, and calamities cannot harm it." This method originates from the Jade Emperor's secret hidden texts, not possessed by ordinary people. Unless one is endowed with the divine thread, one will never see it. I originally wrote this secret text to enlighten future sages. If one obtains this secret, one must receive it according to the transmission method. One must not lightly reveal it to me, for it is not given to the right person. If one does not receive it, one cannot succeed. Even if one studies the Tao for countless eons, one will not achieve it. The powder diagram says, the transmission method must not be lightly revealed. On the day of transmission, choose an auspicious day, fast, and set up an altar. The master and disciple stand before the altar, burning precious incense day and night, and petition the emperor, stating the name of one who desires immortality and has longed for the Tao since childhood, constantly receiving blessings from the Tao for countless eons. Now, I have received the permission of the Holy One, and with the master's compassionate consideration, I have been allowed to receive the secret text. I dare not presume to accept this offer, but I respectfully petition your majesty, stating that I, your disciple, have diligently sought the Tao day and night. I now wish to receive the secret texts, but dare not presume to do so. I respectfully petition your majesty, and with such utmost sincerity, for 7 days and nights, I will burn incense, ascend the altar, drink blood as a pledge, and cast a golden ring into the flowing water. I request that your majesty impart to me the divine elixir, as well as the oral instructions and diagrams, all transmitted in this manner. If the transmission is not performed according to this method, neither the master nor the disciple will achieve their goals. These are the secret texts within the powder diagrams. Master Fox Hill bestowed upon immortal GE the following words: "Your destiny belongs to the celestial star, and your name will succeed mine. Therefore, I hereby bestow upon you the 10,000 gold secrets and other methods of cultivating immortality. You shall follow and use them. If you wish to transmit them, unless you are as resolute as Yu Zhishan, who does not seek worldly gain, I will swear an oath by dividing your blood and establishing an altar, and you shall never recklessly transmit them. Transmitting them to the wrong person will diminish your reputation and fortune, bringing calamity upon your descendants. Be careful not to recklessly transmit them. This is the 10,000 gold secrets. Your Majesty, I note, all 5 metals, including mercury, lead, and minerals, are poisonous. Without the ancient formulas, even if someone possesses new knowledge and transmits a few dozen sentences orally, it will ultimately be futile. Therefore, the Foxmaster said, all 5 metals are inherently poisonous. If their poison is not neutralized and ground into powder, even if a miraculous elixir is formed, the poison will not be completely eliminated. Prolonged consumption, even with slight violations of the prescribed methods, will result in death. Therefore, I have prepared the formulas and diagrams for neutralizing the poison, along with the method for making the powder, to demonstrate this to future generations. Fox Prince's 10,000 gold secrets. Hardware powder diagram formula. The subduing mysterious pearl technique. Zhang Tianxi's mantra. Your Majesty's note. The 4 key points mentioned above are all treasured by the sages of the past. Even if ordinary people were to encounter a single volume, they would never fully grasp their meaning. The text is disordered and contains numerous inconsistencies. Even if ordinary people were to obtain all of them, they would not know their application. Therefore, these teachings have been sincerely transmitted for countless eons. The ritual for receiving the oral instructions: first, prepare the ritual implements and place the seat. Use a 4-foot 5-inch white silk cloth as a table, 1 daoyu, approximately 10 liters, of clear wine, 7 breasts of venison or beef mutton jerky, each breast 3 inches square, and 7 wine cups. Place these on a plate, with the jerky behind each cup, and place the token to the left of each cup. Burn incense and kneel, saying, I humbly beseech your Majesty, the Supreme Great Tao Lord, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, the 9 immortal lords of the Supreme Mysterious Immortal, Capital, and the Supreme One Registrar and Master of Fate, to descend upon me, name, a name, from name, county, to take my seat and offer this sacrifice. Offering sacrifice, also known as offering incense. Though I am but a mortal, I possess a deep-seated Daoist wisdom. I received the great secret from my late master, which I have kept secret in my heart, never revealing it. Although I know the heavenly prohibitions are extremely important, I cannot allow the divine Tao to remain forever hidden. Now, I, name, though living in the secular world, yearn for the Daoist path. I do not value gold and jade, nor do I crave glory and wealth. I aspire to the mysterious path, and aspire to ascend to the purple clouds. Therefore, I have shrunk myself to prepare this offering. I come to you, name, to request the great secret. I dare not presume to act on my own, but dare to speak out, hoping you will understand and grant me this request. One version says, illustrated. Having finished, I bow twice, and offer incense and wine 3 times. After offering incense and wine, I say, I have troubled the mysterious venerable one to descend to this mortal realm. I am overjoyed by your presence and delighted. Please listen to my words. I am grateful for your kindness and grace, and may you be satisfied and content. He took the wine and food, asked for the remaining blessings, and wrote down everything he saw. After that, he returned, took the wine and dried meat, and shared them with the person he had received, but did not share them with others. Volume 4, Protect Yourself from Evil Spirits and Demons. Volume 4 of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. Brightly guard against evil spirits and protect the body. Your Majesty, I note, those who seek longevity must pursue divine elixirs. If one does not obtain the golden elixir and only consumes herbs and medicinal plants, one may die prematurely and will not attain immortality. Or, if one merely takes medicine without mastering the essentials of sexual intercourse, there is no hope of long life. If one understands how to carry divine talismans and practice incantations, while simultaneously focusing the mind and guarding the true self, then one can at least prevent internal illnesses and avoid wind and dampness. However, if one is suddenly harmed by evil spirits, mountain spirits, or poisonous water, then one will die. Or, if one is forbidden from entering the mountains and allows the mountain gods to cause misfortune, then demons will test one, fierce beasts will injure one, and snakes and locusts will sting one. Your Majesty, I note, the principles of yin and yang in the bedroom, at their highest level, can cure minor ailments, and at a lower level can prevent physical harm. They certainly cannot avert disasters, absolve sins, ward off misfortune, summon blessings, secure the body and spirit, or grant longevity. People ask, the Yellow Emperor ascended to immortality with 1,200 women, and assume he achieved immortality solely through this. However, they do not know that the Yellow Emperor, at the foot of Jing Mountain and above Dinghu Lake, completed the 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir, and then ascended to heaven on a dragon. The Yellow Emperor may have had 1,200 women, but this was not the reason he attained immortality. Those who seek to nourish their nature and preserve their life, even if they consume 1,000 kinds of medicine and 3 kinds of sacrificial food, will benefit nothing if they do not understand the essentials of the bedroom. If one indulges in unrestrained desires without knowing how to regulate them, one will destroy the very foundation of life. This is likened to water and fire in the Xuan Tzu, a classic text on sexual techniques. Water and fire can kill, but they can also give life, depending on their application. It is clear that since ancient times, the preparation of divine elixirs has always relied on famous mountains. Your Majesty's note, long ago, the Yellow Emperor received the alchemical scriptures at Wangwu Mountain and sought the ultimate Tao at Kongtong Mountain. Then, at the foot of Xing Mountain and above Dinghu Lake, he ascended to immortality through 9 transformations. He attained the Tao and ascended to heaven. Also, in the past, Zuo. 30. Yuanfang, in the Tianzu Mountain, through deep meditation, moved a divine being who bestowed upon him the golden elixir scripture. However, due to the great chaos at the end of the Han Dynasty, he had no time to work and sought refuge in Jiangsu, determined to cultivate this Tao in a famous mountain. He then passed on the 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir scripture and other texts to his disciple, Ji Yi Xiangong. He also passed on the method to his disciple, Zheng Jun. Zheng Jun was poor and could not afford the medicine. Jie Hong, Zheng Jun's disciple, diligently served him. Zheng Jun then established an altar in the Man Mountain, pledging to transmit the alchemical scriptures to Hong along with the oral formulas, which are not written down. Hong obtained this Tao for over 20 years but had no resources whatsoever, and thus could not begin his practice. Zheng Jun said to Hong Ri, I received the admonition of my late master, Zuojun, that one should not dwell in small mountains to make gold or divine elixirs. Moreover, there are no righteous gods in small mountains. They are all spirits of wood, 1,000-year-old creatures, blood, eating ghosts. These are all evil spirits, not thinking of cultivating the Tao and doing good for people, but only wanting to bring disaster to people. Even if a person who is fasting and clean uses magic to protect himself, ghosts and demons may still spoil his medicine. Nowadays, when doctors make good medicines and ointments, they do not want parrots, dogs, women, or children to see them. If the medicine is seen by such people, it will not be effective. Also, if colored clothes are seen by evil eyes, they will lose their color. How can one make the great elixir of immortality? In ancient times, when Daoist priests made divine medicines, they would go to famous mountains where no one was, and never to small, ordinary mountains. This is precisely why, according to the immortal scriptures, those mountains suitable for cultivating immortality and obtaining medicinal herbs include Mount Hua, Mount Tai, Mount Huo, Mount Heng, Mount Songgao, Mount Shaoxi, Mount Taibai, and Mount Zhongnan. Each of these mountains is inhabited by righteous deities, including earth immortals, and they also produce auspicious herbs that can ward off great calamities and floods. These mountains are not only suitable for making medicines, but if a person of the Tao ascends them, the mountain gods will surely assist them and bestow blessings, ensuring the successful preparation of the medicine. Your Majesty, I note, the nature of heaven and earth, and the auspiciousness and inauspiciousness of yin and yang are truly difficult to ascertain, and cannot be said to be entirely non-existent. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor and the Grand Historian both trusted and relied upon them. Furthermore, the classics record political calendars, clearly indicating the auspicious days for success in times of peace and prosperity. This has a long history. Therefore, rulers established the Grand Historian office, bestowed titles and honors, and chose auspicious times for ancestral temples and suburban sacrifices to heaven and earth. Yet, some talented but mediocre individuals claiming to be detached from worldly affairs are ashamed to choose auspicious days for their actions and residences. Is this not a sign of bias? As for climbing mountains without choosing the right time and day, there are proven evidence of this, and one should not enter lightly. Mountains, large or small, all possess spirits. The larger the mountain, the greater the spirit, and the smaller the spirit. Without a way to protect oneself, one will inevitably suffer harm. One should not enter the mountains lightly, lest one be afflicted by illness, fright, injury, strange noises, unusual occurrences, or spectacular sights. One may also encounter large trees breaking without wind, rocks falling innocently, people becoming disoriented and falling into pits, or wild beasts and poisonous snakes attacking and injuring people. When entering the mountains, one should choose a day when the 4 seasons are in harmony and the heavenly stems and earthly branches are mutually supportive. It is also auspicious to follow the principles of the heavenly stems and earthly branches in the Dunjia system. Furthermore, one should choose an auspicious day and time within the month. If one is in a hurry and cannot wait for an auspicious day, but must enter within the month, one should carefully select a day and time, avoiding the taboos of the year and month of Mount Yu. One should not enter in the 1st or 2nd month of the years of Jia, Yi, Yin, or Mao. Similarly, one should not enter in the 4th or 5th month of the years of Bing, Ding, Ji, or Wu. The Central Mountains' auspicious months and years should not be entered during the years of Wuxi, Chenshu, Shuwei, or the months of the 4 seasons. The Western Mountains' auspicious months and years should not be entered during the years of Geng to Xin, Shen to Yu, or the months of the 7th and 8th months. The Northern Mountains' auspicious months and years should not be entered during the years of Ren, Gui, Hai, Zi, or the months of the 10th and 11th months. These auspicious months and years do not apply to all 5 mountains. However, for any mountain belonging to a particular peak, these auspicious months and years are strictly forbidden. The Lingbaojing states, entering the mountain should be done on a protective day, a righteous day, or a special day, which is very auspicious. If one uses a controlling day, or attacking day, death is certain. A protective day refers to a day where the stem and branch of the earthly branch generate the day below, such as Jia, Wu, or Yi, Si. Jia represents wood, Wu represents fire, Yi represents wood, and Sai represents fire. Fire generates wood, therefore, sending ritual texts and combining several talismans is most effective. Therefore, it is listed in the later volume of the talismanic texts. Volume 5, Ming Dynasty, Zhu Chengshen, Dan, must rely on the green of Zidao. The true form diagram of the 3 sovereigns and 5 sacred mountains of the Ming Dynasty, Mingfu Ji Shenyan. The Yellow Emperors. 9 Cauldrons divine. Elixir formula. 5. Work, discuss, no conversion. Read, edit, view history tool. Appearance, hide. Text, small standard big. Width, standard width. Color, beta version. Automatic light color dark. The Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Manual. Contents, the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Manual. Previous volume. Volume 5, the Ming Dynasty's Elixir of Immortality requires the empowerment of the Daoist green light, the true form diagrams of the 3 sovereigns and 5 sacred mountains, and the manifestations of the Ming, talisman to achieve divine efficacy. Next volume. Volume 5 of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. The Ming Dynasty's Zhu Chengshen Dan, a type of elixir, must rely on the green of Zidao, another type of elixir. Your servant has heard that if one desires longevity and immortality, to live as long as heaven and earth, one must first grasp the essential and profound principles, then the lesser ones must be understood. For the Tao is the means to achieve longevity. To use a grand analogy, it is like a ruler governing a country, where civil and military affairs can alternate without hindrance. To use a smaller analogy, it is like building a chariot, where the shafts, axle, and linchpins must all be incomplete. The Tao is about cultivating one's inner form and spirit to prolong life and cure illnesses, and about warding off evil and preventing calamity from affecting one. It is like a zither. One cannot achieve sound with just one string. It is like armor. One cannot prepare for battle with just one piece. Those who cultivate life should be well informed and value essential knowledge broadly, knowledgeable and selective in their choices. Compilation alone is insufficient. Furthermore, there is the concern that those who are fond of such things each pursue their own interests. Those who speak of the arts of mystery and simplicity invariably claim that only sexual intercourse can lead to immortality. Those who understand the art of breathing exercises will invariably say that only through circulating qi can one prolong life. Those who know the methods of bending and stretching will invariably say that guiding and stretching can prevent aging. Those who know the methods of using herbs will invariably say that there are inexhaustible remedies. Those who fail to achieve the Tao do so because they rely on one aspect of it. If this great elixir is achieved, then everything else will be unnecessary. As for questions that have not yet been answered, then there is nothing that cannot be asked. It is like a farmer who manages his household affairs. He does not need many things and thinks that he has gold, silver, pearls, and jade in his bosom, which is enough to support the expenses of generations, so he is content. If he does not have these, why should he not sow a wide variety of grains and store plenty of vegetables? Therefore, it can avert war, ward off evil spirits, ward off all poisons, cure diseases, prevent wild beasts from attacking when entering the mountains, prevent dragons from harming when wading through water, prevent snakes from stinging, and prevent epidemics. These are all minor matters, but those who seek to preserve life must know them. Can you surpass these? The elixir of immortality is a great matter of longevity. Can it be delayed? In the past, the Yellow Emperor traveled to Wangwu Mountain to receive the elixir classics and ascended Kongtong Mountain to consult Wang Chengzi, seeking the Tao and nourishing life, and heard the teachings of Xuansu. He explored the mysteries of gods and monsters and recorded them in the words of Baize. Thus, he exhausted the true Tao, fully comprehended its secrets, flew and circulated 9 times beneath Jing Mountain, transformed the flowing pearl. Above Dingwu Lake, and through the power of the elixir and the longevity of vision, he ascended to the heavens and became one with the boundless universe. After achieving the Tao, he had nothing left to do. Before achieving anything, nothing is impossible. Throughout history, all those who have succeeded have done so through extensive knowledge, erudition, and diligence. The true form diagram of the 3 sovereigns and 5 sacred mountains of the Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, I have heard that when one enters the mountains to practice alchemy and seek the Tao in a state of purity, one should consult the 3 sovereigns' writings and the true forms of the 5 sacred mountains, and inquire of the mountain gods, as well as the local deities and mountain spirits, according to the records of ghosts. This will reveal that the strange creatures of wood and stone, and the spirits of mountains and rivers, dare not test one. Similarly, in Buddhist scriptures, there is a place where the Prajnaparamita Sutra is placed. This is the place where all evil spirits will naturally hide. Daoists possess this text, which is specifically for its efficacy. Therefore, it is said to be the most important Daoist book, and it is not easily given. It is passed down only once every 40 years. The transmitter swears an oath with blood and pledges allegiance. This book exists in all the famous mountains and the 5 sacred mountains, but it is hidden in secluded stone chambers. Those who are destined to attain the Tao should enter the mountains with sincere devotion, and the mountain spirits will open the gates to reveal it. If you possess this book, you should place it where it is. Before undertaking any action, you must first know it as if serving a sovereign or father. The text states, if a household possesses the 3 sovereigns text, it will ward off all evil spirits, poisonous plagues, and unforeseen calamities. If someone is terminally ill and seeks to believe in the Tao, sincerely recite this book to them, and they will be saved. Daoist priests who wish to seek immortality should recite this book upon entering the mountains to ward off tigers and mountain spirits. The 5 poisons and 100 evils will not dare approach. They can cross rivers and seas, and dispel dragons and storms. Its methods can be used to perform transformations and generate merit, regardless of suitability, and will avert calamity. Those who possess this text and seek verification should fast for 100 days before they can summon the gods of destiny, including the Grand Duke Jupiter, the Sun Wanderer, the 5 sacred mountains, the 4 sacred mountains, and the gods of the land and grain. They will all appear in human form. One can then inquire about good fortune, misfortune, safety, and the cause of illness and calamity. Among Daoist priests, if someone obtains this text but lacks benevolence, righteousness, compassion, and purity, even if they obtain it, they will quickly bring misfortune upon themselves. This should not be taken lightly. Therefore, when the Yellow Emperor arrived at Qingqiu, he passed by Fengshan and met Master Zifu, who gave him the inner text of the 3 sovereigns to summon all the gods. This is the book. Mingfu Ji Shenyan. Your Majesty, I note, when entering the mountains to concoct elixirs, seeking to ward off the influence of mountains, rivers, temples, shrines, and all spirits, talismans are of utmost importance. Even divine elixirs and great medicines rely on the power of talismans for protection. Talismans and their methods, according to Laozi, are based on astronomy, bestowed upon them by divine beings. The reason why their use is rarely effective is due to a lack of understanding of the texts, numerous errors in their transmission, and a lack of firm faith, resulting in ineffective application. Furthermore, common texts use the same characters. For example, Du Yu corrected the errors in the spring and autumn annals by pointing out the 5 gates. Similarly, Zixia corrected the errors in the records of the Grand Historian by writing C and Hai, hence the proverb, writing 3 times, a fish becomes a Lu, an emperor becomes Hu, 7. Scholars, relying solely on phonetic similarities in questions of length, easily make mistakes. Moreover, the dots and strokes on talismans are not characters, errors are. Unrecognizable and undetectable, thus their validity remains unknown. However, those who seek longevity rely on elixirs, not talismans, to achieve immortality. Yet the essential element is its ability to ward off evil spirits and facilitate the gradual refinement of the elixir. Entering the famous mountain, carrying the talisman of the High Mountain Lord. This talisman is used to fast for 10 days, summoning the High Mountain Lord to rid the land of the scourge of tigers and wolves. The talisman is written in cinnabar on a piece of silk 1 foot and 2 inches long. One must not speak while writing it. After writing, burn incense, and at night in a quiet room, following the moon's position, wear new clothes and summon the talisman, with the characters facing downwards. When using the talisman, place the large characters on either side of your heart, constantly contemplating its auspicious image. Beside it are the 6 Jia direct talismans and the name of the Jade Maiden, along with the summon text. Look upwards and contemplate, focusing on the 8 directions beyond, visualizing your spirit as 5 feet tall and wearing clothes similar to those in the 6 Jia classic. This mountain climbing talisman was written by the immortal Chen Anshi on white silk on the day of Jia Yin when he entered the mountain. At night, he faced the Big Dipper, offered wine and dried meat as a sacrifice, and said his name. He then put it in his collar to ward off evil spirits, ghosts, old monsters, tigers, wolves, and poisonous insects. He carried it on his desk, facing the Big Dipper. The strokes of this talisman are as described in the book, and its usage is the same as before. Only the strokes are largely the same, and its effects are identical, so both are preserved. This talisman is written in cinnabar on silk, each type unique. It is worn behind the elbow, left for men, and right for women. Alternatively, it can be written on white silk and worn. 4 talismans can be placed in each of the 4 directions of one's residence. If one moves, one should first have someone remove them. This talisman is of great power. Do not transmit it recklessly. This talisman is also for mountain climbing, and its effects are no different. It is one of Laozi's 39 true secret talismans, used to ward off all evil spirits and combine elixirs. The place for combining these talismans must be a famous, remote mountain, untouched by human or animal tracks, with a flowing stream, and located in a large rocky cave. If there is no rocky cave, a secluded spot in a forest can be built, but it must be near water. Do not attempt to combine these elixirs in unsuitable locations. Even if there is no flowing stream in a large mountain, a westward flowing stream will suffice. This talisman is placed in a mountain dwelling place. Write it in cinnabar on a cypress board, and fill the board with the great writing order. Place it on the 4 sides and 4 corners of the door, as well as on the road you travel, within 50 paces to ward off all evil spirits. This talisman is for warding off tigers and wolves. It is the same as the previous one used for moving boards and will ward off mountain spirits. It is used by the side of the road. Your Majesty, I note, those who pursue the Tao often dwell in the mountains and forests, which are the lair of tigers, wolves, poisonous snakes, and demons. Without thorough precautions, they harm their medicinal herbs. Long ago, Yuanshu was teeming with large snakes and also produced valuable medicinal herbs. When the Yellow Emperor sought these herbs on the mountain, he discovered the snakes were poisonous. Guangshengzi instructed the Yellow Emperor to wear Rielgar, and all the snakes vanished. Therefore, those who enter the mountains seeking to synthesize powerful elixirs, unaware of the proper methods of entering the mountains, often face danger. A proverb says, "Below Mount Taihua, countless bones lie scattered, because they possessed only partial knowledge and lacked comprehensive understanding. Though they sought life, they hastened their demise." Daoist priests, knowing only the general principles, are ignorant of the methods of avoiding danger in the mountains, which is no small matter. Of all the kinds of snakes, vipers and blue crickets are the most dangerous. If not treated within a day, they can kill. The rescuer cut away the flesh from the wound with a knife and threw it on the ground. It resembled burning charcoal, which quickly burned away, and the person survived. However, these 2 snakes are most venomous in autumn. Unable to find food, they use their fangs to suck and bite large bamboo or wood, which then withers and chars. This is their way of releasing their venom. Therefore, when going into the mountains, fearing the snakes, one must stay at home beforehand and learn incantations. One must visualize the sun and moon, as well as the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger to protect oneself. Then, in the mountain grass, one takes 3 breaths from the left and closes them. One then moves through the mountain grass, intentionally concentrating the breath to a reddish color, like clouds and mist filling dozens of miles. If accompanied by 3 to 5 people, all must be lined up and blow their breath onto the area. Even if one touches the snake, it will not move. Furthermore, one will rarely encounter it. He also instructed that one should carry 5 ounces of real gar, so that one would not be afraid of snakes when entering the mountains. If one is injured, applying realgar powder will cure the ailment. He also advised carrying dried realgar and aconite behind the elbow, burning ox, sheep, or deer antlers for purification, plugging earwax with wild herbs, and applying musk pills to the toenails. All of these methods are effective. The seal that wards off 100 snakes, and the talisman that prevents tigers and wolves from offending it. These two divine seals, when made by taking the heart of a jujube and dividing it into 2 pieces, after offering sacrifices and bowing twice, are very effective. This seal, used by the Jade Maiden of the yellow-headed Crimson Palace in her simple chambers, teaches that even tigers and wolves dare not approach. It can also be used as a talisman. Written in cinnabar, swallowed, it can ward off tigers and wolves when entering the mountains. It can also be used as a seal. It originates from the Jade Embryo Classic. This talisman repels evil spirits. When preparing medicine, hang it on all 4 sides to subdue all evil spirits. It is highly effective. One book contains 7 chapters. The rest are the same. I do not know the error. This mountain-dwelling talisman, if written on a divination board and placed at the 4 corners of the gate, will keep tigers and wolves away. The 3 talismans have been written in red ink. 1000. There is 1 copy of this talisman, as follows. Whoa. This mountain-opening talisman is made from a 1,000-year-old serpent, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches in length. Inscribe this talisman in cinnabar and stamp it on a large, famous mountain. The mountain gate will then open, and the precious book will emerge. Gold and jade will also be revealed to me. The 1,000-year-old serpent represents heavenly mercy. Its ear is like a mouse's, capable of warding off ghosts and demons. Construct a shrine in a secluded spot deep in the mountains. Hang bells at the 4 corners and prepare exercising medicine and talismans on all 4 sides before preparing the medicine. Otherwise, the spirits will absorb the essence of the medicine, causing it to be completely corrupted. Therefore, talismans must be made to ward off evil. The method for exercising the medicine involves using 2 grades each of bright cinnabar, realgar, orpiment, musk, aconite, whitewood, mortar and pestle, and 9 times the amount of honey. Yellow Emperor's Jade Platform Illustration. Your Majesty, I note, long ago, the Yellow Emperor visited Mount Eme and met the Imperial Man in the Jade Hall. He inquired about the true Tao and sought immortality. Therefore, the Imperial Man was the Yellow Emperor's teacher. The Imperial Man said, all Daoist priests seeking immortality who wish to create the great elixir must forge 5 stones and secretly reside in the mountains, far removed from the defilements of the mortal world. If they violate this, the elixir they create will ultimately fail. Furthermore, without my secret talisman from the Jade Platform, even if they possess other methods, all will be in vain. The Imperial Man further stated, all Daoist priests seeking immortality who obtain this text will soon attain the Tao. Those who wish to enter the mountains to seek immortality and learn the Tao, to prepare elixirs and create longevity pills, must fast for 150 days. Then, on a day of royal approval or a day of 5 harmonies, ensuring the day and hour are not in conflict. Prepare fragrant water, well water, 1.2 dao of white grain powder, 1 liang of cinnabar, 1 dao of white honey, and 1 dao of mulberry firewood ash. First, take 1 dao of the 5 fragrant water, then add the powder, cinnabar, honey, and ash, and mix them together with a 3-inch long oyster shell stick. Stir the mixture 3 times, 7 times along the direction of the stick, then place it in a quiet room. Take a talisman, and with a clear understanding of its meaning, draw it on a new brush on a square seat, placing it beside the hot water basin, facing the opposite direction. Take another copper vessel, hang the central talisman over the hot water, 3 feet above the water level, and then go outside to perform the YU step. Hold your breath, return to the room, and slowly release the air from the hot water basin. Regulate your breath for 1 breath to settle, close your eyes, put your palms together, stand upright, and bow 7 times to the talisman facing east, then 27 times to the talisman facing south, then 37 times to the talisman facing west, and then 57 times to the talisman facing north. Stand facing the door with your feet together and bow 47 times to the talisman in the hot water basin. Then bathe from head to toe in the hot water, making yourself fragrant and clean inside and out. After you have finished bathing, put on new clothes, take the talisman facing east and wear it on your left arm, the talisman facing west and on your right arm, the talisman facing south and in front of your heart, the talisman facing north and on your back, and swallow the central talisman. Then, after 7 days of fasting and purification, and settling in a quiet room, the divine power of the 5-colored clouds will descend and illuminate the room, shining brightly inside and out. Do not be alarmed or afraid. Remain steadfast and unwavering. The divine being will see your form and press you down, but in a moment your shadow will disappear. This is the best proof. Alternatively, ask someone for the secrets of the way and let this light be your proof. If you have this sign, you will surely attain the way. From then on, you can achieve anything you desire. Those who seek immortality, to refine the 5 minerals, to consume strange elixirs, to reverse aging, to ascend to heaven, or to become immortal, will all fail if they do not follow the proper methods and talismans. They will only waste their efforts and achieve nothing. This will lead to slander and the claim that there is no such thing as immortality. Even if one uses various techniques and methods, employs forbidden techniques, seeks single talismans, or consumes various elixirs without following this method, none of these will succeed. There is no doubt about it. Furthermore, those who create elixirs not for the sake of cultivating true nature but for worldly gain and glory, and who produce gold and silver, will also fail. This will cause spiritual deprivation, sudden afflictions from ghosts and spirits, and an increase in misfortune. Not only will they waste their elixirs, but they will also become impoverished. What benefit is there? They will die young and suffer premature death. Therefore, one should be very careful. Daoist priests must not recklessly transmit these teachings to non-humans, nor should they discuss them with others. Those who are not of the same ilk must not divulge this information lightly. This first imperial jade platform divine talisman governs the south. It uses a rope as its base and white flowers as its inscription. The second imperial jade platform divine talisman governs the west with white representing the earth and yellow flowers representing the writing. One version has the character Fu, father, at the center, written as Qian, lacking, and the rest are the same. The third imperial jade platform divine talisman governs the north. Black represents the earth, and blue represents the writing. The fourth imperial jade platform divine talisman, which governs the center, uses yellow as the ground and black as the pattern. The fifth imperial jade platform divine talisman, mainly for binding squares, with blue as the background and red as the pattern. The emperor said, all Daoist priests wishing to use this talisman should use 5 colored bases, placing them according to their orientation, each requiring cleansing. Only the central elixir should be placed in a copper basin, with a yellow base, suspended above. The basin 3 feet, or 7 feet, according to another account. Each base should be square or round, with a pouch attached as described above. The central square base and base should be burned to ashes, mixed with water, and ingested. The emperor said, those who combine elixirs in the mountains or repair furnace fires must obtain this talisman. Their pursuit of the Tao will then be successful. Those who set up furnaces in the mountains should choose a day when the heavenly stems and earthly branches do not clash. Bury the furnace 3 feet away from each of the 4 sides, 5 inches into the ground. Then, take the central talisman and bury it 7 feet below the furnace. Finally, swallow the central talisman, along with the furnace at the top of the furnace. Then carry this talisman with you. The spirits will assist you. This is a secret. Many famous mountains possess divine mushrooms, spiritual herbs, and miraculous elixirs. Without secret methods, obtaining them is extremely difficult. Even if one does see them, their effects will be immediate. Taoist priests seeking these elixirs should fast, bathe, and drink fragrant water, carrying this 5-colored jade talisman. Wherever they encounter divine mushrooms, they can obtain them at will. All these divine mushrooms and spiritual herbs are protected by tigers, wolves, dragons, snakes, pythons, and 100 poisonous creatures. Daoist priests must carry this talisman whenever they go out. Then all mountain gods and spirits will disappear, and their protection will increase. Volume 6. The Ming Shen Dan, a type of elixir, can benefit all who seek it. The Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons. Divine Elixir Classic, Volume 6. The Ming Shen Dan, a type of elixir, can benefit all who seek it. Your Majesty, I have heard that of all things in the world, humans are the most precious. Their lifespan is limited by rapid aging and death, but with proper care, they can live. Life is precious, and death is terrifying. Therefore, the Daoist school places utmost importance on this method of longevity. And if there is a elixir or method for achieving longevity, there is none greater than the Tao of the divine elixir. If one could cultivate this Tao without achieving longevity, then there would be no such thing as immortality in ancient times. For life is in one's own hands, and its benefits are truly immense. In terms of social status, even the highest rank of duke or marquis is insufficient to compare. In terms of importance, even the greatest reward and fiefdom are insufficient to replace it. 100 years of life is over 30,000 days. In infancy, one knows nothing. In old age, joy is tasteless. In childhood and old age, excluding several decades, one lives peacefully and happily for 8,000 or 9,000 days before a typhoon or lightning strikes, and all is gone in a blink of an eye. Those who live to 100 are 1 in 10,000, and even then, they may only reach the end. When faced with worries and anxieties, the superior man's primary task is to secure longevity. Once this is achieved, he can act as he pleases, without seeking immortality, finding pleasure in the company of others, enjoying the long life of Pengzu and the long life of Shaojun. He can then raise his wife and children, hold an official position, maintain proper conduct with his superiors and inferiors, and find joy in human relationships. Truly a great achievement. However, the path to longevity relies on elixirs, and the best elixir lies in the divine pill, an unchanging method as described by the Yellow Emperor. Yet scholars study it incorrectly, and seekers pursue it vainly. They believe the Tao lies in written methods and the elixir in the medicine for immortality, blindly following instructions achieving nothing. This is because the divine has no method, not because of the divine medicine itself, but because the Tao is not established. The essential Tao is not written down. Therefore, Liu Xiang's efforts failed in the Han Dynasty, and Tao Ming's methods were not proven effective in the Liang Dynasty. Only those with exceptional intelligence and wisdom, capable of fulfilling their duties, who have endured hardship and peril, who cultivate themselves internally and manage their external affairs skillfully, who have a clear beginning and a clear end, who are neither swayed nor corrupt, who do not wait for results in the morning or sit and wait for them to appear, who are not swayed by slander and jealousy, who are not weary of the long hours, who endure the initial toil, and who ultimately achieve lasting success. This is analogous to a ruler governing a country or a general preparing for battle. Externally, they use military strategy to subdue the enemy, and internally, they use strategic planning to organize and control the situation. Thus, the human body is like the image of a nation. The chest and abdomen are like palaces, the limbs like officials, the spirit like the ruler, the blood like ministers, and the breath like a person. The way of self-cultivation is like governing a country. To love one's people is to protect one's country. To strengthen one's vital energy is to preserve one's spirit. To preserve one's spirit, one must not allow one's vital energy to be exhausted. To protect one's country, one must not allow one's people to scatter. Human vital energy is difficult to cultivate and easily endangered. It is difficult to purify and easily corrupted. Therefore, one must carefully examine one's authority and virtue to protect the state, and restrain one's desires to strengthen one's blood and vital energy, thus achieving the righteousness of overcoming adversity. This will accomplish the work of longevity, ward off all harms, and extend one's lifespan. Therefore, if one desires longevity, one must cultivate one's inner health. Neglecting this will inevitably lead to death. Consider even the simplest trees, like willows and poplars, which are easy to grow. They sprout whether upside down or laid horizontally. Nothing grows easier than these trees. However, if buried too shallowly, planted too soon, and subjected to constant damage, shaking, or uprooting, even with fertile soil and spring water, they will not wither. This is because their roots decay, preventing them from sprouting new buds or producing sapa. One must not stifle one's vitality. The human body is easily damaged and difficult to nourish. These two things are far from sufficient. There are many ways to attack and destroy it. Excessive exploitation and depletion shake it. The spirit is ravaged and vital energy is depleted through frequent use. The body is scorched and weakened. Diet is improper, and excessive indulgence leads to illness. When one relies on herbal remedies or sacrifices, it is like a thirsty person digging a well on a high hill or a starving person tilling a rocky field. What can herbal medicines do to replenish it? What can the power of gods and spirits do to alleviate it? If life could be prolonged by herbs and illness could be cured by sacrifices, then all healers would live forever, and shamans would never fall ill. Therefore, the classics say, it is not about offering sacrifices to spirits or making vows. The way to longevity lies solely in the elixir of immortality. Knowing is not easy, but putting it into practice is even more difficult. And those who study the way often make little progress and regress more often. Many strive to know, but few persevere to the end, just as a well that is not tapped will not yield water. Therefore, it is not that longevity is difficult to hear of, but that the practice of the way is difficult. It is not the practice itself that is difficult, but the ultimate goal. It cannot be discerned without perfect understanding, nor can it be learned without utmost diligence. If it were easily obtained, Emperor Wu of Han would have already obtained it upon meeting the young emperor. If it were easily understood, Liu Xiang would have already understood it upon touching his pillow. Thus, the yellow emperor ascended Mount Kongtong to seek the way, and Yu the Great sealed a golden tablet in a jade box. Some ascended after achieving their goal, while others attained immortality through the attainment of the way. These events clearly demonstrate historical facts, and the methods are abundant among those who practiced it before. The method of longevity lies solely in the elixir of immortality. The elixir is like gold. The gold is like a vessel, and the vessel is like a container. Consuming it nourishes the body, gradually weakening the stomach and intestines, nourishing the vital energy, and ultimately achieving steadfastness and longevity. However, although gold is considered a supreme treasure, its quality varies with different levels of benefit and harm. Firstly, gold is poisonous. Its formation inevitably harms people. The first two, rhinestones and gold, are inherently harsh and poisonous, also harmful to people. The third, cinnabar and gold, are wondrously transformed, powerfully prolonging life. However, many high-grade stones contain poisonous vapors, and their finished products will inevitably harm people. It is like drinking dove nectar when thirsty or eating poisonous food when hungry. The desire for benefit turns to harm, and the path to harm is direct. Nowadays, many scholars and extraordinary people have come out, and while some are in their prime, others are like Peng Zhu, presiding over medicine. Their views differ, and some are not entirely good. They may have gold but do not know how to remove the poison, nor do they understand how to refine it. Even if it is successfully refined, it will be useless. If one does not carefully select, all will be in vain. Time must not be missed, and one must not wait until the end of the day. Of all things in life, only longevity is worth cherishing. I humbly beseech your majesty to plan this. so that one may live as long as heaven and earth. The 9 cinnabars are listed below. First place, Danhua. Second place, Shenfu. Third place, Shendan. Fourth place, Huandan. Fifth place, Yudan. Sixth place, Liandan. Seventh place, Raodan. Eighth place, Fudan. Ninth place, Handan. The name of the 9 pills on the right is briefly recorded here. The explanation of their meaning will be in the later volume, Volume 7, Ming Shuyi's Evil-Avoiding and Cauldron Alchemy House. The 7th volume of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. Ming Shuyi closed the evil and the Cauldron and Cinnabar House. Your Majesty's note, in ancient times, the Yellow Emperor received the alchemical scriptures from the mysterious woman and sought the true one from the sovereign. Therefore, it is said that the only elixir for achieving immortality is the golden elixir. To preserve one's form and ward off evil, only the true one remains. This is why the ancients valued it so highly. The immortal scriptures say, the 9-turn golden elixir scripture and the secret of preserving the one are both within the 5 cities of Kunlun, hidden in a jade box, engraved with golden tablets, sealed with purple fungus, and stamped with a central seal. This is the precious secret method of the supreme sages. There are 6 causes of death. First, loss of vitality. Second, aging. Third, the onset of various diseases. Fourth, poisoning. Fifth, injury from evil spirits. And sixth, harm from wind and rain. Now, those who wish to ward off evil should guide their qi, replenish their essence and brain, eat and drink in moderation, and live a regulated life. If they wish to take medicine, they should contemplate the one, wear talismans and seals, and avoid taboos. This can dispel evil and bring good fortune, but it cannot prolong life or cure all diseases. If one encounters violent demons, sudden death, or the spread of plagues and toxins, and the great remedy is not yet complete, then this is the only way to ward them off. It is like removing armor and piling up raincoats and straw hats. These are for soldiers and for rain. If there is no war and the sky is not overcast, then having these is no different from not having them. If arrows and stones mingle like mist, and blades clash together, then it is like being naked. If a torrential downpour occurs and snow fills the sky, then one knows the freezing cold of those standing in the dew. If one's illness is not yet cured, the elixir is not yet complete, one's lifespan is not yet determined, and all evils have not been dispelled, then the way of guarding one's center must be known. Entering the mountains and guarding one's center, then all poisons dare not approach. Without the need for any other methods, all evils will naturally depart. The method is as follows, but since it is in the Huangren Sanya for Huan, it is not copied here. Flying Pill House Building Method. First, choose a secluded spot deep in the mountains, near water, on a cliff, far from human and animal habitation. Wear talismans and seals. Purify your mind and fast. Remove 3 feet of old soil from the ground, replace it with good soil, and level the ground. Then, build a new foundation, 3.5 feet high, not on any old ruins. The house should be 30 feet long and 16 feet wide, clean and well-maintained, covered with good grass, and the mud walls inside and out should be sturdy and tight. The main room should have 2 doors, one facing south and the other facing north, each 4 feet wide, to be closed at night. Observe the firelight and the presence of the owner. Place a large object, like a mythical turtle, in the center of the house and create a dense, concealed enclosure. The fence should be steep and secure. If the house is not steep and open, even a heavy rain will damage the fence. These are all old methods, but the current approach is different. If the location is a sheer cliff, a scenic spot with flowing water, and deep in the mountains, it's best not to rely on human labor. Otherwise, one might only need to remove the decaying soil and fill it with good earth. After burying the talisman under the pot, firmly secure it before proceeding. Furthermore, the alchemical texts say, to combine the divine elixir, one should do so in deep mountains and great marshes. If it's a remote, uninhabited place and one is to work among people, high walls and thick barriers must be built to prevent anyone from seeing or hearing from them. One can also arrange a meeting, but only 2 or 3 people are allowed. Beforehand, one should fast for 7 days, bathe with 5 fragrant herbs to enhance purity, and avoid visiting unclean or funeral homes. Mountain dwelling wards off evil spirits, thieves, insects, and beasts. When dwelling in the mountains and fearing evil spirits, one should take an object from the azure dragon with one's left hand, break it in half, and place it under the Peng star. Walk through the bright hall, enter the yin realm, and perform the yu steps, reciting, General Taiyin, open only my great-grandson Jia, do not open to outsiders. Those who see Jia should consider him a bundle of firewood. Those who do not see Jia should consider him a non-human. Then, break the object and place it on the ground. Next, take soil with your left hand and pass it to your philtrum, while using your right hand to cover yourself with the grass. Place your left hand in front of your heart and continue the yu steps. When you reach the 6th Giding position, hold your breath and remain still so that the ghosts cannot see you. The 6th Jia represents the azure dragon, the 6th Yi the Peng star, the 6th Bing the bright hall, and the 6th Ding the yin realm. When preparing elixirs, One should use the auspicious days of the 4 seasons, ensuring that the days and hours are not in conflict, and that the sky is clear, the sun and moon are bright, and the complexion is calm before starting. When taking elixirs, avoid taking them on cloudy, snowy, cold, windy, or dewy days, 5 days in total. Take the medicine in a quiet place for maximum effect and speed. Be careful with your diet. Avoid the 5 pungent spices, meat, and foul-smelling foods, as well as unclean rooms and places of mourning. This is the method for creating the Great Elixir and its Forbidden Talisman Room by Fox Gangxi. The room should be 12 steps square and 24 feet high. A gate should be placed on the south side, with a stream of water flowing in front of it. The sun and moon should be drawn in the west. Cover the room with fragrant mud and place the elixir talismans in each of the 4 directions. Inside the room, erect the 5 sacred mountains and the 3 platforms. On the western wall, erect a separate altar, placing various medicinal herbs and the catalog of divine elixir scriptures on it. Then, a messenger of the living elixir will protect it, and no evil can harm it. Stove making method. A stove should be built in the center of the house, facing the direction of the fire. It should be repaired with fine stone, and then mixed with bitter wine and flowing water, along with fine white clay and mud. 3 iron legs should be installed inside the stove, with the legs made of cast iron. A medicine pot should be placed on the 3 legs, ensuring it is placed in the center of the stove and not tilted. The distance from the stove wall on each side should be 1.5 inches, and the stove should extend 2 inches above the pot. Around the pot, chaff should be constantly added to maintain a constant fire to prevent uneven heat. 5 sacred mountains and 3 platforms. Dharma. First, erect the shapes of the 5 sacred mountains and then place 3 platforms in the center. Use earthenware and stones to build them up and then coat them with fragrant mud. Various scriptures also describe the method. If one cannot erect the 5 sacred mountains and 3 platforms by using cinnabar, then a talismanic chamber is required. In the talismanic chamber, erect a giant turtle 7 feet in circumference and build it up with earthenware and stones, then coat it with yellow cinnabar mud. Iron martial arts. The measuring vessel is of uniform size and circumference, with 3 legs and is 1 foot and 6 inches high. Earthen pot method. Your Majesty's note, the divine instrument for combining elixirs uses an earthen cauldron, not iron. The ancients surely knew this. They could simply sketch a design and cast it in one go. However, metals are poisonous and cannot be used indiscriminately. Therefore, in the great methods of alchemy, there is never a single instance of using iron. Furthermore, using an earthen cauldron is the most difficult method. If the ingredients are not properly combined, the elixir will always leak out. Throughout history, those who have accumulated merit over many years but never succeeded have all done so because of this. The ancients valued it highly and did not pass it on. However, when making the earthen cauldron, the clay used is 6-1 mud, because 6 and 1 combine to make 7. The sages kept this secret, hence the term 6-1, liu yi mood method. First, burn alum, ochre, salt, and brine for 20 days. Then, take oyster shells from the left side of shuhai, red ochre, and talc. These 7 ingredients in varying amounts are pounded 10,000 times, finely sieved, and mixed with 100-day-old bitter wine to form mud pills. All those who use this method for elixirs say it involves 6 ingredients, though some don't use all 7. Each has its own method, but the key is to ensure its consistency. The 7 treasures, Weiyang pill, taught to Hu Gangzi by Zuo Yuanfeng, uses mud made from 20 caddies, each of amethyst, white stone, red ochre, oyster shell powder, and white talc. The pounding method is also excellent. This is recorded in the 6-1 formula, using only 3 ingredients. Moreover, although the 6-1 clay is used for making clay, its effects are considerable, capable of aiding in longevity. Alum stone lightens the body, strengthens bones, and prolongs life. Ochre brightens the eyes, regulates qi, benefits the liver, and quenches thirst. Salt can remove poisonous insects and strengthen muscles. Salt removes residual heat from the internal organs and relieves nausea and shortness of breath. Red ochre enhances wisdom, prevents hunger, lightens the body, and prolongs life. White talc lightens the body, prolongs life, and quenches thirst. Using this as a cauldron, directly extracting the medicinal properties of the cauldron, already possesses the power of longevity. Therefore, the ancients did not rely solely on the cauldron itself. First, they made a red clay cauldron as its framework, then coated it with 6-1 clay, and finally applied a layer of black and yellow glaze. Therefore, this is compiled with the order similar to the following. Making terracotta cauldron method. Take the reddish-brown parrot liver, finely pound it, sift it through silk, and steam it. Do this from the first day of the day until midday. Mix it with a little wine to form a paste, pound it until very well cooked, and use this paste to make 6 earthenware pots, 3 measures, the correct quantity. Also make 6 more pots, 3 measures, to test whether they are dry or not. Make as many as you like, depending on the amount of medicine. The paste should be about 5/10 of an inch thick, and air dry for 30 days. Smaller ones hold 8 or 9 liters, larger ones hold 1.5 do. Alternatively, it can be 3/10 of an inch thick, then sun-dried until very dry. Next, take 30 caddies of white bark from thexy tree, finely shred it, and boil it in 3 shea of water for 1 day. Remove the dregs and boil down to 1 liter, the color of which is reddish-black, lacquer. For any number of pots, add more of this paste to the surface of the earthenware pots, making them strong and unbreakable, and they will not crack when exposed to fire. This is the secret of the divine elixir earthenware pot, the 6-1 clay method for making alchemy furnaces. Take 300 caddies of oysters from the East China Sea, remove the meat, pound it in a large iron mortar, sift it through a silk sieve in a basin, pour water over it until it becomes like a white drink, stir it hundreds of times, let it sit overnight, remove the dregs, first pour off the water, then collect the fine oysters and dry them in the sun. For the oysters from the lower sea, pound and sift them again, place them in an iron vessel as before, put them on a hot fire, and burn them for 20 days until they are the same color as the fire. After cooling for 1 day, sift them again through a silk sieve, mix them with a 100-day medicinal pool to form a mud, dye it with a sheep's beard brush, and use it to coat the outside of an earthen pot. Next, take equal parts of specially produced oyster powder, alum, talc, red ochre, cinnabar, and brine, pound them together without sifting, and also burn them for 20 days. Then, take the oyster powder and mix it with 7 other ingredients, mix it with vinegar to form a mud, and use it to coat the outside of the pot. 100 caddies of oyster powder is needed, and 2 caddies of each of the 7 ingredients are used. Zhongwangmi consolidation method. Take good quality yellow clay that is as thick as wax, dry it in the sun, pound it, sift it, and wash it with water, just like making oyster shell powder. Dry it in the sun, break it into pieces the size of plums and apricots, and burn it over a strong fire for 3 days until it turns completely red like cinnabar. After cooling, pound and sift 3 caddies of it again, add 1 caddy of yellow cinnabar and 1 caddy of paper, soak it until it is rotten, mix it with wine, and boil 5 caddies of donkey hide gelatin until the liquid is sufficient. Use the paper and clay to make mud, pound it 3,000 times, steam it in a porcelain container for half a day, and then apply it to the mud. Nidan kettle method. Take a red clay pot and first coat the outside of both red clay pots with oyster shell mud, 5/10 of an inch thick on the outside and 3/10 of an inch thick on the inside. Let it air dry for 10 days until it is extremely dry. Then coat it with 61% mud, 2/10 of an inch thick, and the outside and inside are each 5/10 of an inch thick. According to this, the inside is coated with 61% mud, but the outside is not coated. Coating method. Apply the coating lightly for 10 days, making it 5/10 of an inch thick. After applying, let it air dry in the shade for 10 days, then expose it to the sun for 10 days. This will make the coating 5/10 of an inch thick both inside and out. However, this is usually thinner, and it will only take 20 days. Oyster coating method. It should also be the number of days of the 61st day of the first day. Danluguji method. After adding the medicine, first coat the mouths of both cauldrons with 6-1 mud, then seal them. Next, coat the outer edge with 6-1 mud, gradually increasing the thickness. Once dry, coat again, making it over an inch thick, ensuring it is firm and tight. Then, coat the entire surface with central yellow divine mud, making it 6 or 7 fen thick, which is ideal. Seal the cauldron in the shape of an inverted basin, which should be a perfect oval shape. This is the method of sealing. If this is not done, the 6-1 mud, when heated, will dissipate its essence, causing it to crack and leak, resulting in the loss of the elixir's essence. In the past, Master Anqi, also known as Elder Guangsheng, spent over 30 years obtaining alchemical texts and commentaries on various formulas, but he did not transmit this essential method. He failed to complete the 9-chain process and repeatedly requested it, finally receiving this essential divine mud. With one combination, it is complete, allowing one to ascend to the great clarity. Your Majesty's note, this explanation is reasonable. I have always suspected that some alchemical elixirs use horsehair as a paste. The hair scorches when heated, leaving a void. This void prevents the paste from sealing properly, allowing the medicinal properties to escape. Upon closer examination, the paste must be extremely dry before ignition. If it is still slightly damp, it will crack upon heating. Alternatively, the paste can be used to coat other materials, such as a cauldron. After each batch is made, the cauldron can be peeled off and tested to check its dryness. A test firing can also be used to determine the cauldron's condition. This method is crucial. After initial air drying, it must be sun-dried for 10 days. The same principle applies to cauldrons that have already been fired. Even earthenware, after hundreds of days of air drying, will retain a softness when exposed to fire. Since the paste contains vinegar, this moist material must be coated onto a small cauldron and tested with multiple firings. Walking mud method. First, coat the outside with mud, then place it in a separate frame, noting its dimensions and thickness. Use a compass to take and mix the mud, constantly rubbing it with your hand while it's almost dry. Do not leave it to dry completely. Stop it and then disassemble it. If it's raining or cloudy inside, light a fire to keep it warm. Since the drying time is fixed, do not wait for it to dry on its own, or you will miss the window. Mud mixing method. When the order is given, use a sheep's beard as a brush, apply mud to it Wash the beard with ash and make several brushes. Use mud-drunken method. For clay of the 6th grade, use only the finest, purest kind. No need for a jade pool. If making gold sand, follow the methods in the scriptures. This is unnecessary. The scriptures say 100 days should not be less than 1 day. If it is made over many days or years, it is even better. Method of pounding medicine. For grinding medicine, a fine sieve, preferably made of silk, is best. Grinding is unnecessary. Fox, Gangzi, Immortal Cauldron technique. Take reddish yellow soil and clear sand from the south, removing all impurities, and process it until it is cooked through and of the right consistency. First, make a cauldron, 7 inches deep and 12 inches wide, ensuring it is evenly spaced and of uniform thickness, 1 inch thick, and uniform in shape from top to bottom. Make other cauldrons in the same manner. The size depends on the amount of medicine being processed, and all should be made at the same time. After drying in the shade for 1 month, then make a ceramic furnace, placing the cauldron inside, first using a gentler heat and then a stronger heat. Gradually reduce the heat, remove the cauldron, and place it in a clean room to prevent contamination. The cauldron should not be fired, as this will make resting it slightly difficult. Fox Gangzi, and the method of boiling mud. 1 pound each of amethyst, white ochre, oyster shell powder, and white talc. This is the great cauldron for the elixir. Grind each ingredient separately and sift them. Then, mix them with the essence of the yin beast to form a paste. Shape each paste into a ball like a parrot, dry it in the sun, and then burn it in a furnace for 10 days and nights. After the fire dies down, cover it again for 10 more days. Then, shape the paste into balls and place them in an iron mortar, grinding each into a fine powder. Add salt and brine, mix with water until moist, and then mix with the washi decoction to form a paste. When the clay cauldron dries, repeat the process, each time applying 1/10 of an inch of paste, 3 times in total. Wrap the clay in a clay pot with a dark yellow clay, each layer only 1/10 of an inch thick. This is the most miraculous method. Constantly check the clay to ensure there are no hairs or cracks. It is essential to keep it tightly sealed. The mysterious yellow medicine method in the immortal cauldron. Fox Gangzi used 10 caddies of black silver, 1 caddy of bismuth white, and 5 caddies of 3 times refined lead yellow essence. He placed them in an earthen pot with a lid on and heated it fiercely from sunrise to sunset. The lead essence was extracted, resembling gold, and was called xuanhuang. It was also called faiqing, or feilu. He took lead powder, which was also boiled in an iron vessel until it turned golden. He then mixed it with xuanhuang in equal parts, pounded it 10,000 times, added the other ingredients, and pounded it into a paste. The methods described above, such as the immortal cauldron and mud medicine, are not used in the 9 elixir formulas. I have preserved them because I have tested them and found them to be extremely effective. Of all other methods, none surpasses this one. Volume 8. Minghua stone is made by water and saltpeter method. The Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons. Divine Elixir Classic, Volume 8. Minghua stone is made by water and saltpeter method. Ming fossil sequence. Your servant has heard that in all the preparation of the great elixir, the power of the stone, dissolving divine water, is indispensable. The method of using this water, though originating from the Yellow Emperor, has been followed by the Zhou dynasty through the 8 dukes and the 36 waters. The 8 dukes were the teachers of Luan, the king of Huainan, during the Han dynasty. Luan was the grandson of Emperor Gaozu of Han, and his father was King Li. At that time, all the nobles of the land were preoccupied with hunting and horse to riding in the capital. King Li, however, loved the Daoist arts, particularly revered the secret guards, and discussed the Tao. Hearing of those skilled in transformative Daoist arts, even those thousands of miles away, he humbly requested their assistance, and they gathered, numbering in the thousands. He compiled the inner book in 21 chapters, the middle chapters in 8 volumes, and the prescriptions of the great treasure in 3 volumes. He then spread his teachings far and wide, eventually attracting the 8 dukes, who, moved by his virtue, wished to become his teachers. The gatekeeper initially refused to admit the 8 immortals, but the 8 immortals, appearing both old and young, were mentioned by the disciples. The king, his feet barely touching the ground, rushed forward, inviting the 8 immortals to the terrace of contemplation of immortality. There, he set out a brocade canopy, presented a golden and jade feast, and performed the rites of a disciple, requesting the secret of longevity. The 8 immortals said, "To cultivate the Tao of immortality, one must first make divine elixirs. Only then can one achieve immortality. I can refine mud into gold, condense mercury into silver, soak 8 stones in water, create flowing pearls, transform the 5 metals, and condense the 7 treasures. Those who consume it can ride on clouds and dragons, float in the great clarity, enter and exit the purple palace, and feast in the mysterious capital. This is the wondrous matter of ascending to immortality. The king should cultivate it." And Shang kowtowed, weeping, begging for the secret of longevity. The 8 immortals then Jin bestowed upon, and the 5 spirits divine elixir supreme scripture, and the 36 water methods, and immediately ascended the altar, made a covenant, knelt before gold with a bushel of blood, and received the divine elixir formula, thus igniting the furnace fire. The elixir was thus successfully obtained. Anne was tricked by Wu Li into hiding before the emperor, who was enraged and dispatched the imperial clan court to arrest Anne. Ba Gong argued, "Anne, you may leave now. Those who possess the register of immortals, those who plot against them will die, and those who violate it will have their entire families exterminated." Wu Li was not captured for long. This was Ba Gong's statement. He said to Anne, "Heaven has sent such a way. The king has every reason to regret it." Gong then led Anne to a grand sacrifice on the mountain, and they ascended to heaven that very day. The great stone where they trod, depicting figures of men and horses, remains for eternity. Hence, roosters crow in the heavens, and dogs bark in the clouds. Long ago, the Supreme Perfection Master bestowed this divine scripture and the method of water and stone upon Shu Hai King, who then passed it on to Master Jin Lu, who in turn passed it on to Bagong, who in turn passed it on to Luan, the king of Huainan. On the day of Luan's ascension to heaven, Luan passed it on to Zuo Hao. Zuo Hao was the one whom Luan had thought of. Before leaving, Luan told Zuo Hao, "If you wish to seek longevity, you must make a divine elixir. Once the divine elixir is made, you can do whatever you want." However, this divine elixir passed down by the immortals is the 5 spirits divine elixir. It must be combined with care, and the selection of medicinal stones is similar to that of the 9 cauldrons. As for its efficacy, it is inferior to the power of the Yellow Emperor's 9 cauldrons divine elixir. But the method of water and stone transformation originated from Bagong, so its origins are detailed below. Yellow alum water method. To concoct the 9 cauldrons divine elixir, all mercury used must be detoxified. The method of detoxification cannot use alum water, as the poison will not be completely eliminated. The current method, following all procedures, requires 50 days to complete. This method preserves the ancient practice without increasing the number of days. Take 1 pound of alum, if unavailable, use purslane, place it in a green bamboo tube, thinly shave the surface of the tube, cover the top and bottom with 4 ounces of saltpeter, seal the opening with lacquer, and place it in a lotus pond. After 40 days, the water will become liquid. Mix it with the lotus water and coat it with an iron copper color. All methods are used. For every 10 tubes, obtain about 1 Dao, a unit of volume, of water. Calculate the required amount of medicine, adding 3 ounces of gallstones. Another method, take 3 caddies of alum and place it in a raw bamboo tube. Thinly shave the surface of the tube to make the opening narrower. Bury it in damp ground. It will turn into water in 5 days. Another method, first, soak alum in pure alcohol until it becomes damp. Then, fill it with water, seal the opening with 2 ounces of saltpeter and lacquer, bury it 3 feet deep in the ground, and it will become water in 15 days. Mysterious pearl method. Take 1 pound of alum and 3 ounces of gallstone. Cover them up and place them in a tube, seal the opening with lacquer, and place it in a pool of water. After 50 days, the water will be ready. All 3 methods use 1 mysterious pearl, 3 essences, and 6 fluids method. Take 1 pound of white alum and put it in a green bamboo tube. Shave the surface thinly, cover it with 2 ounces of saltpeter, seal the mouth with lacquer, and put it in a flower pond. It will become water in 40 days. Then, the 9 cauldrons divine elixir was made. The method for the first elixir, Danhua, is to first prepare Xuanhuang, which requires realgar water and cinnabar water mixed in a Xuanhuang bamboo tube and then thinly shaved off its surface. The method of steaming and frying 9 times. Take 1 pound of realgar, put it in a bamboo tube, add 4 ounces of saltpeter, seal it with lacquer as before, and put it in a pool. It will become water in 40 days. Another method, take 2 ounces of saltpeter, put it in a bitter wine container, seal it, bury it in the courtyard, bury it 3 feet deep, and it will become water in 20 days. The water is sweet, and its color is yellow and turbid. Cinnabar water method. Take 1 pound of cinnabar, put it in a bamboo tube, add 2 ounces each of gallstone and saltpeter, put it in a bitter wine tube, cover it, bury it in the courtyard, 3 feet underground, and it will become water in 20 days. The water is sweet and yellowish turbid. Another method, put 1 pound of cinnabar into a bamboo tube, add 2 ounces of gallstone and 4 ounces of saltpeter, and lacquer as above. Place it in a lotus pond, and let it steep for 30 days to form water. Another method, add 2 ounces each of gallstone and saltpeter, bury them in a pot of water, and repeat the above method. After 30 days, it will become water that tastes bitter and is red in color. Your Majesty's note, alum, realgar, and cinnabar, when transformed into water, follow the correct method of the 36 waters of the 8 masters. The method for all of these uses saltpeter. Furthermore, the transformation of cinnabar requires gallstone. Among the great elixirs is salt, and now that the world is at peace and all medicines are readily available, only saltpeter is unavailable. Some common people can transform water without saltpeter, while others use other medicines to synthesize saltpeter, claiming it is a transformation. Their power is truly miraculous. Your humble servant secretly sought out the formula, but fearing it might not be the true one, I have compiled it hereby, using other medicines to synthesize it as shown below. Fake medicine made from alum water. Take 3 caddies of alum, grind it into powder, and place it on one side of a mulberry wood tray. Burn charcoal on the ground and let the tray burn overnight. Sprinkle bitter wine on the heated ground, then spread the alum powder on top, covering the tray with it. Place the tray around the edges of the ground and cover it with white ash. Once the ground has cooled completely, remove the ash from the edges. Open the tray, remove the powder, and sweep it with a feather. Place it in 3 dao of bitter wine, with a ratio of 1 caddy of fine material to 1 dao of bitter wine. Let it soak for 7 days, then quickly ignite it. It will be at its best after 100 days. The method and the amount of bitter wine are the same as before, depending on the person. Making saltpeter. This is a fake medicine called Glauber's salt. It is not saltpeter. Take Glauber's salt and saltpeter, grind them together without using a sieve, and rinse them with warm water. Take the clear liquid and boil it, always keeping it half full. Place it in a small basin and soak it in clear water overnight. It will then form a shape the size of white quartz with sharp edges. When making it, do not let it become dirty. If others watch, it will damage the essence and prevent the transformation from happening. Only by changing the clear water in the basin will it quickly take effect. It must not be made not clear. This transformation of water is immediately effective. Using fake medicine as a method of washing hands. Take a certain amount of clean stone and place it in an iron vessel. Boil it again, then add it to powdered white alum. Boil it again and add it to salt water. Boil it again and add it to powdered dry stone. Cover it. Repeat this process 3 times to complete the cleansing ritual. Its transformation is identical to the original. This is the master of all cleansing remedies. If you wish to make 5-colored divine salt, or the essence of the 5 emperors, simply add it, and it will be ready. Using fake medicine to make gallstones. Take 2 caddies of alum, 1 caddy of yellow alum, and 1 caddy of white mountain resin. Melt them in a large iron vessel until boiling. Then add 2 caddies of genuine alum powder and quickly stir to extract the liquid, forming a fine stone gall. If the alum is not completely melted, add the alum powder and mix it with bitter water until it is well combined. Pour this mixture into the alum to melt further, then extract the liquid to form a boat. This method also yields good results. The method of using counterfeit drugs as saltpeter. Take 1 pound of alum, 1 pound of saltpeter, and 1 pound of mirabilite. Grind each of the 3 into a powder. Take 3 dao of bitter water and boil it in a copper pot for 10 boils. Then add the powdered alum and boil until half of the liquid remains. Let it settle and collect the clear liquid. Simmer over a low heat until a whitish tinge appears, then stop. Pour the liquid into a porcelain container and place it in clear water. Let it soak overnight. It will become saltpeter, resembling frost and snow or frozen solid. Add water to it, and it will immediately turn into water. Simmer it again until a whitish tinge appears. Then pour it back into the porcelain container and soak it in clear water again. It will become saltpeter. Repeat this process, but its potency will diminish. Do not process it in unclean places, and do not expose it to wind and sun. The alum is a product of the condensation of yin and yang, the essence of the 5 salts. It grows from alum and is born from stone. It is found in Mount Emei, but no common person recognizes it, and even the petty people of the area do not see it. Only those who seek the way need to use it. The ancients believed that since it could not be found in the 4 directions, it was used as a substitute, which was superior to the true one. The method of using fake medicine to treat spleen stones. Take 1 pound of pure white alum and 1 pound of salt. Grind both into powder. Add 2 liters of bitter water to a copper pot. Boil for 4 or 5 minutes. Then add the 2 powders and boil until half remains. Remove the dregs with the powder, then boil until all the powder is gone. The pot will then be boiling vigorously, and the alum will be as white as snow. This is the most effective way to make saltpeter. Peng Jun said, "The genuine saltpeter, cinnabar, gallstones, and mirabilite, though some possessing yin and yang properties, have miraculous effects. If one seeks immortality but does not obtain this method, one will waste vast sums of money and achieve nothing. There is also a type of stone, spleen, that ordinary people cannot distinguish. Its substitutes all follow its nature, thus aiding in practical matters. Of Jie Hong's miraculous elixirs of longevity, none surpasses this secret in efficacy and transformation, its method being of utmost value. I have now compiled and recorded it for future generations of like-minded individuals. It will not be passed on to the unworthy, not even to father and son, for a price of 10,000 gold pieces." Tai Yi said, "I have heard of the 36 waters, the problem of which lies in saltpeter. The yellow and white waters hinder washing and bathing. Now I have obtained all of this, but the way cannot be recklessly transmitted. Future scholars should treasure and guard this knowledge together and not show it to the wrong people. Fake medicine made from saltpeter. This medicine, when added to hesh, is not used in the same way as guandan. It is feared that during the refining process, other medicines might be prepared separately for convenience. Therefore, it is listed separately and only added to hesh. If hesh is prepared, the saltpeter will be ineffective. The method for preparation is as follows. Take 5 dio of salted salt powder and 7.5 dio of well water that has not been used for 3 years. Boil them for 10 boils, then pour out 3 dao of the clear liquid. Add 10 liang of Glauber's salt and boil until 1 du remains. Then, add 2 jin of powdered Glauber salt to this liquid. The Glauber salt will dissolve completely. Remove from heat, let it settle, and use the above liquid to combine with hesh. Then, all the medicines will be effective. The formula states, Shui refers to the place where the salty flavor originates, the land of Heshu. The jin saltpeter mentioned in the Heshe method refers to this Shui product. This Dongye method is also one of the 8 saltpeter methods that Taiyi heard about from the Yuanjun. Each step must be paired correctly and must not be mistaken for the medicine of the Hesh. Otherwise, it will be the saltpeter of the divine elixir. Quick, water method. The commentary by Hu Gongzi at the end of the Pearl Classic states, its divine spring is also in the middle, laws of water. There is an authentic formula for the 36 waters. There is no other method. If you wish to quickly create the divine spring, you must place a jade urn containing a cooking pot on an iron ring with a fire, like bran fire, at the bottom 7 inches below the bottom of the urn. Place a tube inside the urn and keep it warm for 70 days, ensuring it is only warm. Carefully observe and monitor this process. If you are making water from metals or minerals, you can add it along with the water without harm. Only 2 or 3 people should be used to prepare this medicine. They must wear new, clean clothes and must not have any blood or food nearby, otherwise they will come into contact with the medicinal essence and will not attain enlightenment. This must be kept strictly secret. The divine spring's transformations are difficult to discern. This is the power of the supreme sage. 3-turn wine method. Take 1 shi, a unit of dry measure, of red millet, and brew it like wine. Once cooked, remove it and soak it in water for about 3 days. Then, cook 1 shi of millet until it is mushy. Mix it with enough dry powder and place it in a jar. Seal the jar and let it sit for 3 weeks to complete the second cycle. Next, take the roots and stems of the oyster mushroom and add them to the jar. Simmer it over a low heat until it yields about 5 dayu, a unit of dry measure, then remove the dregs. Finally, use enough powder from the 7th day of the 7th lunar month to mix it with the jar, place it in the jar, seal the jar, and let it sit for another 3 weeks to complete the second cycle. Also, it can be used to refine various poisons and can even soften the hard. This is called 3-turned wine. Then, the oyster wine is turned 3 times. The elixir requires a gentle taste and the ability to remove the toxicity of silver, which is complemented by alum. However, the ingredients must be carefully selected, as the poisons of gold and mercury cannot be completely eliminated. Therefore, to make the 9-turn 9-cauldron elixir, one must first find a 3-year-old, highly concentrated brew, its flavor tested and called the left flavor. Then, the medicine is added and brewed, turning it into saltpeter and water from the huachi, a type of alchemical pool. A separate gold medicine huachi is also required. The gold medicine huachi is used to test the essence of the 5 minerals, ensuring the essence does not dissipate. Another 3-turn yellow and white left flavor must be prepared, and mercury is boiled. This process must be repeated, adding the 5 huachi. If the 5 huachi are unavailable, boiling mercury is not the correct method. Only the oyster wine, the 3-turn good wine, the various huachi, and the various mineral waters are essential. If any one of these is missing, the refining process cannot be completed. If it cannot be boiled, the poison will not be completely eliminated. If it is hastily put into a furnace, the resulting elixir will be poisonous and cannot be ingested. However, these poisonous substances cannot be obtained without saltpeter. Therefore, one must first obtain genuine, high-quality saltpeter, which is similar to ordinary saltpeter, but is extremely difficult to distinguish. Once obtained, it must be tested by mixing realgar, orpiment, cinnabar, and alum with water. This is saltpeter. Saltpeter has a bitter and pungent taste, but is actually non-toxic. It can relieve heat accumulation in the 5 internal organs, stop abdominal heat, relieve irritability and fullness, quench thirst, and promote urination. Long-term use can lighten the body. It is considered a divine stone from heaven and earth. It is also called Glauber's salt. It comes from the valleys of Yizhou, as well as Wudu, Longxi, and Xiqiang. It can be harvested at any time of year. Tao Hongjing said, its main therapeutic effect is similar to that of Glauber's salt. It has been used to refine various stones and there is no clear distinction between them. A knowledgeable person recently came to inquire, and it is still said to be from the same mountain as Glauber's salt, hence the name Glauber's salt. Therefore, they are not the same thing. Previously, someone obtained a stone whose color and texture were very similar to Glauber's salt, almost like holding a handful of salt or snow. When burned, it produced purple, blue smoke, then turned to ash and continued to boil, just like Glauber's salt. This was said to be true saltpeter. It is also called mirabilite. Today, mirabilite is made by refining Glauber's salt. I told Huang Fu, but he also did not obtain it. Further research into its efficacy is needed to document this. 30. 6 water formulas for dissolving saltpeter. Longxi belonged to Qinzhou, located in the western Chang region of Chang'an, north of present Daigongchang. It is found in all places with saline soil in the mountains. Huang Fuxian said that if there was no Glauber's salt, it could be replaced with saltpeter. Saltpeter grows on the shady side of mountains and is the gallbladder of salt. Take a piece of alum and Glauber's salt, boil them in water, and 1 bushel yields 1 or 2 pecks, pure white like snow. Add water to this, and it becomes saltpeter. It tastes bitter, but is non-toxic. It is collected in the 3rd month at Shishan. Glauber's salt also dissolves in water. Its main therapeutic effects are slightly different from saltpeter. According to this account, Glauber's salt is boiled to make true saltpeter, but it is unclear what the alum is. Huang Fu was from Anding and knowledgeable in medicine. Perhaps he could refine it in detail. Nowadays, people in Yizhou refine alum into saltpeter, which, although soft and white in taste, is still alum. The Kongxi Jizan Fang states, boil saltpeter until the liquid boils completely and settles. This saltpeter will still have liquid. The saltpeter used by immortals today must be able to dissolve stones, which is not entirely accurate. Furthermore, pure saltpeter grows in Yizhou, specifically in the mountain cliffs between Sichuan and Canling counties in Yushan Prefecture. It is mostly bluish, white in color, with various spots. People select the soft white ones and use them as saltpeter. When boiled, the liquid resembles alum. Immortal scriptures repeatedly mention that saltpeter can dissolve other stones. This text also says it can dissolve stones, which must be true. You can try it yourself. This pure saltpeter text says it can dissolve 72 kinds of stones, refined to resemble silver, and when consumed, it makes one feel light and attain immortality. It already possesses 8 qualities: cold, hot, astringent, smooth, bitter, salty, and sour. Furthermore, it can dissolve stones. This is the effect of pure saltpeter. No different from saltpeter. The secret is this: good quality saltpeter is hard to find. If it's bad, it won't dissolve realgar and cinnabar in water. If you obtain genuine saltpeter, first take out a few ounces and test it on realgar and other stones to see if it works. If it can't dissolve stones, it's unusable and not genuine. A substance that closely resembles pure saltpeter, small and soft, should be tested by placing a piece on hot coals. If it produces purple smoke and turns to ash, it's the best. If it boils for a long time, it's pure saltpeter. Genuine saltpeter is difficult to find, so it's essential to test it with realgar and cinnabar water first, otherwise it's uncertain. Volume 9. Ming Dynasty used gold and silver to make a chain for good and evil deeds. The 9th volume of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. Ming Dynasty used gold and silver to make a chain for good and evil deeds. I have heard that gold and silver are treasures that can calm the mind and body. Therefore, Hu Gangzi used them as a means of absorbing and retaining energy through his method of consuming the mysterious pearl. However, the quality of gold must be carefully considered. If silver is mixed with other substances, its color will be bluish-yellow. If gold is mixed with other substances, its color will be purplish-red. Burning it will leave a black residue on the skin, making it unusable. Good gold, on the other hand, is yellowish-red and will not be destroyed even after repeated refining. Even if one obtains it, it should still be thinned and refined according to custom. Then, according to local methods, it should be roasted with salt and soil for a day and a night, then extracted, melted, and roasted again until it is no longer destroyed. Thus, gold intended for use should not be something that can be purchased and consumed without care. In ancient times, Hu Gangzi's method of 7-turning gold powder involved spinning gold. Now, when making the divine elixir, it is also advisable to use gold, with newly minted gold being the best. All gold and silver are poisonous and must be completely detoxified before consumption. Therefore, Fox Gangzi determined that all 5 metals are poisonous. If they are not completely detoxified and ground into powder, even if they are transformed into a miraculous elixir, the poison will remain. Prolonged consumption of such medicine, even with minor violations of the precepts, can be fatal. Therefore, Fox Gangzi produced a catalog of gold and silver, the essential parts of which are listed below. All gold, whether found in water or in mountain water, resembles wheat bran flakes, millet, dates, beans, or sorghum. When buried 1 or 7 inches below the surface of sand and soil, it is called water flowing north-south gold, found on the east bank. When buried 5 or 9 inches below the surface, it is called water flowing east-west gold, found on the south bank. These are the highest quality gold. Mountain gold is round in shape, with roots facing the sun, buried 9 or 90 feet underground, growing in a mixture of sand and soil. It is reddish-yellow, fine, smooth, and heavy. It does not crumble when broken. When melted with fire, it turns white like silver. When mixed with medicine and combined with stones refined by the 8 winds, it is called mountain east-west gold. In the shady north, it grows in a mixture of water, sand, and stones at the same depth as above. Buried in a mixture of sand and soil, with roots facing the sun, sometimes 7 feet deep. Its shape and texture are the same as above. This is called mountain north-south gold. It grows in the shady west. This is called the second highest quality gold. The mixture turns white and is then placed in an 8-wind furnace to refine the stone chain as described above. If the gold is in water or on a mountain, it will float to the surface and not originate from any place of yin or yang. It will be large or small with sharp edges, and the bluish-yellow ones will be entirely iron-based. It resembles gold but is unsuitable for use. Emerging gold method. Use sweet clay to make a pot, smoke it until dry, place pine charcoal in the boiler, then put the gold in a cauldron and cook it over a fire. Add salt powder and stir until melted. Use a thorn stick to remove the impurities, then add more salt powder and stir again. Remove the impurities and drain the fat membrane. Observe it by beating it. If it is cracked, filter it with iron vinegar to make powder. Mix it with equal parts of cow dung, ash, and salt, and put it back in the cow dung fire to nourish it and turn it into sand. Take it out and melt it again. If it is soft, beat it thinly. Use equal parts of yellow alum and hutong lu to mix and melt it into mud. Apply it thinly on the gold, and burn it with charcoal until it is red. Then stop. Burn it again, repeating this process 4 or 5 times, and you will get the red gold. Add the remaining medicine. Other methods are all false and only mislead people. If you wish to apply a thin layer of gold paste to ornaments, melt 1 pound of gold and mix it with 1 ounce each of sulfur and azurite. Place the mixture in a crucible and stir until it becomes soft and can be used as desired. If adding cow dung ash as a base once is still not good, add it again. All the impurities will be eliminated. Post-gray blank tin plating process. Equal parts of alum, hutonglu, a type of herb, and salt are mixed with vinegar and simmered into a paste. This recipe uses no salt or vinegar, but directly states that the paste is made from mountain rocks. Golden method. 2 ounces each of gold essence, chalconthite, cinnabar, realgar, sulfur, saltpeter, arsenic, alum, and draco, except for draco, which is ground into powder. Soak it in. Vinegar in a porcelain container, then place it in a rice bran fire, but do not let it boil or it will rot. From dawn to dusk, take out 5 ounces each of litharge, amethyst, and the above, and 1 pound of salt. All 12 medicinal ingredients are ground into powder. Separately, take 8 ounces of mercury and place it in a small copper pot. Pour vinegar over the mercury and heat it over a low flame. Separately, melt tin in an iron vessel and pour it into the mercury. They will combine. When the vinegar is almost gone, add another dao, a unit of volume, and continue until 2 dao are used. Then, take all the medicinal ingredients and place them in a porcelain container along with the mercury and grind them together. The medicine will be ready in half a day. Next, take fine sesame seeds and crush them into small pieces like millet or beans. Take 10 caddies of sesame seeds, 2 ounces of the medicine, and 10 ounces of powdered alum. Combine them in an 8-wind furnace using willow charcoal. The charcoal should be of a good balance of hardness and softness, ensuring even distribution to prevent incomplete heating. Stop heating when the charcoal is fully heated. If it is not fully heated, repeat the process until all ingredients are fully heated. Finally, use fine sand from a sand basin to extract refined gold, which may resemble bran flakes or fine sugar dung, and separate it from the gold. Take 1 peck of cow dung ash, half a pint of salt powder, and 2 ounces of refined gold sand. Mix them together, then mix with mysterious water, form into a ball the size of a chicken egg, smoke it dry, and then put it back into the cow dung fire. If it tastes good, 1 round is enough. If not, repeat the process before eating. Take the sand and melt it in a pot, drain the fat membrane, beat it thin, and use equal parts of hutonglu, a type of styrax, yellow alum, and vinegar to coat it thinly. Burn it until it turns a bright color like water-based gold, and you have high-quality gold. If you want to make a thin layer of mud for decoration, follow the same method. 1 pound of gold, 1 ounce of yellow alum, and 1 ounce of azurite. Melt and stir it in a pot until it becomes soft and can be used as desired. If the gold has no sharp edges, add 1 ounce of the previous medicine to 10 pounds of gold and 10 ounces of yellow alum powder. You still won't get it. If the gold is not genuine, forcibly making it is a waste of effort. The medicinal properties will dissolve and turn into iron, and you will regret it later. Genuine gold can be obtained. If the medicinal ingredients are unavailable, purple oyster shell can be used as a substitute. The second work is in the shape of the 8 winds furnace. Picture tin ash furnace process. First, in a crucible, chain lead and tin 20 times. Then, use 3 caddies of chain tin in a wrought iron pot and melt it until it boils red hot. Next, add 1 caddy of gold and tin fragments and mix them together. Skim off the sugar and excrement and drain it. Separately, chain and charcoal it. Construct a square furnace using earthen bricks. Place chained ash inside as a mold. Put gold and tin in the ash. Cover it with an iron ring and then spread hot charcoal on top. make a hole in the furnace, and a small hole in the front. After a short while, the tin and gold impurities will react. Extract the gold, which will resemble silver. Then mix it with cooked orpiment and good wine, and boil it in a copper vessel to remove impurities and restore its original properties. If it is not completely perfect, then beat it thinly, and use the same method to extract the color. After the genuine tin chain is finished, attach it to an iron ring. Mix equal parts of hutong li, a type of tin shavings, yellow alum stone, and salt with vinegar to form a paste. Apply this paste to the tin dragonfly. Then, build up the surrounding area with cow dung fire. Continue to burn cow dung fire on the tin dragonfly until all the tin is consumed, leaving only the gold. Place it in a hot copper pot, mix it with yellow alum stone, and boil it for about half a day. Remove it and melt it to make the dragonfly. The same method applies to the tin chain made from mismatched furnace shavings and tin scraps. This is a gold-plated gray pattern. Picture: add the tin to beef tallow and terracotta, add pujiao juice and mustard seeds, add pear tea ash juice, add black quine white wine, and add Lengyanzi hu wine 7 times each, and it's ready. Red salt production method: 1 pound of yellow alum and 8 ounces of rock salt, ground together into powder, melted in an iron vessel until the color turns completely red. Stop melting when the color becomes truly red, then grind into a fine powder for use. The fox spirit said, "This medicine contains gold essence, azurite, cinnabar, and realgar. If these are not properly extracted, using it will be a waste of 1,000 gold coins, not even a fraction of the original value. The stone gall must also be extracted to obtain its essence. For gold essence and azurite, one should be placed in a porcelain vessel and soaked for 3 turns, then dried in the sun for 200 days, ground and ready to use. For cinnabar and realgar, one should be placed in a porcelain vessel and soaked in good spring wine for 100 days, then dried in the sun and ground into a fine powder for use." Method for extracting the essence from stone gall: construct 2 square-headed furnaces 2 feet apart, using earthen trenches. Each furnace is covered with fine clay, with a small hole in the middle, also covered with fine clay. Smoke them until dry. Place a copper plate in one furnace, and seal it with clay once it's set. In the other furnace, burn charcoal to create a molten stone, fanning it with a fan so that its essence enters the copper plate furnace. Remove the fire and wait for it to simmer. Open the furnace and use the resulting liquid to add to any medicine. All medicines will be miraculous. Fox Gangzi's method for making golden furnaces has 6 types, depending on the nature and quantity of the ingredients. 1 furnace is sufficient. There's no need to make them all, as that would be a waste of effort. The 2 methods described above are the most superior, illustrated as before. Silver method: if you have silver that is of good quality and whiteness, you should burn it with alum and litharge powder. If it is not of good quality and whiteness, you should mix 1 pound of inferior silver with 1 pound of refined lead, and then filter it with ash to make superior silver. In the fire pit, a 3-foot-high earthen mound is used to create a mold. Fine ash is poured into the mold, filling it completely. Water is added to soften the ash until it is neither too wet nor too dry. The ash is then pressed down to compact it. A small mold is shaped like a tube, and a thin layer of salt is spread on top. The tube is then filled with yellow clay and topped with charcoal. The mold is then placed back on the stove. A hole is made in each tube to allow air to escape, and the entire tube is sealed with mud. A separate hole is made in the front of each tube. A hook is used to carefully remove the ash. After a short while, the fire is extinguished, causing the tin to boil and swirl, separating from the silver. Once the tin is completely removed and the silver stops moving, a purple, green, and white luster appears. This luster is then tapped with a stick and moistened with a little water. The silver becomes luminous, and a dragon head is formed. This is then pressed with an iron spoon and called dragon head silver, making clay furnace ash shapes. Picture: method for making solder ash leaks and ruining furnace. First, forge an iron core of varying size, with holes drilled at irregular intervals, each hole large enough to hold an arrow. The more holes there are, the more dangerous it is to add soil, shaping the soil around the core like a turtle. Then, thinly clothe a layer of ash inside the iron core and press it down firmly. Use a knife and hoe to make the surface even, then cover it with salt powder. Fill the core with ash, hook out furnace manure, and monitor the process carefully, following the same method as before. The only difference is that a strong fire is often placed under the iron core to accelerate the separation of the tin. Secondary soldering furnace method. Picture: Fox Gangzi said, "There are 3 methods for making silver ingot furnaces. Depending on the amount of ingot, 1 furnace is enough, so that no effort is wasted. Now, we will focus on the 2 most important methods, and the model is as before. But collected ashes and chased away tin method. After taking the silver, quickly mix oil and sulfur powder and pour the oil through the hole from which the silver came out, letting it enter the ash. When flames appear, use an iron rod to carve through the hole below the silver and quickly stir the ash. The tin will then flow out and form a ball. Steam chain food, silver ash, bad medium. Ash method. To extract silver ash, it must be steamed and rinsed to remove the slippery residue, then hammered until very smooth. This will yield twice as much silver. If the ash is not properly hammered, the silver yield will be twice as little. If it cracks midway, the tin will spill out onto the soil, wasting all the silver. It requires meticulous hammering and the use of high-quality charcoal ash from burning mulberry leaves. This will also yield silver. Making silver ear medicine method. 1 ounce each of raw realgar, white quartz, processed sand, gypsum, and alum, and 10 ounces of green alum. The secret formula states, when extracting silver, it specifically mentions using raw realgar. If using realgar extracted from gold, it is processed using the same method as cinnabar. It is known that realgar has no fixed properties. Raw realgar produces a silvery color, while processed realgar produces a golden color. Grind each of these 7 ingredients into powder. Take 4 ounces of mercury and 2 ounces of tin, place them in a small pot, pour vinegar over the mercury, and heat the pot over a high flame. Separately, melt the tin in an iron vessel, pour it into the mercury, and combine it. Boil 2 dew of vinegar until all the vinegar is used up, then transfer it to a porcelain container. Take the 7 ingredients and grind them together until they are well combined. Observe whether the tin remains still in the ash and forms raised circles. Then, add this medicine, such as dates, to the ash. The tin should move quickly and not form raised circles. The tin extraction is very rapid. Gold and silver using the carbonization process. Gold can be obtained by burning various types of wood, such as willow charcoal, pine charcoal, earthen charcoal, and dried cow dung, to extract its hardness and moisture. Only dried firewood, similar to various types of wood, can be directly burned to extract gold, requiring very little effort but yielding the highest yield. Silver, copper, and iron can be obtained using hard charcoal. Tin can also be obtained by burning pine wood or using hard charcoal. Make silver medicine. Take white and black plums from Sichuan and boil them until ripe. In a copper vessel, add 1 dao, a unit of volume, of water, 2 sheng, another unit of volume of plums, 1 sheng of vinegar, and 1 sheng of salt powder. Boil until thoroughly cooked. Take silver that has been thinly beaten, heat it red hot over charcoal, and press it into the plum syrup with a wooden stick. Then pour the red hot liquid into a ladle. Boil it again, heat it again, and pour it in again for half a day. No matter how good the silver is, the surface will turn completely white. The method of heating with fire is the same. There is another method for achieving a white finish. Take thin silver, heat it in a mixture of sand and water, and then place it in the center. The silver will then turn white. Ruqian's Shangjinfa. The gold is refined and mellowed by soaking it in a wine made from thorns for 10 days. The gold is then steeped and fermented in the wine, and it becomes smooth and moist within a day. If it is to be used to make a gold elixir, it should first be softened. Alchemy. Take unused gold, dissolve it in a sweet cauldron, and immerse it in fine, clear wine 300 times. It will not boil, and you can easily squeeze it out with your fingers. This is called chaining gold. Those who can carefully chain gold will also ascend to the highest realm. The same applies to chaining silver. With this soft material, beat it into a thin layer to make liquid gold, which is of excellent quality. Chain gold and silver method. Dissolve newly extracted gold and silver, then soak them in clear wine, strong brew, or even pure honey for 200 degrees Celsius. They will become soft and supple, easily slipping through your fingers. Soaking them for several days will make them suitable for consumption. Soaking them in grease for 200 times will also produce soft gold. Beat them thin, cut them finely, and then soak them in non-toxic mercury to form a paste. Mix 1 ounce of gold with 6 ounces of mercury, add about half a cup of wheat rice, and add water. Pound the mixture 1,000 times in an iron mortar until fine. Pour the mixture into a basin and use water and sand to remove any stones. Carefully observe the process to prevent the gold from being washed away with the stones. Squeeze out half the mercury using 2 layers of silk, leaving the remaining mercury paste. Place it in a porcelain container and gradually add white salt powder, grinding until fine. Add salt until it reaches about a cupful, then stop grinding. Sift the mixture and grind it again until fine. Place the paste in an earthenware pot, cover it with salt powder, and let it sit for about half a day. Once the mercury has been removed, sand it off, and it will naturally become powder. Take 1 ounce of gold powder and 5 ounces of cinnabar. Use cinnabar that is bright and clear. Add vinegar and simmer over a low flame, adding more vinegar as needed. But do not let the vinegar dry out. Use an iron vessel. It will be ready in 36 days. After simmering, grind the powder into a fine powder, cook it with water, and mix it with jujube paste to form pills. Jujube paste making method. Take 3 liters of dried jujubes and 6 liters of water, and boil them until the jujubes are soft. Then add another 3 liters of water, and boil again until the total volume reaches 9 liters. Strain out the dregs and let it settle to 3 liters. Then add 6 small cups of good sheep marrow and simmer over a low flame until it becomes like syrup. This is the paste. It can also be taken long-term, making one feel full and giving one a beautiful complexion. It can be divided into 3 portions, and 1 portion can be taken every 9 days. It is also said that this paste can be combined with the previous medicine to form pills the size of small beans, taken 3 times a day for 30 days, after which one will be free from the effects of heat and cold, and will be able to command the spirits. Gold is soft and toxic, and even a small amount can be harmful. Silver also has the same properties as gold. For inferior gold, take the root of a vitex tree, boil it to extract the juice, brew red millet wine, and use this wine to soak the gold. The gold will dissolve. If gold dust is added to the soaking wine, realgar can be added to the wine, and it will also dissolve. It is not only suitable for soft gold. Another method, take a good lodestone that can attract iron, crush it, soak it in pure vinegar to remove the iron, soak it again to remove the iron, then sift it to remove the gold dust and toxicity, grind it in your hand to eliminate the poison immediately. Take 1 dose of the medicine with water, and then 2 doses with oil. You will not feel hungry or thirsty, and you will live a long life and have long eyesight. Your Majesty's note, the formula of gold powder and gold water, when taken in doses of 5 ounces or more, although granting longevity comparable to heaven and earth, still requires strict abstinence from sexual relations and the consumption of meat. It demands meticulous practice and is best enjoyed in the mountains and forests. This is something a commoner would value, not something a ruler would prioritize. How can it compare to the elixir of immortality? The elixir from the Yellow Emperor's 9 cauldrons can be raised or stopped at will, without harming one's wife or children, and without diminishing one's official rank or honor. Volume 10. Ming medicine prohibits caution in controlling yin and yang. The 10th volume of the Yellow Emperor's 9 cauldrons divine elixir classic. Ming medicine prohibits caution in controlling yin and yang. Your servant notes, Pengjun said. The ancient sages all used elixirs to preserve their bones and achieve longevity. Later scholars, however, used elixirs to decay bones and harm lives. This is what is meant by the difference between ancient and modern times. This is because the ancients were simple and profound, while later generations are decadent and have not grasped the true secrets. Although they may have a beginning that cherishes life, they have no end that lasts. Without cultivating one's own mind, how can one regulate the properties of the elixir? Even if one has ancient commentaries on the classics and combines them, although they may resemble elixirs, their poison remains, and taking them will lead to death. Hence, it is said to harm lives. Your servant further notes that, according to Pengjun, although one may hear of metal and mineral medicines, if one does not first use fire to subdue them, the medicine will be scattered and lost without certainty. The dregs will remain while the essence is gone, so what can be used to verify it? Therefore, all medicines must first be subdued by fire. Your servant now reveals the secret. The divine elixir is the finest of mineral-based medicines. For example, when cinnabar is broken, its light shines brightly, dazzling the eyes. This is its essence. It is like the profound and mysterious Tao, within which lies essence. It is like the subtle and indistinct, within which lies substance. It cannot be hastily obtained, nor can it be slowly sought. It seems to exist yet not exist, seems not exist yet exists. Haste makes waste. There is a method to obtaining it. It is like a cow eating water and grass, producing milk, which then becomes cheese and ghee, and finally, ghee, which becomes ghee. Initially, though it is from milk, it is neither cheese nor ghee, nor does it have ghee. One cannot say it is not there because it is not there, nor can one say it is not there because it is there. Skillful acquisition leads to its existence. Clumsy acquisition leads to its non-existence. The meaning of skill and clumsiness is like driving a parrot. If you are too slow, it will not move. If you are too hasty, it will scatter. A parrot can be called back after scattering, but the medicine, once lost, cannot be retrieved. Therefore, it is said that only the dregs remain, devoid of the essence. Since the essence is gone, how can it be transformed into the divine elixir? Chain medicine to prevent dispersal. All stones used for making medicinal powder should be broken into pieces the size of beans, millet seeds, or hemp seeds. Place them in a silk bag in an iron pot and soak them in a solution of alcohol. When the medicine is ready, have someone carefully watch over it. Once the solution is extinguished, ignite it, keeping it 5 inches above the bottom of the pot. The fire should be evenly distributed, ensuring the medicinal vapors rise gently and straight. A strong fire will cause the vapors to become chaotic, while a weak fire will cause them to stagnate. Keep the solution warm and gentle, not too hot, like the body's natural temperature. Therefore, the classic text says, all medicinal powders should be warm, not too hot to touch. The medicine will be as white as snow. This is the method of nourishment. Just as in the spring, all things grow and sprout because of the warmth. If the weather is clear and the rain falls in time, all plants flourish and gradually increase in green. One cannot soak them in a cold pond for too long because of water. One cannot scorch them with a blazing fire because of warmth. One cannot dig up and replant trees just because their branches are not straight. One cannot wash and replant plants with unclean roots and shoots, for this would truly sever their vital energy. Moistening should be done in accordance with the seasons, like someone trying to extinguish a fire while it is still hot, or someone who dislikes the cold throwing themselves into boiling water for warmth. Both methods disrupt the natural cycle of growth and deviate from the proper way of nurturing. This is the key to understanding the essence of life. Your servant has heard of Lord Pang's method, which involves preparing various elixirs according to the principles of yin and yang. Once the elixirs are used, they are combined, and the secret formula is used to create the elixir. Regardless of size, all elixirs are successfully produced, and those who consume them become immortals. Those who seek the great Tao and the great elixir, but do not obtain this secret formula, will only toil in vain, wasting vast sums of money, ending up with nothing but bones scattered everywhere. Your servant notes, the Book of Changes says, 2 women dwelling together is called revolution. The union of heaven and earth is called peace. Thus, heaven and earth mingle, and all things are transformed and purified. When men and women unite their essences, all things are born. The unfathomable nature of yin and yang is called divine. The interplay of yin and yang is called the way. Therefore, it can mold all things and give birth to all living beings. This is the divine work of creation and the wondrous power of yin and yang. The secrets of the elixir also share this meaning. Tai-yin is lead, and Tai-yang is cinnabar. These 2 substances generate each other to form the great elixir. The method of the 9 cauldrons and the way of longevity from beginning to end all rely primarily on cinnabar and lead. Therefore, the first of the 9 cauldrons in the Song of the True Man defines the essence of external elixir as follows. My father was on the sacred mountain, my mother was by the river, we were originally from Nanyu and also from Ba. We came from Wuling and met in Changsha. Our ancestors and brothers were from the Yuzhang family. The Daoist priest took me to Wuhua, where Ziming paired lead with red cinnabar. Transformations arose, producing many forms of black and yellow, flowing pearls that shone brightly within the inner river. Combined with the male water and cinnabar, they come together as one family. Oyster shells and red stones ensure purity, while frost and snow give them a purple hue that is as beautiful as a flower. If, afterward, the 2 are attracted to each other, will they rekindle their passion at dusk? Playful activities should not be overly colorful or frivolous, for the union of yin and yang is not without its constraints. The 2 breaths give birth to offspring, which accumulate sand, parrot feathers sweep away the earth, and dragons mix. A zhu, a unit of weight, or a jin, a unit of weight, is a small amount, much or little. They are fed with millet and sorghum, flying past each other. Sitting and observing the vastness of heaven and earth, I suddenly cross rivers and lakes for thousands of miles. Riding dragons as horses and clouds as chariots, I radiate light like the sun and moon. What do I desire? All the sages and saints of heaven are arrayed together, and the divine tortoises in their chariots turn as dusk falls. Boya plays the zither, and the jade maiden sings, her slender waist rising to dance in sorrowful harmony. By consuming the elixir of immortality, evil influences will not arise, and illness will not occur. One will then attain longevity and good fortune without any other consequence. These are the profound words of a true man. The Song of the Fox states, grass, nourished by yin and yang, retains its evergreen essence. Stone, nourished by yin and yang, retains its ever-present form. Heaven, nourished by yin and yang, retains its ever-growing essence. Therefore, all things that transform take yin and yang as their parents. Yang energy is heaven, yin essence is earth, heaven's energy is spirit, earth's essence is treasure. These 2 substances combine to form an elixir, which, when ingested, grants immortality. Furthermore, the 5 stones are cinnabar, the essence of the great intestine, magnetite, the essence of the great yin, azurite, the essence of the lesser yang, and realgar, the essence of the upper realgar. By sensing the righteous energy of yin and yang, and aligning with the correct positions of the 5 directions, they can restrain and subdue each other, preventing any disturbance. They regulate and eliminate toxins, thus enabling one to achieve immortality. Furthermore, the use of mercury in a toxic process requires the use of a yang month, yang day, and yang hour. Even if other methods are obtained, the poison will not be completely eradicated if this method is lost. However, if the 3 yang elements are considered, even if a minor method is missed, the poison will be completely eliminated. Lead and mercury are one, representing the essence of yin and yang. If these 3 yang hours are not obtained, the essence of the yin energy of the sun and moon cannot be controlled. Yellow and white represent the essence of the sun. Left-leaning substance represents the essence of the morning sun. Metal represents the marrow of the setting sun. Using the flavors and properties of these 3 yang elements to control lead and mercury will ensure complete elimination. Common people do not understand this. Mixing and consuming them will kill, so caution is necessary. Directly boiling them in alcohol only leads further astray from the true method. This all pertains to the principle of yin and yang restraining each other. Chain drug, contraindication law. All medicines and minerals must be prepared with a fast and abstinence, and women, livestock, mourning, childbirth, and lactation should be avoided. Your servant notes, the true immortal's elixir of immortality must not be obtained from foolish people, women, children, jealous individuals, or gossipy people. If those who do not believe in the way are aware of this, the elixir will not be formed. Do not allow women, friends, or guests to pass by the elixir. One must find a quiet, secluded place where there is no one to hear, deep in the mountains in a stone chamber. Once the elixir is formed, the entire family will become immortals. Your Majesty, I note that when the Yellow Emperor had 1,200 women, before he ascended to immortality, they gathered 9 elixirs at the foot of Mount Jing and above Dingu Lake, and then rode dragons to heaven. At that time, the fire in the cauldron required human labor, and those who served him were surely his close female ministers. Furthermore, it is said that Cheng Wei, a court official during the Han Dynasty, was fond of alchemy and alchemy. He married a woman who knew the secrets of alchemy. One day, Cheng Wei was fanning charcoal to start a fire when he discovered mercury in a pouch. He tried to make gold from the precious metal in the pouch, but failed. His wife said, "I wish to try making 1 ounce." She then took out a small amount of the medicine from her pouch and added it to the mercury. After a short while, it turned into silver. Cheng Wei exclaimed in surprise, "The Tao is so close to you. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" His wife replied, "To obtain it requires destiny." Cheng Wei tried every means to force her to reveal the method. His wife said, "Tell Cheng Wei the Tao, and we will share it. Even if we meet on the road, I will give it to you. If it is not the right person, or if they are hypocritical, even if I am torn to pieces, it will not come out." Cheng Wei continued to threaten her, and his wife went mad, ran naked, smeared herself with mud, and died, disappearing into the afterlife. From this, it can be said that a man cannot achieve enlightenment before a woman. Therefore, the mysterious woman, the plain woman, the green-waisted woman, and the queen mother of the West are all female immortals. Furthermore, the celestial immortals use jade maidens as their attendants. Therefore, it is said that jade maidens are mortal women who attain immortality through consuming elixirs. Thus, the Yellow Emperor's 9 cauldrons, divine elixir true man's manual states, those who wish to obtain the true essence of the divine elixir, possessing beautiful appearance and radiant hair, and whose hearts are solely devoted to the way, should share the elixir with their master, offering sacrifices to the mysterious maiden. To attain immortality, one must be of one mind with the master. To transcend the world, one must be in harmony with the master. To ascend to heaven, one must be one of the 24 sages. Together, they study the golden scripture, yet have not yet attained the path to immortality. The scriptures also say no more than 3 people should be involved in the alchemy process. Since the current process of refining and tempering has not yet reached the divine cauldron, strict prohibitions are not immediately imposed. When the fire of elixir is activated, it requires careful adjustment. If one is not upright and single-minded, meticulous and discerning, choosing one's words and actions carefully, without impatience or jealousy, and without considering whether one is virtuous or not, one should not participate in this undertaking. Those who have suffered punishment, lacking the 6 senses, deaf or blind, suffering from chronic illness or paralysis, even with virtuous conduct, are not fit for this task. City drug law. One should always sit or stand in a place of good fortune, avoid arguing with others about social status, and refrain from buying items worn by those in mourning. On the day of receiving offerings, one should bathe on a zi or shu day, fast for 7 days beforehand, and then calculate the heavenly virtue method. For the first month, begin with Wei. For the second month, begin with Shen, proceeding sequentially through the 12 earthly branches. The method for calculating the heavenly virtue of each day is as follows. On a Jia day, the virtue is in Shen. On an Yi day, the virtue is in Gang, and so on for other days, including medicines purchased from the market. Volume 11. The Art of Mercury Longevity and Detoxification. Volume 11 of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. The Art of Using Mercury for Longevity and Detoxification. Your servant notes, long ago, Jie Hong became a disciple of Zheng Jun. While other disciples performed menial tasks, Jie Hong, unable to bear the hardship and having no other means of service, personally swept away dust, cleaned inkstones, held candles, and copied old books. Zheng Jun said to Jie Hong, reading books yields many valuable lessons, but one should carefully examine their essence and choose what to practice. Do not memorize them all, lest you waste time and energy. Once the elixir is formed, all these other methods become unnecessary. However, the essential ingredient in the elixir is mercury. Your Majesty's note, of all mercury, the best is the kind from Fuling, which is bluish-white, in the flowing sand of Fuling. This mercury is similar to tin, very soft, and dissolves when evaporated. This substance is unavailable. Among the various metals that can be fused into silver, this is the best. However, mercury fused from cinnabar is also acceptable. Naturally occurring mercury is extremely rare. Your Majesty's note, cinnabar and mercury should be mixed in equal parts. Any amount is acceptable. Place them in an iron vessel or a sweet glaze and heat them over charcoal. When the sunlight reaches about 1.5 feet, the mercury will be extracted and dropped into a basin of clear water. Then collect it with paper. Your servant further notes, place cinnabar in a raw bamboo tube. If using vermilion, bury it in the ground, cover the opening with mica, level it with the ground, and cover the tube with only 3 or 4 inches of soil. Then, burn it with rice husk ash, and leave it overnight for 3 days to form mercury. If it is not yet formed, burn it again, and leave it overnight for 3 days until it is formed. If it is not yet formed, burn it again, and leave it overnight for 3 days until it is formed. If it is not yet formed, burn it again until it is formed. This method yields 1 pound of mercury for every pound of cinnabar. If the silver content is 2 or 3 ounces, it may be mixed with market goods. Such substances, the source of longevity, must be processed with medicine, therefore they cannot be made without proper preparation. Your Majesty's note. The Compendium of Materia Medica states that mercury is pungent, cold, and poisonous. It is primarily used to treat sores, scabies, abortions, and lice. It can also kill gold, silver, copper, and tin, transforming them back into slag. Long-term consumption is said to grant immortality. It is also called mercury. It originates from the soil of Fulling Plain, derived from cinnabar, and is incompatible with magnetite. Today, mercury exists in both raw and refined forms. The one described as originating from the soil of Fulling Plain refers to mercury derived from cinnabar also. Found in sandy areas, both are bluish, white, and of the highest quality. The one derived from cinnabar refers to mercury obtained from the powdered cinnabar. Of today, it is white and cloudy, inferior to raw mercury. It can dissolve gold and silver, turning them into mud, which is used by humans to measure things. It is used in alchemical practices, as described in mortal scriptures. When mixed with wine and exposed to the sun, it is consumed for longevity. When burned, the ash that flies onto the pot is called cinnabar powder, commonly known as mercury ash, which is excellent for removing lice. Your servant notes, Fox Gangsey said, there are 3 methods for extracting mercury. One is called male mercury, the second female mercury, and the third divine flying mercury. Each has its own use and preparation method. Divine flying mercury is easier to extinguish, while male and female mercury are slightly more difficult to extinguish. If one wishes to ascend to heaven and achieve longevity, one should use male mercury. If one wishes to create liquids and summon spirits, one should use female mercury. If one wishes to transform copper and iron, or reshape the 5 metals, one should use divine flying mercury. Each has its specific use and should not be mixed. Common people, unaware of this, make mistakes, resulting in ineffective and contrary to the methods of the sages. If used carefully, the results will be perfect. This elixir is the foundation of Daoist practice. It should not be lightly transmitted, even for a fortune. Common people do not understand this method, and those who see the diagrams rarely grasp its meaning. Moreover, this method is protected by true masters and is kept secret. Even 100 stones of gold and 10,000 baskets of pearls cannot transmit this method. If one obtains this method, one will regard treasures as dirt. What use are 100 stones or 10,000 baskets? Only by obtaining this precious food for longevity, and for those who admire the immortals and guard the immortals, and by breaking the blood seal of the enemy, making a solemn oath, can one obtain it. Male mercury longevity method. Take 10 caddies of cinnabar and 1 he of ghee, and make an iron cauldron, 1 foot in diameter and 1.5 inches deep, level and even, ensuring no unevenness. Use this as the cauldron's base, also making sure it is level and even. Then take 4 pieces of azurite, matching the cauldron's rim, and coat the cauldron with ghee, placing the cinnabar inside. Sieve the cinnabar thinly in the cauldron to allow the ghee to seep in. Then seal it with porcelain, and use wool and a thin layer of mud, ensuring the mud seals the edges and prevents air from escaping. First, burn rotten grass, enough for a few hours. Then, burn softwood firewood, preferably logs or willow wood that are resistant to insects and rot. Soak cotton in water several times to prevent it from cracking and drying. After setting the fire, do not stand nearby, pounding the ground or stamping your feet, as mercury will fall into the fire. From dawn to noon, while waiting for the bell, or even overnight, take a tattered woolen bag and place it in a new basin. Wrap 3 or 4 ounces of new cotton in soft reed bark, bind it tightly like a rice grinding mallet, and break it open while it's still warm. The contents will then be safely drained. The powder is wrapped separately and ground into a paste, a closely guarded secret. Those who burn mercury should eat meat and drink alcohol. If they don't, the mercury vapor will enter their abdomen, obstructing their 5 internal organs, making them unable to eat or drink, and over time, this will harm them. Be careful. 1 pound of good cinnabar yields 12 ounces, medium cinnabar yields 10 ounces, and low-grade cinnabar yields 8 ounces. This method is precious, but cannot be passed on. Initially, use 10 bundles of rotten grass, Merbauer alchemy. Your servant notes, to make this mercury, use 1 liter of grease and 10 caddies of cinnabar to make a paste, and place it in a clay pot. To make divine flying mercury, use 10 caddies of cinnabar powder, 1 caddy of alum, 40 gardenias, 1 caddy of rock salt, 1 caddy of tulip root, and 1 caddy of hutong law. Sieve each ingredient separately, and mix with cow dung juice to make a paste. Place the clay pot 1 inch thick, cover it securely, and collect the burnt firewood. Wipe it clean as described above. However, the cow dung juice should be collected and stored in December. When needed, soak it in warm water, then extract and use it. If cow dung is used in spring, the grass is green and the pot is less potent. The yin shou xuanjing ji mentioned in the dialect refers to cow dung juice. The shengwu ji mentioned in the dialect refers to red stone cleansing. The ke yuan su mentioned in the dialect refers to hutong law. The hei gao sun fei mentioned in the dialect refers to grease. Your Majesty's current method of offering sacrifices is therefore not in accordance with the old records. All others are subject to this. Purified silver formula. Take 1 pound of mercury, wrap it with 2 weights of silk to remove the dregs, mix it with 3 liters of white salt, and gently scrub it until the mercury turns white and can be stored. Heat it in an iron vessel until a precipitate forms. Then stop. Place it in a boiling pot and wait for the precipitate to form again. Then boil it in 3 liters of 3-year-old vinegar over a low flame until 1 shi, approximately 1.5 liters, is used for 7 days, and observe the results. If medicines are added, or if a large elixir is to be added, this purification method still applies. The use of vinegar and salt is explained below, as is the meaning of using oil, honey, and vinegar together. Mercury preparation method for timely. Drug administration. Your Majesty, I note, mercury is poisonous, and lead, when combined with the yin, the sun, can never act alone. They must always act in pairs. Without restraint, the 2 poisons are difficult to eliminate. Therefore, it is essential to choose the 3 yang times and use the 3 yang medicines to control lead and mercury, ensuring complete eradication. Common people do not understand this. Acting impulsively, they simply combine them, which will kill. Simply boiling them in vinegar is far from the proper method. Therefore, the 3 yang times are auspicious days and times. This is why practitioners especially value the 5th day of the 5th month and the 7th day of the 7th month. The 3 yang medicines refer to the essence of the sun, which is yellow and white, the fluids of the morning sun, which is left flavored, and the marrow of the evening sun, which is metal. If the medicine is not prepared according to the proper ingredients or timing, even with countless methods of preparation, the poison will not be completely eliminated. Therefore, the formula for extinguishing fire in mercury states: use 3-year-old vinegar, add glutinous sand powder, and boil for 100 days. Another method states: use yellow cinnabar, which flows yellow, use white cinnabar, equal parts of the 2, boil mercury in vinegar, and observe the mercury's potency after 37 days. Another method states: use oil, honey, vinegar, and salt. Add a little saltpeter, boil mercury, and then add a small amount of lead oxide. The mercury will then turn as white as silver snow and can be cast into cakes. If you wish to use it in various elixirs, add the powdered medicine to the mixture. Another method states: put vinegar in an iron vessel and simmer it over a low flame, adding more vinegar as needed without letting it dry out. If it does not solidify after 36 days, simmer it for another 100 days until it solidifies. Another method states: take high-quality mercury and place it in an iron vessel. Pour pure bitter wine over the mercury and simmer it over a low flame. As the bitter wine dissipates, add more wine, ensuring it never runs dry. After 36 days, let the mercury solidify and dry. Then it is ready to use. Otherwise, you will only suffer unnecessarily. Another method states: all preparations should always be kept warm, not too hot to handle, and the medicine will be as white as snow. These methods, including those mentioning yellow, white, and left-hand flavors, are still valuable in terms of their application to health and seasonal changes, and therefore are not discarded. The correct formula will be quoted below. Fox Gangzi's subduing mercury method. 2 caddies of mercury and mercury pearls are boiled with gold and silver powder in a medicinal vinegar until they turn yellowish white. This process takes 30 days and 30 nights, requiring careful attention to prevent the liquid from drying out. The mixture will then solidify and turn as white as snow. If you wish to make an elixir, boil it in 36 stones of water. If the toxicity is not completely eliminated, remove the poison, place the mixture in the pot, and it will immediately become an elixir. If it does not solidify, boil it again until it solidifies and turns as white as snow. The specific steps for making this divine elixir should follow the methods described in the 72 elixir formulas. Golden mysterious pearl method. 1 pound of black pearl, 2.5 ounces of gold, 50 refinements in total, and 5.5 ounces of lead essence. Place the gold dust in a pot, add yellow and white ingredients, and boil for 15 days and 15 nights, carefully monitoring until the liquid is completely absorbed, until it solidifies into a silvery white. If the poison is not completely eliminated, and it is to be used in various elixirs, boil it again with 36 ounces of water to remove the poison before adding it to the elixir. If it is suitable for use with gold powder, powders, pills, and ointments, can be prepared by using dried yellow lead. Silver mystic pearl method. 1 pound of black pearls, 1.5 ounces of silver, 50 ounces of refined lead, and 6.5 ounces of lead essence. Place the silver shavings in a pot, Add the yellow and white ingredients and boil for 9 days and 9 nights, carefully following the above instructions. The surface should be thoroughly cleaned, resulting in a bright white sheen. If you wish to make it whiter, boil it in alum water for about half a day, then in white alum water for about half a day, then dry it. Let it settle, and it will become white. If you wish to add it to various powders, you must remove any toxins. It can also be used in other processes. 9-dan lead essence mysterious, pearl method. 2 caddies of xuanju, 12 ounces of judan, lead essence, boiled in a mixture of yellow and white ingredients for 7 days and 7 nights until the essence is completely purified and white. Then dry it to remove any toxins. Combine it with other medicines to form the hecha. The 8 methods use lead from 1 to 9, whichever is appropriate. Apply this to all elixirs, and there is no elixir that cannot be formed. Add copper or iron as desired, and the transformations will be effortless. All 72 elixir-making instruments are made using this method, each adapting to the changing nature of the ingredients, varying in depth as needed. Boiling water and silver formula. 4 ounces of mercury and 1 ounce of silver are used to make silver and mercury clay cakes, which are then placed in an iron box. The mulberry ash must be finely sieved to remove impurities. Your Majesty's note, the methods mentioned above all require a short time, and people tend to follow them blindly. If the process fails, they stop. This is due to factors such as excessive vinegar and excessive heat, insufficient liquid and dried mercury, incorrect medicinal properties, or improper preparation of the cauldron. The method used now involves using a 5 fen thick slab of mortar, grinding it until extremely smooth, placing a cloth in the center, and then applying a 7 fen thick layer of mulberry ash mixed with vinegar until it is smooth and even. The ash should be evenly distributed on all 4 sides without being pressed too hard, lest it tear. The ash should be evenly distributed and moistened with mercury. Make a wooden stake with a silk base. On the silk, evenly spread a mixture of mercury and various medicinal ingredients, 1 ounce each of the following 6 ingredients: alum, cinnabar, rock salt, magnetite, halite, and lead oxide, mixed with 6 ounces of mulberry ash. Sift the mixture and spread it evenly over the mercury, about 2/10 of an inch thick. Keep it moist, like porridge, never allowing it to dry out or become too thick. Maintain a consistent and balanced consistency. Any sudden changes indicate overheating. Change the ash and ingredients daily. The paper must be kept free of dust and dirt. Any added ingredients should not be mixed in. The same method applies to the remaining substance. It must be left for a full 100 days for the mercury to be formed. Once boiled, grind it into powder and consume it dry. Chanfushuanzu method. Use a wrought iron pot weighing 8 caddies. The pot is initially made of 2 pieces, each weighing 4 caddies. The centerpiece is about the size of a chicken egg. Wrap the 4 sides 3 times, then weld them together, each half an inch thick. Drill holes, as large as arrow shafts, into the pot. The holes are thicker to ensure they are firmly nailed in. Add mercury, and then weld it with nails, ensuring it is securely sealed. Apply a fine powder to a sweet mud, gradually spreading it 4 times, each half an inch thick. Let it dry completely for 5 or 6 days. Then, place it in a charcoal fire, blowing it through a bag until it glows red. After 1 meal's time, remove the bag, and the fire will extinguish itself. Let it sit overnight, then remove the metal. From Chen, 7:09 a.m. to Si, 9:11 a.m., the process is complete. Remove the soil and shake the iron. It should sound like broken tiles. The iron scale should return to its original value without loss. If it loses its sound, it has lost its original value. If it's like a foot, chisel it open and remove it. Once it's dry, it's done. The key is to remove the poison, eliminating the mysterious pearl poison. Method. First, prepare 1 dao, approximately 150 milliliters, of alum water in a copper pot and boil the hidden fire pearl, a type of pearl. The volume can be 5 jin, approximately 2.5 kilograms or less, until the alum water is completely absorbed. Separately, burn cow dung until it doesn't turn to ash. Then turn the wood to ash. Take magnetite, break it into small pieces, and boil it in water until it reaches a full boil. Pour the boiling water over the ash and put the liquid in the pot. Boil the hidden fire pearl for 1 day and 1 night. Then, separately use 3 rounds of left-hand flavoring and boil it for another day and 1 night. After boiling, separately use 3 rounds of fine wine and honey for 1 day and 1 night. Separately, take pure ghee and boil it for 3 nights. Remove it and place it in a copper vessel. Cover it with the copper vessel and place it in millet. Steam it for 3 days and 3 nights to remove all its toxins. It can then be used in all medicines and as a sustenance for immortality. The resulting yellow and white liquid is then added to the fire and ignited. This is the ultimate method. The 3 rounds of fine wine mentioned here refers to oyster wine. The term 3 turns of the left flavor refers to the yellow and white left flavor. Mercury is boiled in alum water, along with the vessel and metal. If it doesn't dissolve, it can be made into cakes. If it cannot be crushed, it can be crushed and boiled, The steaming method is similar. 5 caddies of metal can hold 2 dao of finely processed mercury. All the methods of removing toxins from the mysterious pearls belong to this. There is no other difference. Only the Taishuanjun formula says, do not ask if it is dry, take the mysterious pearl. To remove the toxins from the mysterious pearl when it is wet, add 1 liang of sweet yellow per caddy. Then the essence of the mysterious pearl cannot be dispersed. It is also called Xuanhuangtu, originating from the western Hu country. Magnetite is also considered dangerous, and cinnabar is its minister. Using yellow lead oxide or lead powder to trap the essence of the mysterious pearl is a common misuse, not the original formula. Using yellow sand or rock salt is also not the original formula. Don't hide mercury method. 1 pound of mercury and 2 ounces of magnetite, ground into powder, are boiled with animal urine, also known as urinary tract dregs, over a slow fire. It takes about 7 days to solidify or not. This is because cinnabar dislikes magnetite and is afraid of brine and salt water. Mercury comes from cinnabar, so it is also afraid of these things. Therefore, even black pearl magnetite is considered to be afraid of it. Clearly, that sweet yellow substance is also something mercury fears. If something is afraid of something, why must it be a foreign substance that is superior to Chinese ones? To prevent people from realizing the necessity of magnetite, strange stories and transformations are used, hoping to make sincere people think and understand its meaning. Limonite comes from gold and rivet medicine, and it is used with ginseng, mercury, etc. to make magnetite. Wouldn't this be appropriate? The method of boiling and solidifying should not be abandoned. The method of using the wet and hidden pearl to hook lead. First, take a finely crafted iron pot about 3 or 4 liters in size. Prepare a clay pot like a turtle shell with a long, open opening. It should be melted and submerged before being used to make medicine, specifically for the river chariot, a type of medicinal substance. Make a cake of black pearls and place it in the pot, covering it with silver powder. The method for using silver powder is already described in the 9th section. If silver powder is unavailable, lead powder can be used as a covering. Then add 5 liters of oil and 1 liter of honey and stir-fry the black pearl cakes together. One account says it takes 30 days and nights, then 3 days and nights. This immediately transforms the copper and iron. The previous method of detoxifying the iron used 1 day and night. Now, the wet method uses oil. This shows that the method of achieving longevity differs slightly from the method of transforming copper and iron. Similarly, to extract longevity mercury, 1 measure of ghee is used to coat the pot. The liquid mercury is obtained by mixing grease and cinnabar to form a paste. The previous method involved using wine and honey to subdue poison. Now, the method of damp subduing uses oil and honey, which is different. This is called the effort of damp subduing, which instantly transforms copper and iron. This damply subdued mercury is then mixed with remaining gunpowder to form the elixir, which can then be transformed. If one uses the method of subduing the mysterious pearl and mixes it with medicine to create the elixir, that is the method of the river chariot, not the true method of subduing the mysterious pearl. Your servant notes, if one wishes to use mercury to make xuanhuang, a type of elixir, or to imitate the great elixir, one must boil it dry to obtain the imitation. If one does not imitate it, one can use 9-fold lead essence, but one must use 50-fold refined lead essence and gold and silver as a substitute. Volume 12, Hejuden, Lead Method, Lead Strength Function. The 12th volume of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. Hejudan Lead Method, Lead Strength, Function. Your servant notes, Fox Gangzi said, in the preparation of elixirs, lead is the foundation. If the lead is not genuine, the elixir cannot be made. Therefore, it is said, lead is the essence of yin and yang, the excellent medium of the 7 treasures. If understood, all things can be accomplished. If confused, 1,000 paths will be blocked. Therefore, it is said, when lead is exhausted, the river chariot is empty, and all efforts will be in vain. When effort is cut off and the river chariot is exhausted, all plans will have no way out. It is also said, do not break my chariot, for it will ruin my return home. Do not destroy my lead, for my life will be complete. The chariot refers to the river chariot. There is no method of the 8 river chariots that does not rely on lead. The medicine that covers the elixir is the so-called river chariot. Therefore, it is said that without the 8 river chariots, the elixir has no foundation. Furthermore, Taiyin is lead, and Taiyang is elixir. When these 2 substances are combined into a medicine, one can become an immortal. The essence of elixir and lead can produce flowing pearls and white snow. Add 2 kinds of water and steam it 100 times. Take 1 pound, divide it into 9 parts, and continue to transform it until it becomes a divine elixir. Its efficacy is profound, and its power is great. 9 times up and 9 times down, mercury is poured over and transformed into elixir, undergoing 3 processes and 9 transformations. Therefore, the sages kept it secret, unknown, and unseen by ordinary Daoist priests. Thus, lead essence is also called lead, Taiyin, Jingong, Heshang Leonu, and Lejishi. The most foolish people use Lejishi from the mountains when making medicine. The true man uses Xuanhuanghua to transform and create lixishi. Gallbladder originally comes from lead. The foolish used Changli stone gallbladder in their medicine preparations, which is incorrect. Therefore, the secret list of elixir and lead has 36 names, listed below. Thus, the formula says, mercury and lead never act alone, they always act in pairs. When the two substances combine, this wondrous medicine is formed. 36 names of Danqian's secret eyes. 1 is Xuanhuang flower, 2 is Huangqing, 3 is Longlin, 4 is Fudan, 5 is Hesh, 6 is Danye, 7 is Yidan, 8 is Jidan, 9 is Liandan, 10 is Huangya, 11 is Shidan, 12 is Yin-Yang parents, 13 is Faiqing, 14 is Huangjing, 15 is Huanglongfu, 16 is Heshang Ninu, 17 is Zishi, 18 is Gong, 19 is Huanghua, 20th is Shenjidan, 21 is Zaifen, 12th is Hongfen, 23 is Liujiai, 24 is Zaiming, 25 is Suandan, 26 is Huanglong, 27 is Jinhufu, 28 is Yin-Yang essence, 29 is Tiandimu, 30th is Yeshenfu, 31 is Jinhua, 32 is Feidan, 33 is Huanghua, 34 is Taiyin, 35 is Jingong, 36 is Heshang Ninu. Your Majesty's note, the creation of these 36 wondrous elixirs all relies on the power of lead essence. Therefore, the first method of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons divine elixir is called Danhua. It also has another name called Liuzhu Jujuan, which is made by combining lead and mercury. Ordinary people, unaware of this, mistake tin for lead. This is like trying to advance at the last minute, when the journey is long and arduous. How difficult. The methods used now require meticulous focus and concentration, and must be applied in 9 different directions. Fox Gangzi's 9-turn lead elixir. Method. 10 caddies of lead are melted in an iron cup to make a green sand. This sand is then ground in an iron basin with an iron hammer, and the resulting yellow juice is dried on a new tile. The resulting powdery yellow juice is mixed with the essence of the black powder and formed into a ball the size of a chicken egg. This ball is then dried in the shade and melted in a furnace to extract the lead essence. The lead is then further melted in a strong fire in an iron cup. After 1 liter of heat, it becomes a lead cinnabar. This process is repeated 9 times to create cinnabar, which is called 9-turn lead. The number of turns and the order of the ingredients are described in the Huang Lao 9 flying elixir section. 9 Dan lead mysterious pearl. Method. 3 caddies of Xuanju, 12 ounces of Judan, lead essence, boiled in a mixture of yellow and white, left hand, for 7 days and nights until it solidifies and turns white, then dried and the poison removed. Combined with other medicines, it becomes the Hesh Hiche. The Hesh of the 8 rivers uses lead from 1 to 9, whichever is appropriate. It can be used to cover other elixirs, and there is nothing it cannot accomplish. Add copper or iron at will, and it will transform freely. All 72 elixir-making instruments are made using this method, each turning according to the medicine, the depth, and amount as desired. Although this method is already mentioned in the Xuanzu scroll, the way of using lead is emphasized. Reading this text, one will know that the lead used in the Hesh must be boiled in a mixture of yellow and white left hand until it solidifies, dried, and prepared before use. It is also said, red lead from 1 to 9 can be taken at will. Common people, unaware of this, pronounce ren with a falling tone, but it should be pronounced with a level tone. Ren means capable. Lead that has not undergone 9 cycles is unsuitable for use. Therefore, it is said, red lead from 1 to 9 can be taken at will. Using 9-cycled red lead to make the river chariot and to apply other elixirs, nothing is impossible. The so-called 72 divine elixir vessels are all made using this method. It is made by mixing lead yellow flowers with lead powder to form a paste. The paste, made from 6/10 of the original, is not the 9-cycled red lead and cannot be used to make Xuanhuang, a type of elixir. It is also said that those who can freely transform copper and iron, and who are not made from the 9-turn elixir, are not suitable for testing medicines or applying elixirs. Longevity lead method. Your Majesty's note, the methods of alchemy and lead, though all involve 9 cycles, differ in their application. If one desires longevity and immortality, and to ascend to heaven, one should use male lead. If one wishes to summon spirits and gods, and to transform liquid into water, one should use female lead. If one wishes to transform gold and white, and to revert to the 5 metals, one should use divine lead. Common people believe that one is indistinguishable from another, and using it incorrectly leads to failure, thus blaming the sage's prescriptions for being ineffective. However, if used correctly, one will never make a mistake. This method is not understood by the common people. Unless one has seen the 5-powder diagram, one can only vaguely understand its ingredients. Therefore, the true masters keep it a secret. This one medicine is the foundation of Daoist arts. It should not be lightly transmitted, not even for a fortune. Even if one possesses hundreds of stones of gold or thousands of baskets of pearls, it will not be revealed. If one obtains this method, the 7 treasures are like dirt. What need is there for hundreds of stones or thousands of baskets? Only those who cherish longevity, admire the Tao, oppose the cycle of blood loss, and solemnly swear an oath may briefly reveal it. This is all contained in the formulas for mercury. However, with 3 parts lead and 3 parts mercury, only 1 is needed. Therefore, the formula says, its function and ability are different from mercury. Mercury and lead never work alone. They always work in pairs. Use them carefully, and you will never make a mistake. Common people often mistake tin for lead, which is far from the true way. It is also said that the 3 kinds of spirits, male and female, each require 3 cycles to be effective. The method of transformation is no different from before. Lead, after 9 cycles, becomes a divine medicine. When used in other medicines, it is invariably effective. Therefore, it is said that only those who have seen the powder diagram know the profound meaning of this method. Other immortals and sages have kept this formula secret. Therefore, most attempts to create it today fail. Male and female lead extraction method. Take 100 caddies of true elixir, 10 caddies of bluish-white Yankee stone, and finely sift the Yankee stone. Mix it with the essence of xuanjing, mysterious essence, to form a ball, then dry it in the sun. Place it in an iron pot and heat it in a furnace until the juice dissipates completely. Pour it into warm ash, and after sifting and sorting, use it as an elixir cover. This is the best method. The term elixir cover refers to the inclusion of the divine elixir and the Xuanhuang medicine. The female lead removal method. Take 100 caddies of true cinnabar, 15 caddies of true powder, 1 caddy of alum, and 1 caddy of lime, and grind them separately. Finally sift the alum. Combine the 4 ingredients, make into pills with the juice of mysterious essence, and dry in the shade. The method is no different from before. Exhilaration flying lead method. Take 100 caddies of genuine cinnabar, 5 caddies of alum, 1 caddy of red ochre, 2 caddies of turmeric root, and 5 liang of yellow sal ammoniac. Sift these 5 ingredients separately, then mix them with wine, and sift. Do not allow them to mix. Dry them in the sun, then sift again. Then take the essence of mystery, immerse it in the mixture to form a ball, and dry it in the shade, following the same method as before. The ingredient described is red ochre. The ingredient described is cow dung juice. The ingredient described is alum. The ingredient described is yellow ochre. The method of mixing the medicines with the cinnabar is the same. First alum, then red ochre, then turmeric root, then sulfur, then cinnabar. Afterward, moisten and mix with good wine, ensuring they do not mix. Take 50 caddies of yellow lead and use 5 large liters of clear wine. Place it on a high shelf of reed mats, cover it with thick paper, paste fish scales on it, press them down, and expose it to the sun for about a day. Then, soak it in cow dung juice to form a ball, and let it air dry on the shelf for 10 days. Another method, first weigh the cinnabar to know its weight, then weigh the medicine separately to know its weight. Then, match the medicine with the cinnabar, matching the amounts. Use a sieve to sift the mixture, layering cinnabar and medicine, layering them until all are used up. Then, sift it with wine. The first turn of the lead drum technique. The ingredients are sieved separately, then mixed with wine as before, ensuring they do not adhere. The mixture is spread out to dry in the sun, then sieved again and mixed with cow dung juice to form a dough. The cow dung is collected and stored in the 12th lunar month, then soaked in hot water until it forms a dough the size of a chicken egg yolk. Larger yolks are difficult to dry. After 24 days of shady drying, it is placed in an iron pot. The pot should be 6.5 fen thick at the bottom, 5 fen thick at the bottom, and 4 fen thick at the top, 7 inches long, and 3.5 inches wide. It is then removed from the stove and allowed to dissolve completely into liquid before being poured into warm ash. Only finely sieved white ash is used, spread on a clean flat surface to a thickness of 3.4 fen. The edges are wrapped with dry mud to prevent the molten lead from spilling out. The lead is then touched by hand and sifted to extract the molten lead. For every 100 jin of wine used, 1 dio, approximately 10 liters, is needed. If using xuanjing, a type of medicinal essence, 2 dao are sufficient, yielding 100 jin of pills. The second turn of the lead drum technique. Take a piece of lead and stir-fry it in an iron cup. The cup should be 3 feet long, 1 inch thick, and 1 foot deep, with slight gaps at both ends. The top should be 3 feet 5 inches long and 1 foot 2 inches wide, shaped like a trough. Rub the lead until it is extremely smooth and clean, without any sizzling or shine. Stir it with a long, blunt iron sieve until it turns into sand. Continue this process from dawn to noon, observing until it becomes a fine powder. Strain the powder continuously and place it in a cold container, which is a thick iron basin. Add clean water and stir it with a long iron sieve. Have 2 or 3 people stir it alternately without stopping until it becomes a liquid. When stir-frying lead in an iron cup, the person should be rotated and the process should not be stopped. If there is any question, the sand, remelted, Firewood is lit under the iron cup. The fire must be strong enough to prevent the sand from forming, as excessive heat may cause it to melt uncontrollably. Monitor the fire carefully, ensuring it is not too hot or too slow. Collect the yellow liquid from the crucible, place it in a porcelain container, add water, drill a hole in the belly, and wait for the liquid to clarify. Pour out the water through the hole and use a smooth iron grate to evenly distribute the clarified liquid. Place it on a new tile. Beforehand, lay 2 layers of paper on the tile, then spread the tile evenly in the blazing sun. Expose it to the sun for 1 day. The cinnabar will harden and crack on the tile, drying completely. Collect it, sift it, and place it in the iron cup. Stir it again with the iron grate until it turns red. Do not use a strong fire for 3 days and nights. The cinnabar is ready when it turns red. The number of days is not important. The third turn of the lead drum technique. When using wine to extract medicine, or mixing elixir with elixir essence, the process must be done in a deep, straight-mouth copper basin. The basin must be clean and smooth. Earthenware or other containers with wide mouths should not be used, lest the medicine scatter and the wine be wasted, thus losing its proper consistency. The remaining methods are as before. The amount of medicine used depends on the amount of elixir, adjusting accordingly. When extracting juice from cow dung, it must be as thick as porridge. A common method for whitening lead involves adding any amount of good wine to white sal ammoniac, slowly melting the ammoniac completely. This sal ammoniac-infused wine is then mixed with the dung juice, resulting in a thin, porridge-like consistency. This mixture is then squeezed through a thick cloth to extract the juice. This juice is then mixed with the medicine or elixir, kneading until it becomes sticky and forms a ball like a chicken egg or not. It is then sun-dried, melted in a pot, and the lead is extracted and poured into cow bile. This process is repeated 5 times to achieve whiteness. Alternatively, if white honey is used to coat the elixir, creating a paste like strong mud, and then sun-dried as before, the same effect can be achieved. If the cinnabar cannot be produced, then the sal ammoniac should be removed. Although it is white in color, it is not the correct method. If the essence of the 9 times refined cinnabar in lead is not pleasing to the eye, its color is bluish-black and its texture is soft. Its magical power is unknown. Taiji Zhenren, 9-turn elixir. First turn. Take 500 caddies of lead oxide. Add 20 caddies of rock salt. Place in 1 stone of water. Add 1 stone of cow dung juice and mix. Form into balls the size of chicken eggs and air dry. Then place in a furnace and heat for a short while. Lead will emerge. This is called powdered lead, known as the essence of the earth. Take 5 caddies of cinnabar. Mix with cow dung juice. Form into balls the size of chicken eggs. Air dry. Place in a furnace or pot. Heat for a short while. Lead will emerge. This is called cinnabar lead, known as the essence of the heavens. Second turn. Take the essence of heaven and earth and stir-fry it to make a water-colored blue sand. Then, take 30 caddies of bright and clear stone, mix it with 8 do of hot water, and add salt water. Grind it in the saltwater basin to make an earth-colored yellow sand. Cast it into powder, place it in a pot, and burn it for 3 days and 3 nights. It will turn into a fire-colored red sand, the same color as good cinnabar, and then it is done. Third turn. Take the first pill and use 1 dao of milk from the first male. If milk from the first male is hard to find, milk from a yellow cow will also suffice. Take 1 she of cow dung juice and 30 jin of rock salt of a certain quality. Make 8 dao of soup, mix them together, and submerge them. Make pills the size of chicken eggs. Dry them in the shade and shape them as before. Repeat the above steps. Fourth turn. Take the essence of heaven and earth from the first 3 cycles to form the elixir. Add 20 caddies of cinnabar of good color and bright clarity. Boil it in wine for 3 to 7 days. Pound it in a mortar. Mix it with medicine, and then mix it with the juice of earth, cow dung. Make it into pills the size of chicken eggs. Dry them in the shade. Place them in a furnace and beat them. The method is the same as the 9-cycle method, but the medicine used is different. Fifth turn. Take 5 caddies of railgar that is yellow like a rooster's comb. Boil it in real cow ghee for 7 days. Then dry it in the sun and mix it with the medicine. Then add 1 stone of wine and 1 stone of cow dung juice. Mix them together and make pills the size of chicken eggs. Dry them in the shade and beat them as before. Do the rest as before. Sixth turn. Take 20 caddies of orpiment and 5 caddies of alum. Mix them with cow's milk and hemp seed juice. Boil for 3 days and nights. Dry in the shade, sift, add the medicine, and make into balls the size of chicken eggs with cow dung juice. Dry in the shade and beat as before. Seventh turn. Take 5 caddies of azurite, 100 pieces each of Cyprus rotundus and Cyprus rotundus, preferably fresh and firm ones. The rest of the preparation is the same as above. Eighth turn. Take 3 caddies of salt, 3 caddies each of Glauber's salt and marabolite. Sift them together, mix with cow dung juice, make into balls the size of chicken eggs, dry in the shade, and then beat as before. Ninth turn. Take the first 8-stage elixir, and according to the proper method, place it on the person's life and on the king's throne. Establish an altar and perform a ritual according to the elixir scriptures, purifying and fasting. Place the 5 spirit talismans in the 5 directions, the 12 divine seal talismans on the earthly branches, and the 8 spirit talismans in the 8 directions. Close the heavenly gate and the earthly gate, pass through the canopy, and enter the yin realm. Take 5 caddies of white jade and grind it into powder, 1 caddy of gold into shavings, and 1 heart and liver of a blue sheep. Mix them with mud in a clay furnace, and add cow dung to make a paste the size of a chicken egg. Place it on the person's life, and let it air dry. On the day and at the time of the heavenly heart, place the elixir in the 9 palaces, with the person who combines the elixir in the central palace attending to the furnace. First ask, the best combination is to find the palace where the elixir is found. After 3 days and nights, the elixir is complete. Make pills with white honey, and take 2 pills daily, the size of a millet grain. This will make one a true person. Keep this secret and do not transmit it. Your Majesty's note, although this formula uses medicines that have undergone 9 cycles, they are kept secret. Lead, after 9 cycles, becomes a divine medicine. Furthermore, 5 caddies of white jade are ground into powder, and 1 caddy of gold is ground into shavings. These 2 rare treasures are mixed together in a clay furnace. The heart and liver of a blue sheep are extremely rare, and 10 liters of breast milk from a male are also used. These are false claims, clearly unavailable. The goal is to obtain the available ingredients to complete the 9-cycle process. With this cinnabar and lead, the 9 cauldrons are used. The method is more subtle and the power is greater. Therefore, the functions are explained, and there is no need to record them in detail. Volume 13. The Power of Ming. Dan Shah can lead to the path of longevity. The 13th volume of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. The power of cinnabar is used by those who possess the ability to achieve longevity. Your Majesty, I note, herbal medicines can treat diseases, but they cannot grant immortality. Mineral and metallic medicines, however, can certainly prolong life and also ward off all evils. Herbal medicines are fragile and easily damaged. They cannot be stored for long periods. Boiling them will cause them to rot, burying them will cause them to decay, burning them will turn them to ash, and leaving them stagnant will cause them to decay. If it cannot strengthen itself, how can it strengthen others? If it cannot generate itself, how can it generate others? As for cinnabar, it is called wondrous stone, the finest medicine. Its fine texture is reddish, brown, its quality firm and mysterious. The longer it is accumulated, the more wondrous its transformations become. It can be turned into powder, refined into snow, made into true mercury, made into elixir of immortality, repelling fire and turning into water. It can be dissolved without being consumed, buried without being destroyed. Its wondrous and mysterious properties are difficult for me to describe. If one grasps the essentials, one can live forever. If one loses the proper methods, one's life will be shortened. People see in the Compendium of Materia Medica that cinnabar is non-toxic and think it will not harm people. They do not know that mercury comes from cinnabar and is highly poisonous. Therefore, the Compendium of Materia Medica says, mercury is the soul of cinnabar, born from cinnabar. If the end is poisonous, how can the core not be poisonous? Those with shallow knowledge and narrow vision, lacking far-reaching ambitions, will neglect the crucial task of cultivating their lives and health, failing to catch up. Therefore, the ancients deeply feared this, and to eradicate evil from its root, they first refined it before entering the realm of the great elixir. Different paths lead to the same goal, to subdue the fire. There are no fixed days or limits to human effort. The process relies on nurturing and should not be rushed. People see cinnabar as a stone and say that all stones burn to ash, so why doesn't cinnabar? They don't realize that cinnabar, being red, can produce mercury, a white substance. This principle of transformation is quite evident just as earth is formed by water. At the foot of muddy mountains lies gold, and on top of it lies much cinnabar, which, through endless transformation, returns to gold. Returning to its original nature is not surprising. Thus, in the Han Dynasty, there was a man named Li Shaojun who lived to be several hundred years old. He had no other abilities, but only used cinnabar to combine with various elixirs to create gold. He used this gold to make vessels, which he used to hold food, nourishing his body. Gradually, this would soften. His stomach and intestines, nourishing his vital energy, and through its steadfastness, prolong his life. He served Emperor Wu of Han with utmost sincerity. However, he presented the matter of the unorthodox practice of worshipping a turtle without seeking clarification regarding the true principles of cinnabar and gold. Ultimately, he perished. Emperor Wu reflected on this. Therefore, he knew that only the way of the Yellow Emperor's 9 cauldrons and the wondrous essence of the Tai elixir could grant immortality and longevity. Truly excellent. If the poison is not completely removed, and the gold is formed while still containing toxins, even if something is achieved, it will be useless. The BI says that eating poisonous food when hungry and drinking poisonous liquid when thirsty will cause serious harm. Trying to benefit one will only lead to harm. Now, he further details the methods of refining the properties and flavors listed below, cinnabar's properties and main therapeutic effects. Your Majesty's note, according to the Compendium of Materia Medica, cinnabar is sweet and slightly cold in nature, non-toxic, and primarily treats various ailments of the 5 internal organs. It nourishes the spirit, calms the soul, invigorates chi and brightens the eyes, unblocks blood vessels, relieves vexation and thirst, benefits essence, brightens the complexion, wards off evil spirits and demons, eliminates internal ailments such as intestinal pain, toxic chi, scabies, and various sores. Long-term use leads to spiritual enlightenment, longevity, and a light, immortal body. It can be transformed into mercury, ground into powder called true pearl. With a luster like mica, the best quality is that which can be separated. It grows in the valleys of Fuling and was harvested during the Yuan dynasty. It is incompatible with magnetite and dislikes salty water. Note that this substance, which transforms into mercury and is called true pearl, is gold sand. Fuling is Fuling, bordering Ba County to the south, and was harvested there during the Yuan dynasty. Source of cinnabar. Your servant notes. The Compendium of Materia Medica states that it is from Fuling. However, in the southern part of Ba Commandery, it is called Basha. It is now being collected again. It also comes from the barbarian tribes of Wuling and Sichuan. They used to communicate with the Ba region, hence the name Basha. The Immortal Classic also uses Yuesha, which comes from Lindung in Guangzhou. Both of these are good, but it is best if it is bright and clear. Also, things like mica flakes are called mica sand. Things like purple stone in large shapes are called purslane. Both are good and can be used in medicine. However, they are not top-grade materials for refining. Things like soybeans, or large smooth pieces, are called bean paste. Fine powder is called powdered sand. These two kinds are not used in medicine. They can be ground into cinnabar. When collecting sand, pits are dug several tens of feet deep. Even though they come from the same commandery or county, there are differences in quality. The methods of selecting cinnabar are well documented, and the treasures of longevity are not detailed in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Although cinnabar originates from the regions of Ba and Chu, the cinnabar from Maiyang County in Shenzhou is considered the best. When broken, it shines brightly with a glimmer like sparks, appearing like shimmering sand when held up to the sun. If the cinnabar is fine, when broken again, it emits a brilliant white light. Furthermore, large pieces, like horse teeth or small rolls, shimmering and radiant, with a firm and dense texture and a dazzling white light, are called cinnabar. Bright red is superior, purple is next, and muddy red is inferior. Those naturally occurring cinnabar with its fire, subdued nature are only known by word of mouth. Never seen in person, even if obtained, it must be boiled and subdued. Xingzhou has a firm and heavy substance, which is also red in color and resembles cinnabar. When broken, it looks like iron. When burned, it turns red again. When left to stand, it turns black. It does not turn red when burned. This is the true quality of cinnabar. Cinnabar refining method. Take the finest cinnabar powder, place it in an iron vessel, add vinegar, and simmer over a low flame. Add water frequently, but do not let it dry out. After 30 to 6 days or more, test for purity by burning. If no residue is found, it is considered successful. If it cannot be simmered in fire, then the time limit is 100 days. Take 1 Daoyu, approximately 100 milliliters, of good spring wine. Place it in a porcelain jar, put 10 liang, approximately 300 milliliters, of cinnabar in a silk bag, and place the bag in the wine jar, ensuring it does not reach the bottom. Change the cinnabar every 10 days. After 100 days, dry it in the sun and use it for longevity. Another method, take bright, good, colored cinnabar with a clear pour, boil it in wine for more than 27 days, then test it by burning it with fire to subdue the fire. Another method, crush cinnabar into the size of soybeans, mix it with wine, put it in a bamboo tube, then put it in a pot of water, boil it, test the fire, let it rest for half a day, then add water and boil it. Another method, take the finest cinnabar and simmer it in an iron vessel over a low flame until the powder is dissolved. Gradually add vinegar while stirring constantly, ensuring it doesn't reach the bottom. For every pound of cinnabar, use 1 dao, approximately 15 liters, of vinegar. Once the vinegar has completely evaporated, remove the cinnabar, dry it in the sun, and place it in a sweet potato jar. Heat it over a censer. If it doesn't splatter, it's ready. If it does splatter, boil it for 3 more days and test it once. This is the minimum requirement for success. Another method, take the best cinnabar, break it into pieces the size of beans, and simmer it in a copper vessel over a low flame with good vinegar. Gradually add more vinegar while stirring, making sure it doesn't touch the bottom. Simmer until the vinegar is completely evaporated, then dry it in the sun. If it doesn't fly away when burned, it's ready. Another method, take cinnabar that shines brightly, grind it into a fine powder, put it in a new earthenware bottle, seal the mouth, and boil it in boiling water for 100 days. It will be non-toxic. Those who refine it in this way will attain longevity. It is also acceptable to put wine in the bottle. Mix it with wine so that it moistens the bottle or pot. Do not mix it with water. Another method, take good quality, bright cinnabar, grind it into a fine powder, boil it in good vinegar for 100 days, and burn it to prevent aging. This method is called subduing fire. This is used for transformation, not for achieving immortality. Your humble servant notes, although there are many methods for refining cinnabar, they all involve the process of simmering it in fire. The ancients, deeply concerned about the slow and intense nature of fire, boiled it in a strong broth. Furthermore, fearing the restlessness of the human heart, they limited the process to 100 days. When used in elixirs of immortality, it must be boiled in fine wine. If used for other purposes, it must be boiled in strong vinegar. Boil the wine several times in an iron vessel. If storing it in a bottle, seal it tightly. Use up all the vinegar, then remove it and expose it to the sun to solidify. Test it before simmering it in fire. The new bottle method is for immortality purposes. For copper and iron vessels, use them immediately for other purposes. Following these instructions will ensure absolute success. Different methods for taking cinnabar. 2 caddies of cinnabar, ground into powder, sieved through a thick silk cloth, placed in a copper basin, and soaked in strong, bitter wine until it becomes like mud. Place in a high, dry place to dry. Repeat the soaking process. 1 caddy of cinnabar, soaked in 3 dao of bitter wine, is then left to dry in this way for 30 days. It should turn purple. The medicine is then ready. It should not stain hands when handled, and should feel sweet when drawn. Make pills the size of hemp seeds. Take 3 pills daily with well water, swallowing them at dawn. After 1 day of taking it, 3 worms will be expelled from the stomach. After 6 days, all diseases in the body will be cured. After 60 days, noticeable effects will appear. White hair will turn black again, and lost teeth will grow back. Before taking this medicine, one should fast for 30 days and bathe in a 5-fragrant decoction. Taking cinnabar. Take 1 pound of cinnabar, grind it into powder, sift it, add 2 liters of pure lacquer and 3 liters of good bitter wine. Mix the 3 ingredients well. Simmer over a low flame until it can be made into pills the size of hemp seeds, and take 3 times a day. In 10 days, all diseases will be cured, and the 3 corpses will descend. It is also said that taking it for 100 days will strengthen the skin, and taking it for 3 years will prolong life. Your Majesty's note, cinnabar alone, when taken for a long time, can still bring the aforementioned benefits. Using earthenware to remove toxins and extinguish fire, and then combining it with a larger cinnabar, greatly enhances its benefits. Now, according to the previous method of using cinnabar alone and mixing it with lacquer, both methods involve pure vinegar without mentioning the use of wine. Based on this, some may doubt the use of wine. Furthermore, soaking it in an earthenware bottle does not require vinegar. Now, according to a separate method for lacquer and cinnabar, use 1 pound of genuine cinnabar, 1 dao of clear wine, 1 pound of white honey, and 1 sheng of pure lacquer. Expose it to the wine and honey daily, repeatedly soaking and exposing it until it can be made into pills. Another method. Mix cinnabar with clear wine, place it in a bamboo tube, and steam it for several days, similar to the method of exposing cinnabar to the sun. Then, make pills with white honey. Another method. Mix cinnabar with mulberry root juice, place it in a bottle, put it in a pot of boiling water, and boil it for 2 days and nights. Then, mix it with pure wine and add white honey to make pills. The above method of refining cinnabar involves first mixing it with wine until it reaches a suitable consistency, then adding the slightest trace of lacquer and fire until it can be made into pills. The method of consumption is as follows. Pills the size of hemp seeds are taken initially, 2 pills twice a day. After 40 days, the 3 corpses, a concept in traditional Chinese medicine, will be eliminated. Long-term use will prolong life and make one like an immortal, whose shadow will not be visible in the midday sun. Thus, it is known that the best method for detoxifying cinnabar is using fine wine. It can be stored in a new earthenware bottle or a bamboo tube. It must first be mixed with clear wine. Steaming or drying is also acceptable. However, steaming requires a continuous fire for 100 days, and the bamboo tube may rot. Drying for 100 days will result in uneven drying of the hands. It is far better to place it in a new earthenware bottle. The wine's aroma will permeate the clear water, the bottle will be moist, and it will remain constantly damp. It requires no opening. A single boil is all it takes. Your Majesty's note, among all minerals, only cinnabar and realgar are superior. The method of refining them is not difficult. First, cultivate them together to protect your life. This is also the foundation of essential medicines for transcending the world. Although it does not reach the level of the great elixir, other elixirs cannot surpass it. Furthermore, the essence of cinnabar is called mercury. Mix mercury and cinnabar in equal parts, place them in a copper vessel, and steam them day and night. Add charcoal to make water, which will turn purplish red. Take honey pills the size of beans and swallow them. After 100 days, its effects will be similar to those of cinnabar. Volume 14, Minglian Realgar Method. The 14th volume of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons, Divine Elixir Classic. Minglian Realgar Method. Its realgar has the effect of promoting longevity. Your servant notes, Realgar originates from the same mountain as orpiment, being a transformation of orpiment. Orpiment is a great elixir of heaven and earth. After 8,000 years, it transforms into realgar, also known as the essence of the emperor's son. After another 1,000 years, it transforms into gold, also known as the food of the true man. This is the stone of the ultimate spirit. For those who seek to prevent tooth loss, prevent hair from turning white, strengthen tendons and bones, and achieve a light body and clear vision, nothing surpasses this medicine. It can also ward off tigers, wolves, and all poisons, preventing their approach to humans. It allows one to enter water without fear of dragons, and all poisonous insects and demons cannot harm it. It also wards off the 5 weapons, possessing great power. It sharpens hearing and sight, and allows one to command all spirits. It is a unique record of divine transformation, a superior medicine for longevity, an essential ingredient for treating diseases, and a means of restoring life. It penetrates all things. Therefore, in the past, many large snakes roamed the round hill, where excellent medicines also grew. When the Yellow Emperor was about to ascend there, Guangchongzi instructed him to wear realgar, and all the snakes fled. This demonstrates its immense power. Furthermore, the great elixir in the immortal scriptures uses realgar as a single ingredient. Realgar as the main treatment. Your servant notes, according to the Compendium of Materia Medica, realgar tastes bitter, sweet, neutral, and cold. It is poisonous and is used to treat chills and fever, paralysis, carbuncles, hemorrhoids, dead tissue, scabies, hidden sores, eye pain, nasal polyps, broken tendons and bones, wind accumulation in joints, abdominal pain due to stagnant qi, demonic possession, evil spirits, and poisons from various insects. It is effective against the 5 weapons, snake and viper venom, and can brighten the face. Eating it can make one feel light and become an immortal. When ingested, it will fly into the brain, defeating ghosts and gods, prolonging life and preventing hunger. It is also called yellow food stone. Source of realgar. Your Majesty's note, realgar grows in the valleys of Wudu and on the sunny side of Dunhuang Mountain. Harvesting is not seasonal. The best quality is the color of a rooster's comb, odorless and firm. Dark or hollow varieties are not good. Dunhuang is located thousands of miles west of Dongzhou. Anciently, it was considered a most precious medicine, extremely rare and difficult to obtain. In the past, it was valued as highly as pure gold. Now, our holy dynasty has unified the world, and the 9 regions are at peace. The land no longer hides treasures, and the mountains no longer conceal valuables. In the towering peaks of Wudu, a mountain collapses daily, releasing realgar that shines brightly in the sun. Those transporting it to the capital are not paid for their labor. They are valued the same as tiles and stones. This is because our wise and enlightened ruler has attained perfect truth, and this auspicious medicine arrives without being sought. Those with a turbid red color are not good. Only the clear red is superior. Realgar detoxification method. Your Majesty's note, although realgar is a superior medicine for longevity, it is highly poisonous and cannot be completely removed. Thus, it cannot be used in elixirs. The toxicity of mineral medicines intensifies with fire. Even after being subjected to intense heat, the poison remains. Ordinary people, failing to understand this principle, mistakenly believe that substances used in place of fire are non-toxic, a grave error. Therefore, it must first be boiled and then extinguished. This is similar to extinguishing mercury. Realgar can be extinguished by boiling in vinegar or oil. The specific uses differ depending on the purpose, as detailed below. Realgar soaked in wine and then floated on the surface to form a chain. Take 10 caddies of high-quality realgar, remove the veins, and grind it into small pieces the size of a small grain of sand, or grind it into powder. If boiled in oil, it will become like a grain of sand. If boiled in wine, grind it until it is crushed. Then mix it with good wine in a copper vessel, adding more wine as needed until 2 stones are used up. Then boil it again in oil, remove the oil, grind it into powder, add it to a large pot of cinnabar, and boil it in bitter wine. If you wish to take it alone, grind it into powder, put it in a bamboo tube, add 1 caddy of realgar, cover it with a mat, seal the opening, and steam it in sand for 7 days and nights. If water is present, drain it and use it separately. Take the portion that does not become water, put it in a silk bag, place it in a honey bottle, seal it tightly to prevent leakage, and bury it under horse manure for 7 days. The medicine is then ready, called Purple Palace Flying Elixir. Make pills the size of beans with white honey, and take it for a long time to prolong life. Realgar vinegar chain method. Realgar is processed with vinegar. Take 1 pound of good realgar, grind it into powder, mix it with good bitter wine, and simmer it in a copper vessel over a low flame. Do not use a high flame. Continue simmering until 1 stone is used up. The mixture will become like glue and become medicine. The secret formula states, this bitter wine is not vinegar. After boiling, grind the glutinous rice into powder, put it in a bamboo tube, and steam it for a day and a night. When it is almost cooked, the aroma should be bluish red. Take it out and place it in water, drawing it out until it feels like cotton. Make pills the size of a wutong seed. Take 1 pill before meals, 3 times a day, and you will become an immortal. If you take it with realgar and lacquer, also use good clear wine, Simmer it over a low fire until it becomes like glue. 1 pound of realgar and 2 pounds of lacquer. The lacquer must be blue. Boil them, strain out the dregs, put them together in a copper vessel, stir until they are mixed, and the medicine is ready. Make pills the size of millet grains, 3 times a day. If you make pills the size of small beans, take 1 a day. Always take it before meals, swallowing the juice. After 14 days, all diseases will be cured. After 20 days, the body will float and dead skin will slough off. This is the power of the medicine. You will walk as if it were daytime at night, and walk like a flying dragon. You will feel hot when it is cold, and cold when it is hot. After 100 days, your intestines will be strong and thick. Your skin and blood vessels will be abundant and strong, and your bones, joints, ears, and eyes will be sharp. Over 300 days, the dosage can be gradually increased to the size of millet grains. 3 pills a day is recommended. This formula is a secret and should not be revealed lightly. Although it is called a small elixir, it is far superior to other stones and superior herbs. Before the great elixir is formed, this medicine must first be used to fill the bone marrow to support the body. If this is to be incorporated into the great elixir, it should be boiled for a full 100 days, but not to the point of becoming like glue, realgar in the longevity drug. After soaking, all the realgar should be dried in the sun, then ground and used. Only the part that shines with a reddish luster should be finely powdered. Place it in a new earthenware bottle, soak it in wine, seal the bottle tightly, and boil it in hot water for 100 days. It is best to boil the bottle in wine in a cauldron. This is used for longevity and in elixirs. Alternatively, take 1 liter of good spring wine, put it in a porcelain jar, and place 10 ounces of realgar in a white bag. Soak the realgar in the wine jar, changing the bag every 10 days for 100 days. Realgar chains transform copper and iron. Take a piece of meat with a good rooster comb color, boil it in a copper vessel with fine vinegar for 100 days, and test it by submerging it in fire without any residue. If it is successful, it is called submerged fire. It can be transformed instantly. Method for removing heavy chains from orpiment by boiling. Select the best rooster combs, carefully remove the veins, and crush them into pieces the size of small grains. Boil them in an oil pan. First, soak them in wine for a full day, then boil them in oil for 9 days and nights without interruption. Carefully monitor the heat. If the oil is too hot, the flames will ignite. If too slow, the poison will not dissipate. Cover the pan with an earthenware pot, letting it cool to the touch. When the required number of days is complete and the oil is extremely hot, pour it out carefully, ensuring all the oil is drained. If it solidifies and doesn't drip, pour it out while still very hot, draining it evenly throughout the pan. Place the liquid in a silk bag, each holding 2 caddies, approximately 1 kilogram. Make 5 bags, each holding 10 caddies, approximately 25 kilograms, and each 9 inches long. Also, make an earthenware pot, about 1 foot high, with an 8-inch opening facing upwards. Dig a trough on each of the 4 sides of the pot, resembling an earthen bowl. Place sand on top. Then place the medicine bags on the sand, leaving an inch's gap between each bag, filling the entire surface with sand. Place firewood, about an inch above the sand, and then place 7 bundles of firewood underneath. Observe the bags for grease. The sand will gradually be absorbed. Migratory realgar method. After steaming the sand, place the realgar in a new earthenware container. Wrap the earthenware bottle with sweet clay, half an inch thick, and roast until dry. Cover the mouth with a piece of clay and set aside. First, mold a shape from yellow clay, like a bottle or jar. The mouth of this clay shape should be as thick as a side palm and as high as a firm fist. Fill it with white sand and press it down firmly. Dry it in a furnace. Then, invert the bottle mouth onto the shape, plug the mouth with tangled hair, and place a layer of paper on top of the sand. Use small iron nails to block the hair at the opening, ensuring that the oil and fumes leak down and the medicine doesn't fall out. After placing the bottle, wait for it to dry, then press it down firmly with horse manure. Set it on fire from above, the fire heating from top to bottom, causing the oil and fumes to drip onto the sand until they are completely consumed. After a day and a night, wait for the bell to ring, and then remove it. While still hot, use tongs to straighten the bottle, remove the bottle mouth, and make a hole. The medicine is inside the bottle, resembling turbid water. Cast it into a vessel, any shape or size. This is called a talisman for warding off evil spirits. If the diarrhea is not completely stopped, break the container and collect the contents. Remove the oil, keep the medicine, and the poison will be eliminated. Take it directly. If you are already suffering from this, sift the snow through a sieve, collect 3 turns of snow, steam it for 3 days, and then make pills with white honey. Take 1 pill the size of a bullet. Take 3 times a day and store it gradually. This will expel the 3 parasites and grant longevity. Mixing it with pine resin is also effective. This can be prepared in large quantities and taken. Chain resin method. If using mulberry ash or lime juice, boil it many times, then boil it again with water until the bitterness stops. Chain orpiment method. Your Majesty's note, the method of processing orpiment is similar to that of realgar. However, According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, its main therapeutic effects differ from those of realgar. When used in the preparation of elixirs, this ingredient is specifically required, therefore it is listed below. Orpiment is sweet, pungent, and neutral in nature, and is poisonous. It treats malignant sores, baldness, tinea, scabies, kills poisonous insects and lice, relieves itching, eliminates various toxins and evil influences, treats nasal polyps, sores on the lower body and face, removes blemishes and dead skin, and alleviates delirium and evil influences. It also kills bee and snake venom. Consuming orpiment made from orpiment lightens the body, prolongs life, and makes the brain feel full. Source of orpiment. Orpiment and realgar grow in the same mountains, specifically in the valleys of Wudu, which are shady. The mountains contain gold, and the essence of that gold, when used to purify the soil, produces orpiment. Harvesting is not timed. Orpiment from Chiuchi in Wudu is yellow, with a slightly reddish hue. Orpiment from Linyi in Funan is considered the true Kunlun orpiment, yellow like gold but resembling mica, and is highly valued by painters. However, alchemists often combine orpiment with realgar, as the names male and female signify yin and yang. When using orpiment from the same mountain, Wudu orpiment is considered the best. The best orpiment contains white, hard markings when broken open. Volume 15. The Essence of Mingju Stone Medicine. The Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic, Volume 15. The Essence of Mingju Stone Medicine. Akashi Ryoki's Skill. Your Majesty's note, the stone, flowing yellow, can transform gold, silver, copper, and iron objects, a method frequently used in immortal scriptures. When burned, it produces a purple hue, while the yellow and white hues are used for cutting materials, hence its importance in chariot making techniques. The submerged mercury refers to this medicine as yellowish sand. It can be transformed into water with saltpeter. This method originates from the 36 Waters Classic. Furthermore, take powdered stone, flowing yellow, place it in a bamboo tube, and thin the surface. Bury it in horse dung. After 20 days, it will transform into water. Use this water to soak cinnabar, which is called flowing yellow liquid. The method involves taking the finest cinnabar, refining it with wine, grinding it into powder, and then soaking it in a copper vessel with a special yellow dye. Simmer it over a low flame, then boil it again in hot water. This is the best method. After 7 or 8 days, the color will change. After 10 days, it will resemble mud. Form pills the size of a paulownia seed. Take 3 pills daily, gradually increasing to 40. With prolonged use, one will experience lightness of movement and may even ascend to immortality. This is the power of the special yellow dye. Huang, the main therapist for lithiasis. Your Majesty's note, the herb Shilu Huang is sour and warm in nature, and poisonous. It is primarily used to treat gynecological worms in women, carbuncles, hemorrhoids, stagnant blood, baldness, abdominal masses, and rashes caused by pathogenic factors. It also treats shortness of breath, leg pain, weakness, and sores on the nose and lower body. It heals sores, stops bleeding, and kills scabies mites. Popular remedies primarily treat leg weakness and sores, but these are relatively effective. Your Majesty further notes, stone-flowing cinnabar refers to the red essence of stone, a type of stone-flowing yellow, not the same as stone-flowing yellow. It all seeps and overflows from the edges of cliffs. The moistened part can be made into pills, while the hardened part can be taken as powder. This single colored stone is one of the 120 kinds of stone fungus. Although its name is recorded, it is never seen, yet it is still a superior elixir. It exists in the 5 sacred mountains, but is most abundant on Mount Ji. Local sayings and the story of Shu Yu, who consumed it to achieve longevity, show that they were no longer burdened by wealth and status, and thus did not accept the Zen teachings of Yao. Source of stone, flow yellow. Your Majesty's note, alum yellow, Shi Lu Huang, grows in the valleys of Muyang Mountain in Shuhai, as well as in Mount Tai and the Hexi Mountains. It is alum liquid. Shuhai belongs to Suzhou, and it is also found in Jishan. The best quality now comes from Linyi in Funan, resembling a parrot just hatching, named Kunlun Yellow, Kunlun Huang, with a deep and excellent color. This color is especially sought after in folk remedies for weak legs and hernias. However, if used in elixirs, the Linyi variety is certainly inferior to that from Suzhou and Jishan. Furthermore, there is no alum in the south. It is unclear why it is called alum liquid, dang shiye, refining stones and flowing yellow into the elixir of immortality. Your subject notes. The 9 Heavens Lord created the 9-turn lead elixir, a method for refining stone and adding yellow pigment to the elixir of immortality. The 4 main ingredients, though refined separately, are all decocted together in wine and broth. The method involves grinding cinnabar, realgar, orpiment, and yellow pigment into powder, placing each in a copper vessel, pouring good wine over them, and then decocting them on a simmering broth. Each batch of 5 liters of wine can soak 5 ounces of liquid, keeping it constantly moist without adding more at once before use. This is the elixir of immortality. Another method, Crush the ingredients to the size of soybeans, place them in a bamboo tube with vinegar, and boil for 3 days and nights, allowing half a day to rest before adding water. This method is a variation and not as effective as boiling in wine. Ming Zhengqing's longevity oil enhances. His skill. Your Majesty's note, Zhengqing is also a top-grade elixir. Long-term use will make one light body and ageless. It can transform copper, iron, and lead into gold. Zhengqingzhu, therapy. Your servant notes, Zhengqing is sour in taste, slightly cold in nature, and non-toxic. It is mainly used to treat eye pain, stop tearing, treat windstroke, benefit the joints and 9 orifices, break up hard masses and accumulations, nourish the liver and gallbladder, eliminate cold and heat, kill white worms, treat headache and brain cold, stop irritability and fullness, and replenish insufficient yin qi. Source of Zhengqing in the Ming dynasty. Your Majesty's note, Zhengqing, Chengqing, originates from the valleys of Shu, and Yue, and its harvesting time is unpredictable. It is susceptible to insect infestation, and its medicinal properties are similar to those of Kongqing. Currently, Zhengqing is no longer found in my area. It only originates from Shixing, and now from Waizhou and Ezhou. However, the Weizhou variety is superior to the Ezhou variety, those from other regions are inferior. The best quality is one that resembles earthworm droppings or huanglian. The smoother the texture, the better. Its color and texture are slightly superior to Kongqing. It is rare and valuable. It is also essential in immortal scriptures, yet Tao Hongjing, Tao Yinju, only mentions its scarcity. The method of transforming it into gold is the same as that of Kongqing. Lian Zhengqingfa. Your Majesty's note, soak agar in fine wine, place it in a copper vessel, cover it with paper, and expose it to the sun. In summer, 7 days is sufficient, but the potency increases with each passing day. If there is no sun, warm it with fire until it is thoroughly dried. Grind it with a porcelain utensil and jade mallet until extremely fine. Mix it with vinegar and adjust the moisture content as needed. Alternatively, use a thick, dense silk bag. Place the agar in the bag and put it in a porcelain jar. For every 10 ounces of agar, use 1 liter of vinegar. Hang the bag in the vinegar jar, changing it every 10 days. When the vinegar is used up, use 1 dao of vinegar every 100 days, then stop. The silk bag should not reach the bottom. Another method, soak agar and gold essence separately in porcelain vessels. Grind the medicine into powder, soak it 3 times with left-handed seasoning, and let it sit for 200 days. Then, dry it in the sun and grind it thoroughly with a porcelain basin and jade mallet. Another method, the refining method, is the same as that for stone flow yellow. Crush it into pieces the size of soybeans, put it in a bamboo tube with vinegar, and boil it in water for 3 days and 3 nights. Let it rest for half a day, then add fire and boil it again. I am not unaware of this method, but it is a hasty and minor method and is not reliable. Another method, crush it into powder, boil it 3 times with the left-hand flavor, add 1 pound of green onion, and boil it over a low heat until 5 dew of vinegar are used up. Dry it in the sun and grind it. It is then ready for medicinal use. Magnetization method. It is the same as Zhengqing. This is the 9 Heavens Lord's 9-turn lead elixir method. Although it has a classical basis, it is not as good as the Fox Prince's method of refining gold essence, Zhengqing. Ming Kongqing Gongli. Your servant notes, long-term consumption of azurite can lighten the body, prolong life, prevent aging, preserve memory in the elderly, and elevate one's will to the level of an immortal. Furthermore, when combined with elixirs, it can transform lead into gold. Shenong said, it can transform copper, iron, and lead into gold. Its therapeutic effects are similar to those of azurite, with minor differences, and are recorded below. Kongqing, main therapy. Your servant notes, azurite is sweet and sour, extremely cold, and non-toxic. It is mainly used to treat night blindness and deafness, improve eyesight, benefit the 9 orifices, unblock blood vessels, nourish the spirit, benefit liver qi, treat red and painful eyes and skin, stop tearing, promote urination, promote lactation, open joints, and break up hard masses. Origin of sky blue. Your Majesty's observation, azurite grows in the valleys of Yizhou and Yuezhun. Those from Tongguan are the most vibrant and deep in color, while those from Shixing are inferior to those from Yizhou. There are also many azurite mountains in Xiping, Dongzhou, but they are all round and solid like iron beads, none hollow. They are all extracted by chiseling from the soil and rocks, and there is no fixed time for harvesting. Now, Your Majesty's virtue is so great that all things are abundant. Therefore, azurite is found in Weizhou, Jianzhou, Xuanzhou, and Zizhou. However, those from Xuanzhou are the best. Those from Waizhou are without holes, large in size, and deep in color, refining azure into the elixir of immortality. Your servant notes, the final step is to soak alum in wine for 100 days, then expose it to the sun. Next, mix the alum with vinegar and expose it to the sun 10 more times. The general procedure is the same as for alum. If refining red alum, simply soak it in the same wine as alum once. The method of exposing it to the sun is less cumbersome. Refining stone roll method. Your Majesty's note, this substance is unnecessary for the current great elixir. However, the Tai Divine Essence small elixir formula states, if azurite is unavailable, use Kunlun stone agar, ground into sand and extracted. Furthermore, according to the Compendium of Materia Medica, stone agar grows within azurite, growing together. This method calls it stone agar, its taste is sour, and cold, non-toxic, primarily benefiting qi, treating liver and nose ailments, stopping. Diarrhea, growing in the air of shady mountains, its color bluish, white. This is used for painting green, which painters call biqing, and azurite green. If one wishes to substitute azurite for it, it should be water, refined. 10 ounces of the essence can yield 3 ounces. Refining this essence is the same as the method for azurite. This is acceptable for the small elixir, but for the great elixir, it must not be substituted with anything else. Volume 16. All the stones in the Ming series are believed to have the effect of prolonging life. Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic, Volume 16. All the stones in the Ming series are believed to have the effect of prolonging life. Ming Lodestone Power. Your Majesty's note, magnetite is one of the 5 elements, the essence of yin. Its taste is pungent, salty, and cold. It is non-toxic, but it counteracts the toxicity of iron. It is feared and disliked by cinnabar and mercury. It is often used in elixirs and medicines. Magnet therapy. Your Majesty's note, magnetite is primarily used to treat wind dampness and rheumatism, pain in all joints, inability to hold objects, soreness after washing, relieves intense heat and restlessness, deafness, nourishes the kidneys, strengthens the stomach, benefits essence, relieves restlessness, opens joints, eliminates paralysis, carbuncles, emaciation, stiff neck and sore throat, infantile convulsions, and when drunk with water, it can help people conceive. It is also called xuanxi or chushi. Buplurum is its adjuvant. It is incompatible with peony and wild herb, and is also incompatible with yellow ochre. Source of magnet. Your Majesty's note, lodestone grows in the valleys of Mount Tai, and where there is iron on the shady side of Mount Sishan, it grows on the sunny side. There is no fixed time for harvesting. The best quality lodestone can attract needles when suspended in the air, with 3 or 4 needles forming a loop being the ideal. Currently, the best lodestone is found in Shangzhou, method of incorporating magnetite into longevity elixir. 1 pound of magnetite used for longevity purposes is ground into powder and boiled with the left-hand ingredients over a low flame until 5 liters are used up. It is then removed from the heat and exposed to the sun. The remainder is unusable. Square chain method. The appropriate ingredient is 5 liters of vinegar. It doesn't necessarily require soaking. One method suggests coarsely grinding magnetite and boiling it in bitter wine. It can be used after 3 days and nights. Ming Tong Stone Skill. Your servant notes, the essence of Shaoyin, lesser yin, in Yushi, Sashi, is incorporated into the 5 types of stones, then chained and ingested. This grants immortality and longevity. Alchemical texts and texts on alchemy frequently utilize this potent ability. Soft metal is generated within the water of Yushi and the water does not freeze. It is also called Qingji stone, Liji stone, Giang stone, Baiyushi, Taibai stone, Ziru, and Xian, primarily used for treating uranium. Your servant notes, ore is pungent and sweet, extremely hot and poisonous. It is mainly used to treat chills and fever, scrofula, necrotic tissue, wind heat in the spleen, abdominal masses, pathogenic factors, heat, improve eyesight, lower qi, remove heat from the diaphragm, quench thirst, benefit liver qi, break up accumulations, treat alcohol-related ailments, cold abdominal pain, and remove nasal polyps. Long-term use can cause muscle atrophy. It is better when heated, but it is incompatible with water and is extremely toxic. Asarum and tiger paw are its adjuvants. Source of alum. Your Majesty's note, jadeite grows in the valleys of Hanzhong and Shaoxi Mountain, and its harvesting is not seasonal. It is also found in Shuhan. The best quality comes from the southern wilderness, the area within the borders of Pingcheng, and the southern wall of Luoyang. The hottest alumite is found in Shaoxi Mountain. The type used resembles yellow clay, is half an inch thick, and can be broken down after being burned over charcoal for a day and a night. It can be used to treat cold congestion, but is unsuitable for use in alchemical elixirs. The white alumite used by alchemists is not simply raw alumite, incorporating quartz into the elixir of immortality. Your Majesty's note, ore is poisonous, but its effects are enhanced by intense heat and fire. Therefore, the Compendium of Materia Medica states it must be refined by fire for 100 days. If taken raw, it is a potent elixir that kills both humans and beasts. If it is dissolved in water, it possesses the power to subdue mercury. The refining method involves selecting the best quality ore, grinding it into a fine powder, wrapping it in paper to form small granules, and then mixing it with yellow clay from a tile, making workshop. This clay is then used to create a cylindrical furnace, filled with charcoal and heated for 14 days. Medicinal ingredients are then added inside. The better the medicinal effect, the more it is used after 100 days, and it is suitable for use in traditional Chinese medicine. Method 1. Boil grease for 7 days and nights, then dry it in the sun. Grind the grease into powder, mix it with bitter wine, form it into balls, and beat it over a strong fire to obtain copper. Then, grind the grease into powder again, mix it with solidified mercury powder, and use it according to the prescription. 9 Heaven's Lords 9. Turn lead. Cinnabar chain jade method. Grind the glutinous rice in a powder, mix it with cow dung juice to form a dough, and heat it in a furnace for 1 day and night. Then, grind it again in a mortar, and it becomes a substitute for other ingredients. Boil it in 2 dao of water until it reaches 5 sheng of simmering liquid. Let it cool overnight until it slightly coagulates, then remove it. Boil it 3 times in 1 dao of 3 a year, old bitter wine, store it in a sealed container, cover it with mud, and open it after 14 days. Observe the edges that are 2 fen thick. Use the essence of this granulated saltpeter to cover the Tai Sol summoning pill, which is then solidified on top of mercury. This is used to enhance the longevity effect, and it will surely be superior to that of unchained pills. Ming Miao's skill. Your servant notes, Glauber's salt is made from sodium sulfate. Therefore, the Shenong Bensao Jing, Divine Farmer's Materia Medica, does not mention Glauber's salt, but only saltpeter and Glauber's salt. However, it possesses the ability to transform. Thus, Pengjun said, the genuine saltpeter, halite, chalcanthite, and Glauber's salt even, when made from substances of yin and yang, possess miraculous, transformative effects. If one seeks immortality but cannot attain this path, one will waste vast sums of money and gain nothing. This clearly indicates it is the medicinal substance of immortals. Its main therapeutic effects are exactly the same as saltpeter, leading to the suspicion that this is indeed saltpeter. Therefore, the Shenong Bensaojing does not distinguish Glauber's salt. The genuine quality, formerly from Ningzhou, is white, with large grains and an extremely bitter and pungent taste. If physicians boil it, the color will be extremely white, the grains fine, and the taste less pungent. Based on this, it is produced from sodium sulfate, and the preparation is also good. Furthermore, according to the Chunxiao Huachi method, take 7, turn Chunxiao, the 3 stones of pure black color, and use 3 dao of Wushanzi. The so-called 5-colored mountain resin is actually Yunhao Huangfan, not 5 other kinds of substances. Also, use 5 jin each of Glauber's salt and sodium sulfate. Now, note that the word each appears in the reference to the 2 saltpeter compounds, while 3 DRU of the 5 resins is mentioned, indicating that the 5 mountain resins are one substance. The Huachi formula says, each different type of saltpeter placed in chunxiao, sealed for 3 to 7 days, is complete. All methods of altering the color of the chain, changing the 5 metals, all use this Huachi method. This is a closely guarded secret, not to be passed on even for 10,000 gold pieces. However, Glauber's salt is made from sodium sulfate. This formula uses these 2 substances to achieve its magical power, demonstrating the great power and efficacy of Glauber's salt. Glauber's salt as the main treatment. Your humble servant notes, Glauber's salt has a bitter and pungent taste, and is extremely cold. It is used to treat accumulations in the 5 internal organs, stomach upset due to heat, phlegm accumulation in the back, and abdominal masses. It also clears the meridians, promotes urination and defecation, treats menstrual bleeding, and promotes metabolism. It is used with Perosia lingua as an adjuvant, and is incompatible with wheat and ginger. If Glauber's salt is boiled to make saltpeter, it can be used to treat abdominal distension due to heat, nourish the stomach, aid digestion, and dispel pathogenic factors. It is also digested with water. Its main therapeutic effects are the same as those of genuine saltpeter. The method of processing saltpeter is already included in the methods of processing saltpeter. Source of Glauber's salt. Your Majesty's note, Glauber's salt is produced from sodium sulfate, which grows in the valleys of Yizhou. Saltpeter is also said to originate from the same mountain as sodium. Sulfate, indicating that the 3 substances have similar properties and origins. Furthermore, sodium sulfate is also known as sodium sulfate. Although they are not the same substance, they are largely similar with minor differences. Saltpeter has a hard, salty texture, is not icy, and when burned, it produces a purple-blue flame before turning to ash. It does not boil or produce juice. This is sodium sulfate. If it boils and produces juice, it is sodium sulfate. If one relies solely on color and texture, one cannot easily distinguish between them. Sodium sulfate grows in shady mountain areas with salty and bitter water. Therefore, it grows in shady areas. The type from Ningzhou is said to be the purest form. Chain Glauber's salt process. Your Majesty's note, although Glauber's salt possesses both yin and yang properties, its transformative effects are truly divine. Since it is made from pure saltpeter, it is already a chained substance. It cannot be chained again from a chained substance. The method for making Glauber's salt using pure saltpeter involves grinding it in a sieve, pouring warm water over it to extract the juice, clarifying it, and boiling it in equal amounts, always keeping it half full. Place it in a fine wooden basin, soak it in clear water overnight, and it will be formed, resembling the size of white quartz, each with 8 edges. When making it, avoid contamination. It is especially important to prevent unauthorized personnel from observing, as this will damage the essence and prevent the transformation from complete. Only by changing the water in the wooden basin can the transformation be completed quickly. It must not be allowed to lose its clarity. This is how the transformation of water achieves its full effect. Your Majesty's note, this is what is needed to make 8 kinds of saltpeter. Among the 8 kinds of saltpeter are malachite and saltpeter. It is said that malachite is a material that can transform into 36 kinds of water, but it cannot do so alone. It must be combined with this mirabilite. It is said that mirabilite assists in the process, so that it can achieve its full effect in transforming various waters. Nowadays, people see this phrase about the full effect in the mirabilite formula and mistakenly believe that mirabilite alone can form water, which is extremely misleading. Malachite is a single ingredient, and no one recognizes it. Without this substance, saltpeter water cannot be formed. Those who can make it will have miraculous effects. Therefore, in the application of this formula, when used to make saltpeter, it is always effective. The divine way is complete. The mirabilite formula also says that this can transform various external waters, achieving full effect. Stone, making in spleen, dissolving. Methods. To make saltpeter, one must first obtain saltpeter. The saltpeter is then transformed into a pure saltpeter, identical to the original, and together they form saltpeter to dissolve various waters. Although both are included in the saltpeter preparation method, they are now highlighted again due to the presence of mirabilite. Method of making stone spleen. Take 1 pound of genuine alum and 1 pound of saltpeter. Grind them separately into powder. Take 2 liters of bitter water, put them in a pot, and boil for 4 or 5 minutes. Then, add the 2 powders and boil until half remains. Filter out the dregs and boil again until all remains. Then, put it back into the pot, and it will boil again, forming a stone, like substance, white as snow. Use this to make saltpeter. It is invariably effective, truly miraculous. Salt production method. Take a certain amount of clean rock salt, melt it in an iron vessel until boiling, then add it to powdered alum. Melt it again in brine, then melt it again and add it to powdered dry spirit. Wash your face with this solution. Repeat this process 3 times to make a complete wash. The finished product is indistinguishable from the original. 5. Colored divine salt. Peng Jun said, "This is the master of all medicines." If you make this 5 colored divine salt, using the essence of the 5 emperors, it will become the 5 colored divine cleansing water. Higashino Glauber's salt method. The amount of salty essence is unknown. Place bitter water in an earthen pot and boil the salty essence for about 10 boils. Sprinkle out the clear liquid and place it in the salty juice of Rubus idaeus, a type of herb. Let it soak for 2 days. Then, take the Rubus idaeus juice and place it in a copper pot, boiling until the juice is completely absorbed. It will then solidify into white Glauber salt. If you want it to form ridges, do not let the purifications, due to the spirit of wrong, can be made into 5-colored salt, which is the main ingredient. Growing from alum and taking root in stone, it is white alum stone. And that is what is formed. Volume 17, Ming Xiao first got drunk, and then Huachi Yuji. The 17th volume of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. The medicine for the Ming dynasty was first drunk, and the flowers were caused by it. Your servant has heard that among the 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir, not a single elixir fails to begin with the preparation of black and yellow clay and an earthen cauldron. Therefore, the first elixir, named Danhua, is made by first brewing pure vinegar and then the huachi, a type of elixir. Next, realgar water and cinnabar water are prepared. Then, casting and sieving are performed, using 7 ingredients: alum, ochre, cinnabar salt, brine, oyster shell, red ochre, and talc, along with lead oxide, etc., each prepared in batches of 30 to 50 caddies to form a 6-1 mixture. Finally, a red earthen cauldron must be prepared. The method for making the earthen cauldron is already listed in the previous volume. The formulas for black and yellow clay are detailed below. Xuanhuang Dharma. The dark yellow color is formed by adding mercury to tin. Tin originally comes from cinnabar. If the quality of tin is not refined, it is unsuitable for use in longevity. Making yellow elixir. Those who make their own cinnabar and obtain it from the market may have a yellowish-brown color mixed with other impurities. If you obtain genuine cinnabar, it is not made by the master himself. Cinnabar made by oneself is reddish-brown, bright, and lovely. If it is not like this, it is not genuine. Method of creation. Take 2 pounds of lead, as much as you like, and wash it. Stir it in an iron cup until it turns into sand. Wash it with clean water. Place it in an iron mortar and stir it thoroughly until it becomes extremely coarse. Remove the water and keep the dregs. Dry it in the sun for 10 days, then hammer it into powder. Sieve it through a silk sieve and then place it in an iron cup for 2 nights and 3 days. Stir it until it turns red and then stop. This is good elixir. Lead removal method. Fox Gangzy said, in all elixirs, lead is the foundation. If the lead is not genuine, the elixir will not be formed. The method for extracting lead is to add a small amount of gold to the elixir of cinnabar essence. Scramble it like a parrot, dry it in the shade for 7 or 8 days, and then heat it in an iron pot. This is called cinnabar lead, and it is used to make black and yellow elixir. As for boiling lead in mercury, there is a different method, and the number of times to add it is described in the method of subduing mercury. Perform the Xuanhuang method. Boil 1 pound of mercury for 36 days. If it solidifies, it will yield 20 pounds of lead. Refine it 5 times to make it pure. Place the 2 ingredients in an iron vessel and heat it fiercely. The lead and mercury will release their essence, which is purple and yellowish brown. Collect it with an iron spoon. It is also called yellow sprout or dragon light flying essence. The method is as follows. Place tin in an iron vessel, add charcoal, and bring it to a boil. Gradually reduce the heat, add mercury, and stir with damp willow wood. When 5 colors appear, use an iron spoon to skim it to one side, then catch it. Stop stirring and remove it, then catch it again. Once the fire is ready, observe the flame. If it is hot, the color will be yellow. If the flame is shimmering, the color will be bluish-purple, with a hint of heat. If the fire is moderated, the color will be reddish-purple, still resembling gold. However, when burned, the color will be the same as the flame, closely resembling gold. When removed from the fire, it returns to its original state. To make the elixir, first prepare the black and yellow tin. Furthermore, the 9 tripods reversal method all uses this substance. If it is not prepared in advance, there will be shortcomings at the time. Therefore, it is necessary to boil the mercury early and remove the lead. According to the method of the Tai Ching reversal method, there is also a method that requires the use of black and white tin for the elixir. The method is as follows. Xuanbai method. The 8th method of the 9 cauldrons elixir involves taking 1 pound of either blackish yellow or blackish white liquid and placing it at the bottom of a cauldron, then placing mercury on top. Lead is then used to make a board, along with 1 pound of mercury, 3 pounds of lead, and 6 ounces of pure gold. The lead and gold are dissolved. Mercury is then added, and the mixture is shaped into a silver plate and suspended in a lotus pond. It is allowed to ferment once every 7 days. Before fermentation, the porcelain mouth of the lotus pond should be tightly covered. When it ferments, the white liquid is collected, placed in a green bamboo tube, and the mouth sealed with lacquer. This is then poured into the lotus pond, and after 30 days, it becomes water. Another method involves taking 1 pound of lead and 1 pound of gold, shaping them into a board, and forging it thinly like silk. This is placed in a wooden tray, covered with a cloth, and placed in the left-hand container. After 30 days, it will all turn blackish-white in the tray, at which point it is ready for use. Blackish-white liquid containing gold is usable. Liquid without gold is unusable. The Tai Ching elixir uses blackish-white liquid as the recommended gold, while the 9 cauldrons method only uses blackish-yellow liquid. Your Majesty's note, to create the divine elixir, one must first prepare various waters and refine all kinds of poisonous stones, submerge the 6-1 mud, and boil mercury. All other preparations must be made by soaking the ingredients in vinegar for over 100 days, called pure brew, or for over 3 years, called bitter wine. Then, add the medicine, and it is called jade pool. The ancients kept this a secret, calling it left flavor, for those seeking the great Tao and yearning for immortality. Without this practice, nothing will be achieved. Therefore, the order of preparation is as follows. Vinegar making method. Take 1 shi, a unit of dry measure, of red millet, clean and sift it. Then take 3 shi of the rice water. Cook the rice until it is mushy, and then add the rice water and other ingredients in the same quantity as the previous 3 shi. Place all 3 shi into a porcelain bowl at once. After sifting and straining, add the millet rice and rice water, along with the yeast starter, in the same quantity as the previous 3 shi, and stir until evenly mixed. Cover the mouth of the porcelain bowl with 7 layers of paper. After every 7 sips, remove 1 layer. After 49 days, remove all the paper. Initially, cover the bowl with paper, then tie it securely with each layer. After 49 days, the vinegar will be ready. Separately cover the mouth of the porcelain bowl with fine silk and wait until it is full before adding the medicine. To add the medicine, collect the clear vinegar. If necessary, store it in a tightly sealed container with lees and do not open it. The best way to make vinegar water is with rainwater from May. Divide the ingredients into portions of 100 or 1,000 shi and place them at the bottom of this vinegar bowl. It is essential to cover the bottom with a thick cloth. 2. Do not move things around too often. as this will damage the healthy and tidy things. It is better to use a gourd and occasionally sprinkle dry thorns to remove hair. The first part of the Taiching Zhongjing is called the Huaqi method. The Huaqi, is said to be the site of a drowning, also known as the four-sea goddess or the mysterious pool. It exists in the heavens, in the North Pole. The method used by modern people is to take 5 stones of pure left-handed flavoring, taking 1/3 of it from the state of Fu, adding 1 jin of honey and 5 dao of grain, submerging it in water to allow it to sprout, then drying it in the sun, sifting it, and placing it in the huaqi, sifting it 10,000 times. Then wrap 30 jin of alum in rice gruel, soak it in the mixture, seal it for 3 days, and it will be ready. Its taste is bitter with a sweet and sour flavor. Finally, add 10 jin of saltpeter, and everything is prepared. Adding 5 stones of water, gold, jade, gold, silver, pearls, and lead for 20 or 100 days will all turn into water. Using rainwater from heaven to make the left-handed flavoring is especially good. An ancient scale is used, the celestial master's instructions for Qinghua Pond. According to this scripture, the Huaqi flower pool must be created. As this scripture states, only 5 dou, a unit of dry measure, of water are used to soak the plant until it sprouts. Then it is dried in the sun, sieved, and placed in a container with other substances. Stirring this mixture together allows it to form. If sprouts do not grow, the pool will not be formed. This is a crucial principle of the Great Tao. The water of the Huaqi, along with gold, jade, 5 minerals, lead, and other minerals, can all be transformed into water. In the 30 to 6 water classics, all require the Huaqi to form. Water. Perform the 3, turn yellow, white left, flavor method. Take 6 shi, a unit of dry measure, of the 3-year-old bitter wine that has been brewed. Add spring wine lees to the wine, stir thoroughly, and then add it to the wine. Next, take 1 shi of high quality millet, thoroughly soaked and mashed, and add it to the wine until it is completely dissolved. Then press it again to extract the clarity. Add 8 dou, a unit of dry measure, of yellow chaff. Add 3 diu of each of the 5 types of grains. Add them to the wine, press for 7 days, and place them in a large porcelain container to nurture. Add 1 jin, a unit of weight each of gold and silver dust, then 2 jin of alum, 10 jin of yellow alum, and 3 jin of lead white powder from 50 refined processes. Wrap it in cloth and hang it inside. After 70 days, the lead essence will dissolve and be used in medicine. The resulting product is a yellow-white flavor, also called Huaqi, golden pool, which exists in heaven. The 5 types of grains refer to the sprouting of grains, beans, millet, wheat, and rice in water, which takes 7 or 8 days to form a seedbed. This is called approximately 5 types of grains. If you wish to combine and store the elixir, and refine the golden liquid into water, and kill the 8 stones and all the ingredients of heaven and earth, you must first prepare 10 or 20 urns in advance. The urns must be made of porcelain. You cannot start making them at the last minute, otherwise the medicine will be ineffective, and the transformation will not be completed. The formula states, alum stone is made from white alum, selecting the bluish, yellow variety, which is what the Compendium of Materia Medica calls parrot alum. Yellow, coated alum is made from unbroken wheat. According to the Foxchild Mysterious Pearl Classic, the hidden mysterious pearl is the one that is tasted by the left side of the yellow elixir, which is this very Huaqi. All other methods are nothing more than this. Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons divine elixir Huaqi formula. Make a golden pool with cinnabar to test the essence of the 5 stones and prevent it from dissipating. Soak 5 dao of wheat, select it, and steam it until cooked. Add 5 du of large bluish-white stones, about the size of chestnuts, and 7 jin of lead, which are boiled down to powder. Add 5 jin of cinnabar, which is finely powdered. Cook 1 dao of red millet into rice. First, place the pebbles at the bottom of a porcelain bowl. Then add the cinnabar, then the soaked cinnabar, then the wheat, then the cooked millet, and finally pour in 1 shi and 5 dao of water. Then cover it tightly. It will take 70 days in summer and 140 days in winter to complete. Make it in a grand room, in a place fit for a king or prime minister, and keep it away from parrots, dogs, women, and livestock, lest the divine work be incomplete. The jade candle 10,000 gold formula for subduing mercury in the jade pool. Take 3 stones of yellow and white alum, 1 pound of alum, and 1 pound each of the 5 types of mercury. Take the alum and turn it 3 times, then grind it finely. Add the alum and let it sit for 7 days, then open the seal. Add the 5 types of mercury, seal it tightly to prevent leakage, and it will be complete in 3 weeks. According to the Shan Huaxi formula, if you wish to subdue mercury, you must use the 5 types of mercury formula. If you use other formulas, it will not work. Common people do not know this and simply boil it in vinegar, or for 3 nights or 10 days and 10 nights, wasting effort and certainly not achieving subduing. Without the 5 types of mercury, even after 1,000 days, there will be no success. This is what it means. The secret formula is as follows. This method of preparing the 5-flavor jade pool uses yellow and white left-hand flavors, clearly not the vinegar of the previous method. Furthermore, according to the mysterious pearl, all the powders used are said to be yellow and white left-hand flavors. Now, using the gold dust, silver dust, lead white, etc. From this mysterious pearl, along with the 2 large jade pools of blue and yellow, on the days of Geng, Xin, and Mao, add the 5-flavor jade pool and alum, etc. for 4 to 7 days to subdue mercury. It is invariably effective. The methods are complex and sometimes unclear, yet they are foolproof. This jade candle 5-flavor jade pool formula, which uses the left-hand flavor 3 times, is what this refers to. What is meant by the first 3 times using the yellow and white left-hand flavor method? It uses 6 stones of 3-year-old bitter wine, which is the meaning of 1 turn. Rebrewed is another name for pure intoxication because its flavor is not weak. It is certainly not a flavor sought for profit by the common people. It is also said, take 6 shi of the clearest liquid from the heavy brewing, add 1 shi of spring wine lees, stir it thoroughly, and put it in the middle. Then take 1 shi of the finest, millet, cook it until very soft, and put it in the middle to wait for it to be completely digested. This is the meaning of the second turning. It is also said, take the second batch of liquid, press it again to remove impurities, then add 8 dayu of yellow alum and 3 dayu of each of the 5 types of alum. Keep it in the liquid for 17 days, then press it out and place it in a large porcelain container. Add 1 jin each of gold and silver shavings, then 2 jin of alum, 10 jin of yellow alum, and 3 jin of lead white shavings refined from 50 times. Wrap it in cloth and hang it in the container. After 70 days, the lead essence will dissolve into the medicine, forming a yellow-white left-hand flavor. This is the meaning of the 3rd batch. Now, repeat the 3rd batch of yellow-white left-hand flavor, waiting for the lead essence to dissolve completely, after 70 days. Then, add 1 shi of the purest liquid and 1 jin of finely ground alum. Keep it in the liquid for 7 days, then open the container again. Then add 1 jin of each of the 5 types of alum, seal it tightly to prevent leakage, and it will be ready in 17 days. This is what is meant by adding alum again and adding the 5 types of alum again to ensure its effectiveness. Therefore, even if one diligently studies the 6 methods without considering the consequences and spends 1,000 days trying to achieve the desired result, it will ultimately fail. Furthermore, the 5 types of jade candles are also called the mysterious pearl of the jade pool. The method of subduing mercury is only called the left flavor. Only when one understands the 5 types and 4 cycles is it the true method. Furthermore, according to the commentary on the Tai Golden Elixir, all those that fail to form the elixir do so because the saltpeter is not genuine and the method of refining the elixir is incorrect. Also, according to the 5-turn frost powder method, if the elixir is not prepared correctly even after 10 or 20 days of prolonged application, it will not form a cake. If bitter wine is used to mix the mud, it is best to follow the left-hand flavor of the golden elixir. However, bitter wine is never too long. Those who claim to obtain 100 elixirs daily must not store them away. Those that obtain them for 3 years are even better, making the Tai Golden Elixir rejuvenating elixir huachi method. Take 3 shi and 6 dew of rainwater from May to make bitter wine. Use enough rice to seal it with mud as usual. Within 21 days, add 1 dao and 8 sheng of barley flour. After another 7 days or 3 weeks, let it settle and separate it into a large porcelain container, which is called zuawei. Also, make 3 dao of linmi broth. First, pound 10 jin of alum into pieces the size of rice grains and wrap them in broth, making about 30 pieces. Place these cakes into zuawei and let it sit for 100 days. This is called Tai huachi. Once huachi is complete, it can be used to soak gold liquid and feed 8 shi of food. 8 stone flour pond method. Take 3 ounces of the left-hand flavor, 1 pound of amethyst, 1 pound of true stalactite, 1 pound of special-born ochre, 1 pound of magnetite, 5 pounds of Qingyang stone, 1 pound and 4 ounces of gypsum, 8 ounces of schist, and 5 ounces and 3 ounces of styrax. These 9 flavors, after being sifted and separated, are combined in a porcelain container on a chosen yin day, sealed tightly to prevent air leakage, and will be ready in 7 days. Add gold dust, silver dust, and yellow ochre to this 8-stone pool, and according to the desired method, it will be complete, forming the yellow and white left-hand flavor. This yellow and white 8-stone pool is also used to boil mercury and mix with elixir, then precipitate it to form an elixir that can grant immortality. Green mountain fat pool method. Take 21 shi of the left-hand flavor, amber in color, and add 50 jin of haoqingshan resin, or 30 jin of finely sieved haoqingshan resin, according to another account. Seal tightly to prevent leakage. After 49 days, it will produce 8 shi of 7 treasures water. Add 5 dio of 7 treasures. Seal again for 37 days, and the medicine will be missing. It will no longer be water. Keep this secret and do not transmit it. Adding yellow and white soil powder will transform it into water or liquid. This has been verified. Spring whisper flower pond. Take 3 stones of the 7-turned spring brewed essence, the one that is pure black in color. Add 3 dao of 5 mountain fat, 5 jin each of mirabilite and saltpeter, each of different grades to the spring brewed essence. Seal for 3 weeks, and it is complete. All those who transform gold into white or alter the 5 metals use this huachi, jade pool. It is extremely secret and will not be passed on even for a fortune. The highest grade of huachi is used for the 107 waters. Use it for all. For all the taming of mercury, use the yellow and white flavor. To refine it, one must first add gold dust, silver dust, and other substances to this spring-brewed huachi to refine the divine lead and mercury. For all applications involving the 36 waters and various salt-refining transformations, one should use the Taiyi Golden Elixir huachi, the Taiqing Zhongjing Divine Elixir, and the Drowning Water huachi. If boiling longevity mercury, use the 8 stones, 5 varieties, yellow and white, 3 turns left flavor huachi. If mixing with gold mud, use 3-year-old and 100-day-old bitter wine. The alchemical formulas using the Golden Elixir huachi, similar to the 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir, are suitable for both contact and application. Other methods using different huachi, unrelated to these, are not detailed here. Volume 18 stalactites and other stones, as well as various copper and iron materials, are all believed to have the effect of prolonging life. The 18th chapter of the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic. Stalactites and other stones, as well as various copper and iron materials, are believed to have the effect of prolonging life. Minglian stalactite skill. Your Majesty's note, although stalactite is not a superior medicine, it is a desirable ingredient in the 8 stones jade pool. Therefore, Tao Yuanming, who was a recluse, consumed it and also prolonged his life, maintaining a youthful appearance. Stalactite therapy. Your servant notes, stalactite is sweet and warm in nature, non-toxic. It primarily treats shortness of breath due to thirst, improves eyesight and replenishes essence, soothes the 5 internal organs, unblocks the joints, benefits the 9 orifices, promotes lactation, invigorates qi and replenishes deficiencies, treats weak and painful legs, is suitable for treating lower body injuries, strengthens yang, and helps with fertility. However, ingesting it can cause urinary tract infections. It is used in conjunction with Conidium monieri and is incompatible with peony, black stone, and asarum heterotropoids. It is also incompatible with amethyst and sedge. Source of stalactites. Your Majesty's note, stalactites grow in the valleys of Shaoxi Mountain and Mount Tai. There is no fixed time for harvesting them. They are also called Kongru, Lushi, and Xiaxi. They grow in Shaoxi, which is connected to Mount Songao. They originate in Shixing and are also found in famous mountains and caves in Jiangling and the eastern region. The best stalactites are those that are thin and light like a goose tube, crumble like claws, have no jagged edges, and are bright. Some are 1 or 2 feet long and are yellow in color. Washing them with bitter wine will turn them white. They are rarely used in immortal scriptures. They are highly valued in common places and are very expensive. Stalactite chain entering the longevity pool method. Collect stalactites, regardless of quantity or thickness. Only those that have been washed until bright are suitable for processing. Only those that are yellow or reddish are unsuitable. Collect stalactites during processing and place them in gold or silver vessels. If a porcelain vessel is unavailable, a large pot can be used. Boil them until they resemble fish eyes, adding water as needed. Thin stalactites require 3 days and nights. Thick, tube-like stalactites require 7 days and nights. When the stalactite turns yellow, it is cooked. If it is suspected to be undercooked, boil it for 10 days and nights. The water from boiling the stalactite will turn the entire pot yellow. Discard the water. Ingesting this water will cause a burning sensation in the throat and headache. Excessive consumption will cause dysentery, which can be relieved by eating pork. Discarding this yellow water will not prevent further problems. Add the stalactites back to the pot with clear water and boil for about half a day, stopping when the water remains clear and unchanged. Consuming stalactites that are not properly processed will cause carbuncles. Therefore, meticulous processing is essential. Chain-based research method. Take the milk and place it in a porcelain mortar. Grind it with a jade hammer until it is crushed. Add a little water and continue grinding. Add water as needed, keeping the water in a thin, granular consistency. The finest milk will float on top, while the rest will sink. Although it is easy to crush, grinding it around the hammer will take 5 or 6 days, day and night. Grind it in this way until it resembles human breast milk. After 10 days, the milk will have a white sheen, which is very appealing. Try applying a small amount to your arm. It should leave a white sheen like fish fat on paper, and it will not wash off with water. Only milk of this quality is suitable for consumption. After it has been thoroughly cooked, it can be filtered, dried in the sun, and then ground into pills or powders for other uses. Another method, to use good milk, sift it through a silk sieve and soak it in clear wine for 1 day and night. Remove the floating parts and take the sinking parts. Dry them in the sun before grinding and refining them, following the same method. After grinding and refining the milk, grind it into a fine powder. Place it under 3 bushels of rice and steam it. Another method, after grinding the stalactites, put them in a gold or silver basin. Add 2 ounces of saltpeter to every pound of stalactites. Mix them together, cover tightly to prevent air leakage, and steam. Amethyst. Your Majesty's note, amethyst is the finest powder of stone. Ingesting it prolongs life, and holding it in the mouth prevents hunger and thirst. Amethyst is a key ingredient in the 8 stones of Huafa, a traditional Chinese medicine formula. Long-term consumption lightens the body and prolongs life. It tastes sweet, pungent, and warm, and is non-toxic. It grows in the valleys of Mount Tai. Harvesting is not limited to any particular time. Therefore, the stones from Mount Tai are black and clear. Because they have roots underneath, they are considered the best. There is also Mian Shi, a type of stone, which is also black but not clear. There is also Kai Shi, another type of stone, which has a separate object inside its belly that looks like an eye. Hoxing Shi, another type of stone, has purple edges on all 4 sides but lacks luster. Kuaiji Shi, another type of stone, is shaped and colored like pomegranate seeds. These 4 types of stones were previously used by physicians in various ways. Even if carefully selected, none are as good as those from Mount Tai with roots. They are suitable for use in Huaqi, another type of traditional Chinese medicine formula. Ochre. Your Majesty's note, hematite is essential in elixirs, and along with other ingredients like salt and brine, it is urgently needed. Therefore, it was also a crucial ingredient in the Yellow Emperor's elixirs. The best quality hematite is reddish-brown, like a rooster's comb with a glossy sheen, and it does not stain nails. It commonly comes from the valleys of Qi and can be harvested at any time. One type is called Ten Yuan, and the one from Gumu is called Ten Yuan, while the one from Dai County is called Daizhe. This is the common usage, hence the explanation. Its taste is bitter, sweet, and cold, and it is non-toxic. Salty braised. Your servant notes, salty brine and salty brittle are primarily used by alchemists. They are also essential ingredients in the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons elixir. They are bitter, salty, and cold in nature, and non-toxic. They originate from the salt lakes of the Yellow River Basin. It is said to be the dregs that solidify beneath the boiling pot of salt, and also to be the great spirit of the Yellow River Basin, shaped like solidified ice, round and strong. Furthermore, black brittle is suspected to be salty brine, and soft brittle is suspected to be salty brittle. It is also said that there are red salt, foul-smelling salt, and horsetooth salt. None of these 4 are used in food. Horsetooth salt is the same as the great brittle. Wrong salt. Your Majesty's note, the Rongguan, is abundant among the barbarians. The chieftain from Dongzhou suspects this herb is of the lower part. Bing, the chieftains, envoy from Henan, and the Hu people from Dunhuang also brought it. Its shape is in pieces, some like chicken or duck eggs, some like slices of pine needles. Its color is purplish, white, its taste is unpalatable, and its aroma is just like a piece of chicken egg. This is said to be the real thing. Furthermore, in the mud of Lingqi in Henan, there is naturally formed salt, like stone flakes, which, when broken, are square and bluish in color. It is good for treating horseback sores, and this is suspected to be the same. Since most places call it wrong, it is best to take the one brought by the Hu people. The purple stone, ochre brine, and salt are all non-toxic substances and are used by alchemists. As for the brine and salt fire chain, it already has the mud making method, so other materials do not need to be chained, and there is no need to worry about there. Use red lead. Your Majesty's note, lead oxide is produced from lead and is made by refining lead. All the resulting yellow cinnabar is used. Commoners rarely use it, but it is required by the alchemical cauldrons of immortals. It is refined and transformed into the 9 light elixir. Using this as a cauldron, there is no other method of transformation. It is also called lead essence. Its taste is pungent and slightly cold. Long term use leads to spiritual enlightenment. Hufen. Your Majesty's note, lead oxide, Hufen, is the primary ingredient in the 9 lead cinnabar of the true man. Furthermore, the Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons divine elixir method first explains this substance, which is then combined with black and yellow flowers to form a paste. It is certainly essential. However, the Compendium of Materia Medica states tin powder is also called G-Fen #, further explaining that this is lead oxide made from gold. Its taste is pungent and cold, non-toxic, and those with a golden hue are of superior quality. Lead poisoning treatment. From 1 to 9, are they all the same? Use 1 du of good spring water, 1 liang of red salt, and 1 liang of cinnabar. Stir them together until they are in harmony, then stir. Fry the lead essence until it turns red, and pour it into the spring water medicine. Repeat this 9 times. The poison will be completely eliminated. 1 dao of water and 2 liang of red salt are not enough to kill 1 jin of lead essence and completely eliminate the poison. Copper removal method. First, beat the leaves, then warm the glue until it is thin and smooth. Heat it in a copper pot until it turns red, then seal it with a thick layer of cinnabar. Next, heat it in a copper pot until it turns red, then remove it completely. Wash it thoroughly and repeat this process 20 times. If this is done thoroughly, all the impurities will be removed, and the copper will become soft and clean. Methods to remove stones and iron as evil substances. The process of removing the impurities of iron and copper is similar to that of copper. To forge iron and copper into leaves, they must first be spun 3 times in small chains to improve their texture. The water used must be hot and thoroughly heated, and not poured in completely, lest it dissipate. The forging material should be 1 inch wide, 6 or 7 inches long, and about 2/10 of an inch thick. After heating, the glue should be poured in until it is completely used up. If it gets too hot, it will break. It takes more than 100 repetitions. Heating 10 ounces of impure copper will yield 5 ounces or less of a forging material, and this process can be repeated. Chain salt. Take 10 caddies of stone ash, thoroughly wash it, boil it in boiling water until the salt is dissolved. Let it sit overnight, let it settle and obtain the clear liquid. When the water from the boil is almost gone, sprinkle it with salt, place it in a wooden container, drain the water, and air dry it in the sun, ensuring it is free from dust. For making this, use the best quality stone ash, grind it into 3 dew, approximately 15 liters, of powder, cool it, and sift it into water. Wash it quickly. If you wash it slowly, it will be dissolved. Also, use just enough water to cover it, wait until the salt is completely dissolved, let it sit overnight, and let it settle and obtain the clear liquid. Why wait any longer? Use the clear boiled water to sprinkle out the salt. Place it in a wooden container, tilt the container, drain the water, and air dry it in the sun. Chain white wax method. Take good Kunlun white wax, melt it in a clay pot, add it to vinegar, and repeat 300 times. Combine it with other ingredients to make medicine. Take it, and you can immediately stop eating. It can also be used to make longevity bones in bodies. It is used in the same way as copper chains. White wax method. 3 caddies of narrow mouth pills, 2 liters of sesame seeds, 2 ounces of ginseng, and 3 ounces of sulfur. Take all 4 ingredients, grind them into pills with cold honey. After eating, chew a piece of white wax the size of a jujube. Then add this medicine, chew it like millet grains, and swallow it after a short while until it turns into liquid. Repeat 3 times a day. After 30 days, internal and external harmony will be achieved, and the skin will become radiant. After 100 days, a strange phenomenon will occur. After 1 year, the corpse will disappear on its own. All illnesses will be cured, and the person will return to childhood. Tin chain method. The method of refining white wax is the same as above, and the strength of the tin is also similar. For the method of refining tin, each time a handful of salt powder is added, it is stirred with a damp willow branch until the powder is completely dissolved, and then poured into a mortar. Repeat this process several times as before. If you take a clean one, pour it into a damp place. If you clean it 10 times and it is ready, you still need to add salt to mix it. Chain poria method. Select fine, white poria cocos, boil it in mulberry ash juice, then dissolve it in water. It will solidify and become firm, making it the best choice. Chain soil method. Take good quality yellow clay, like wax, and dry it in the sun. Sift it, then wash it with water until it becomes a sweet drink. Stir it hundreds of times, let it sit overnight, and discard the clear water. Take a fine layer of mud and dry it in the sun. For the lower layer, wash it again as before. Break it into pieces the size of plums or apricots, and burn it over a strong fire for 1 or 2 days until it turns a deep red like cinnabar. Let it cool completely, then sift it through a silk sieve for 3 caddies and add 1 caddy of cinnabar. This is the mud. Another method, take 1 caddy of yellow clay, preferably firm and fine-grained, sift it through a silk sieve, and boil it in boiling water for 3 days. This mud is used to imitate the common cinnabar pearl elixir from the Yellow Emperor's 9 cauldrons. The god-evoking insect emperor method. If you collect rainwater in May and put it in porcelain, and then warm it up again when you need to use it, insects will inevitably come out and smell bad. It is advisable to prepare in advance by taking 2 or 3 dao of soft yellow clay, putting it in the porcelain, and then covering it to prevent dust from getting in. Method for obtaining scallion snot. The scallion, placed in hemp cloth and pressed down to collect the liquid, is called tears. Chain jujube paste method. Take 1 daoyu, approximately 150 milliliters, of dry jujubes and 1 daoyu, approximately 60 milliliters, of water, and boil them until the jujubes are soft. Then add another 3 daoyu, approximately 15 milliliters, of water, and boil again. Combine the boiled water and use 9 dou, approximately 25 milliliters, of water to strain out the dregs. Let it settle until it becomes clear. Then add 6 sheng, approximately 100 milliliters, of the jujube carcass and simmer in the jujube broth until it becomes like syrup. If you don't have jujube carcass, you can use the marrow of a ram. Divide the mixture into equal parts and make jujube paste. This paste can be taken regularly to make one feel full and have a beautiful complexion. A jujubacus is a male ram. This is the method for using jujuba paste and elixir. Volume 19 methods for preventing poison such as copper, iron, stone, etc. from being used and combined. The 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic of the Yellow Emperor, Volume 19. Methods for preventing and warding off poison such as copper, iron, and brass. Your Majesty, I note, copper, iron, and brass are all highly poisonous. If the poison is not completely eliminated, even if the elixir transforms into something else, it will certainly be unfit for consumption. Therefore, His Majesty's methods for eliminating the poison of elixir are listed below. Killing Danyang with copper poison method. According to the previous volume, use salt glue 100 times to roast copper until it is flaky. After roasting, grind this copper essence into powder, then boil it in 1 dao of saltpeter water until it is completely dissolved. Then boil it in 1 dao of alum water until it is completely dissolved. Then boil it in 1 dao of sacrificial water until it is completely dissolved. Then boil it again in 1 dao of pure grains and pepper powder until it is completely dissolved. Then take 1 shea of red millet, wrap the powder in cloth, mix it with pepper powder, add sugarcane juice, and steam it for 3 days and nights. The poison will be completely eliminated. Using this method, the poison can kill 10 caddies of Danyang copper. However, the copper can be added to powder and used in other ways. Killing brass poisoning method. Take genuine Persian horse tongue-colored brass, roll it up accordingly, and then use salt, glue, and refined stone to make it fine powder. The method of boiling and steaming is exactly the same as the Danyang copper cooking method. Killing iron hammer essence poisoning method. Following the instructions in the previous volume, after the salt and glue have been processed, they must be repeated 100 times to remove the foul odor. Take 10 caddies of this iron essence, grind it all into powder, and boil it with the left-hand ingredient for 3 days and nights. Then boil it with 3 dew of orpiment water until it is completely dissolved. Next, use a special sacrificial solution, it must be sacrificial water, and boil it for 1 day and night. Then use magnetite water and 1 caddy of iron. Shovel, placing it evenly in a clean shovel, and add the powdered sacrificial solution on top. Press it firmly and place it under a strong fire for 1 day. Let it cool and extract the essence. Then boil it again with magnetite water for 1 day and night to remove all the poison. Only with this non-toxic iron essence can it be used in powdering and other transformations. The 36 Water Classics mentions methods for preparing salt water and sacrificial salt water, thus indicating that iron is prepared using salt water and copper using sacrificial salt water. Saltpeter process. Take saltpeter in a sieve, soak them in salt water until they are very wet, put them into a bamboo tube, seal the opening tightly, bury it in the ground 4 inches deep, and it will turn into water in 5 days. If it is suspected that it should be buried 4 feet and 4 inches deep, test it twice before use. Alum water method. Take 1 pound of the blue-green alum from the How alum mine. First, soak it in a strong liquor until it is very moist, then put it in a container. Add 2 ounces of saltpeter and lacquer, then bury it 3 feet deep in the ground. After 15 days, it will become liquid. Lime sulfur aqueous method. Take 1 pound of sulfur, 1 liter of dew from mulberry trees in August, and 2 ounces of saltpeter. Put them in a tube, seal it with lacquer, and place it in a pond. After 30 days, it will become water. The method for collecting the dew is to have a careful young boy wash his hands early in the morning and collect it with cotton wool. Chongxian water method. This is salt water. After preparing the water, rinse it with a sieve and soak it in water until it is very wet. Thinly slice the outer part of the bamboo tube, wrap it tightly like silk, and bury it in the ground 4 feet and 4 inches deep. The water will become ready in 4 days. The right-hand 4-water vessel is used for refining copper and slugs. Orpiment water method. 1 pound of orpiment is placed in a bamboo tube along with 4 ounces of saltpeter. The tube is sealed with lacquer and placed in a pond. After 30 days, the water will become liquid. Another method involves adding 2 ounces each of alum and saltpeter, placing the tube in a jar, burying it in the ground, and allowing it to become liquid in 20 days. This liquid is sweet in taste and yellow in color. This salt water is the same as the Shangchunguan saltwater method, just with a different name but the same method. Magnet water method. Take 1 pound of magnetite, 1 ounce of realgar, and 1 ounce of gallstone. Combine them with tung oil, place them in a bamboo tube, seal the opening with lacquer, and place the tube in a lotus pond. After 30 days, collect the magnetite water for use. Whenever lacquer is used to seal the water, add ash cloth and let it air dry in the shade. The 3 waters on the right are the essence of iron refining used for detoxification. To attempt to transform copper into gold or silver using the elixir, all materials above water and soil must be refined, let alone copper and iron. Furthermore, the scriptures state that red and white copper are required to produce gold and silver. Copper is always forged through smelting and refining. It does not naturally exist in the mountains. To transform copper into gold or silver using the elixir, first use fire-resistant materials to remove the poison, and then use realgar to change the color of copper before attempting to use the elixir. If the elixir is to transform copper into white copper, first use a non-toxic white wax to whiten copper, then try to use the elixir. Nothing's accomplished alone. This is the elixir itself. Harmony and defense method. If one wishes to combine the elixir, one must first secure a safe place in the mountains, then summon the mountain god and inquire whether it is permissible. Only then can the process be carried out safely and without fail. The method is as follows. Rune. After fasting for 10 days, he wrote a 1-foot-long piece of yellow silk in cinnabar and placed it among the mountain grass and rocks in front of the mountain lord, who wished to make a divine elixir. He first summoned him to inquire about his schedule and wrote the inscription. Rune. On the day Lao Tzu concocted the elixir, he wrote it in cinnabar on 8 inches of white silk, placed it in a crimson bag, and struck it in front of his heart. Those who wish to take the elixir should take it 7 days in reverse order, and they will immediately gain spiritual insight and command ghosts and spirits. This is called a Tai 8, inch white talisman. Rune. This is suitable for those who take it. It will open their hearts. Do not defile or insult it. The incantation in the Taiging Shenden Baojing states, it condenses 8 stones, 5 radiances, and 7 brightnesses. It is a treasure in the mysterious palace, guarding the spirit of fire. After 9 cycles, it blossoms and ascends to the highest realm. After the prayer, place the talisman in a blue brocade pouch and strike it on your head. This talisman controls the stone essence, preventing it from flying away and causing it to fill with smoke and frost, and solidify divine essence. Rune. The talisman for warding off evil is written in cinnabar on white paper, 3 inches wide and 4 inches long. It is then placed in the stove to subdue the evil spirits. One should constantly contemplate the divine light that enhances the essence, and all the gods will come to visit, including immortals and jade maidens. Once the divine elixir is formed, no evil spirits in the world can harm you. The law states, if one wishes to create the divine elixir by transforming the 5 stones and producing the 5 metals, one must first pay homage to the heavenly emperor and receive the 5 divine talismans. Then the 5 stones and 5 metals will transform at will, each striving to produce its essence. Rune. The Azure Emperor's talismanic ritual, on days of Jia and Yi, use white reeds as a mat, 3 feet long, and a blue silk cloth 12 feet long, spread on the mat. Place 2 cups of wine and 2 breasts of dried meat on the silk cloth. Write a talisman in ink, 2 inches wide and 7 inches long, and place it on the mat. The incantation is, on this auspicious day and time, your humble servant, name omitted, bows again. I humbly receive the divine talisman from the Supreme Emperor, the Daoist Lord, and the Azure Emperor. I bow again and burn the talisman. This should be a talisman diagram, however. The copying and proofreading may be inaccurate, so please examine it carefully. Rune. The Red Emperor's talismanic ritual, on a Bing or Ding day, use white reeds as a mat, 3 feet long, and a crimson silk cloth 13 feet long, spread on the mat. Place 2 cups of wine and 2 pieces of dried meat on the mat, and write a talisman in cinnabar, 2 inches wide and 7 inches long, on the mat. The incantation is, on this auspicious day and time, your humble servant, name omitted, bows twice. I receive the divine talisman from the Supreme Emperor, the White Emperor. I then bow again and burn the talisman. Rune. The Yellow Emperor's talismanic ritual, performed on a day of the earthly branches Wu or Ji, uses white reeds as a mat, 3 feet long, and a yellow silk cloth 12 feet long, laid out on it. 2 cups of wine and 2 pieces of dried meat are placed on the mat with a vermilion background. A talisman, 3 inches wide and 7 inches long, is written in purple ink and thrown onto the mat. The incantation is, on this auspicious day and time, your humble servant, name omitted, bows twice. He receives the divine talisman from the Supreme Emperor, the Yellow Emperor. He then bows again, burns, and consumes it. The above are all disparate and unrelated. They are considered one talisman and will be examined again. Rune. The White Emperor's talismanic ritual is performed on a Gang or Sin day. A mat made of white reeds, 3 feet long, and a sheet of white silk, 13 feet long, are laid on the mat. 2 cups of wine and 2 ounces of dried meat are placed on a green background. A talisman, 2 inches wide and 7 inches long, is written in cinnabar and placed on the mat. The incantation is, on this auspicious day and time, your humble servant, name omitted, bows twice. I receive the divine talisman from the Supreme Emperor, the White Emperor. I then bow again and burn the talisman. Rune. The Black Emperor's talismanic ritual, on a Rengui day, use white reeds 3 feet long and black silk 12 feet long as a mat. Place 2 cups of wine and 2 bundles of dried meat on the mat. Use black cloth as the ground, and write talismans in cinnabar, 2 inches wide and 7 inches long, on the mat. The incantation is, On this auspicious day and time, your humble servant, name omitted, bows twice and receives the divine talisman from the Supreme Emperor Dao Lord, the Black Emperor. He then bows again, burns the talisman, and consumes it. Press the 5 talismans of the emperors on the right, then the 4 talismans again, and the one received by the immortal Jishuan. Write them together in 2 copies. Burn 1 copy and ingest it, and wear the other on your head. Me, a practitioner of transformation, should prepare this for 10 days before attempting to combine the elixir. Volume 20, Ming Taboos and Fear of Defeat, 9 Cauldrons, Elixir Hidden Text Formula. The Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Elixir Classic, Volume 20, Ming Taboos and Fear of Defeat. What is explained is the taboo and fear of failure in the alchemy process, the inexhaustible secrets of the 9 cauldrons and 9 elixirs, the secrets of opening the cauldron to test the medicine, and the true secrets of taking the medicine. Your servant notes, the great elixir is the essence of gold and minerals treasured by true men. Therefore, those who consume it will undergo divine transformations, achieve longevity and immortality, command all spirits, and ascend to the highest realm. Common people merely know the titles of the alchemical texts, but are unaware of the taboos surrounding its preparation. Even if they obtain the formula, they will not succeed. There are 5 taboos, 3 prohibitions, 4 failures, and 6 fears in preparing the divine elixir. If these are violated, the elixir's essence will scatter, the spiritual essence will fall, the divine light will sink, and the frost and smoke will be lost, rendering it useless. Therefore, one must be extremely cautious. Thus, true men inquired about its details. The mysterious master replied, the 5 taboos are, first, when preparing the medicine and lighting the fire, one must not use the 5 days of death for the 5 minerals, Renshen in spring, Guiwei in summer, Bingtenyu in autumn, and Dingshu in winter. On these days, when preparing the divine elixir and lighting the furnace, the mineral essence will be suppressed, the flying flowers will not rise, and the frost and smoke will combine with poison, rendering it useless. Second, one must avoid purchasing divine medicines from the market and discussing matters of the elixir on the 5 evil days. The so-called 9 turns of spring, on the day of the cloud fast, first throw 5 dao of clear wine into the still flowing water. If there is no flowing water, a good well should be built, and wine should also be thrown into the well to purify the earth's energy, so that the fasting person can drink this water. Although there are no words of blessing when throwing wine, it is still a gesture of offering. The highest elixir is extremely lofty, so the rites of offering food and making requests are assumed, which are necessary for the lower methods. Therefore, the primordial sovereign said, it is not about offering sacrifices and prayers to ghosts and gods. This is clear. Before the elixir is combined, one must be sincere. So the person making the sacrifice is precisely wishing for the elixir to be completed. If one makes the elixir and then makes another sacrifice, it is not permissible because the principle is the same. The sacrifice is either by the Supreme Being descending or by sending a jade maiden to pray for the elixir. The divine energy is added so that the elixir is effective, enabling people to attain immortality and prolong their lives. The elixir is combined in a quiet place in the deep mountains beside a flowing stream to the east where an altar and hut are built, and all. The necessary earthen pots are prepared. After the medicine is refined and the charcoal and other materials are sufficient, a 100-day fast is observed on the day of the expiration of the cycle of birth. A pledge is made, with no more than 3 people participating. The pot is tested to ensure its secrecy before any fire is lit. Before combining the medicine, another 7-day fast is observed, and on the day of the expiration of the cycle of birth, a sacrifice is offered beside the pot. The sacrifice uses 5 liters each of clear wine and white wine, 3 caddies each of mutton and venison, 2 dou of yellow millet rice, 2 liters of dates, 20 cooked eggs, and a carp head weighing 3 caddies. 3 tables are used, each with 3 cups. Incense is burned, and the person bows twice, praying, your humble servant, your name, has prepared the medicine to combine with the Yellow Emperor's 9 cauldrons divine elixir. May the divine immortals, the mysterious maiden, the plain maiden, and the green, wasted jade maiden together complete this. May the great Dao Lord, the Supreme Harmony Lord, and the Supreme Lord, your humble servant, your name, who cherishes life and delights in immortality, complete this divine medicine. After offering the wine, he bowed twice, completing 9 bows, and then chanted, O great Dao Lord and mysterious maiden, desiring to combine the divine elixir, so that one may neither fly nor perish. May all be subdued by fire, the medicinal color excellent, changing at will yellow and white. All perfected, taking it grants eternal life without limit, attaining the status of a true person. Then, the medicinal ingredients such as dates and oranges were added, and the fire was lit according to the proper method. The holy throne of the One is to use a new bed, 3 feet 6 inches square and 2 feet 8 inches high, covered with a new mat facing west, with a 3-foot-long piece of crimson silk placed on the mat, and to set out a sacrificial text on the day the fire is lit. The 9-dan sacrifice is performed at the site of the altar, where the elixir is prepared. An altar, 9 feet square, is constructed of yellow earth, surrounded on all 4 sides, with a 4-foot square section and doors on all 4 sides. The furnace is located 6 feet west of the altar. A mat, 1 foot long, is set up on the altar and offered with white reeds. 5 pieces of reeds are placed on the altar, 1 piece of dried meat and 1 cup of wine. 9 pieces of reeds are placed on the east side, 2 pieces of dried meat and 2 cups of wine. 2 liters of yellow rice are used for the rice, along with 3 caddies or 5 caddies each of dried beef and mutton, and 3 carp weighing 3 caddies each, steamed together. 20 boiled eggs, 3 liters of dates, and 1 pear are also used. If oranges, pomelos, or other red fruits are available, incense is burned, wine is poured, and the offerings are made. The offerings are then performed according to the above method. The offerings are then placed beside the furnace, and new dried meat and wine are offered. 3 tables are always set up, each with 3 cups of wine and 3 caddies of dried meat. From this point onward, dried meat and wine are always offered in 3 places, day and night. The dried meat is changed every 3 days, and the wine is changed 3 times a day. When offering wine, one should bow as usual. From the moment the sacrifice is established, incense should be burned continuously day and night, with utmost cleanliness and solemnity. Be respectful and diligent. When the medicine is ready, offer sacrifices as before, but add 3 caddies of meat and place it on a plate to the east of the altar, along with 1 liter of white rice, a steamed rooster, dried fish, and other fresh ingredients. Pray, "The divine medicine is ready. Now please open the pot and say whatever you wish." After the sacrifice, open the pot. At the beginning of the preparation of the divine elixir, it is essential to offer wine at the source of the river to appease the earth's energy. A grand sacrifice should also be made to the gods to appease the 8 stones. If one obtains the jade certificate of the 9 elders to examine all energies, ward off evil spirits, and suppress all murderers, the gods will protect, and the fire spirit will naturally subdue. There will be no need for further rituals, and success will be achieved. Picture. According to this 9 elders jade certificate, on the first day of fasting, first write in vermilion on blue silk. This silk is also called the 8 pure true talisman, or the supreme purity talisman, 9 inches square, 2 pieces. After finishing, face east and chant 8 pure true talisman, 9 elders jade certificate. Heavenly gods inspect the earth, protecting the elixir essence. 9 sources are sealed, 8 rivers are full of treasure. Slay the thieves and subdue them. The precious flowers shine brightly. Golden wine and jade frost. The spirit of the 8 stones. 7 transformations and 5 changes, 9 turns and 10 completions. After the chanting, take 1 piece and put it in a blue brocade pouch, then strike it against your back. Cut 1 piece in half at a well, throw 1 half into the water where you live, and bury the other half in the stove. Put the other half into the flowing water under the medicine pot and sink it with a stone. The one buried under the pot should be 3 inches deep. Picture. This mysterious talisman is the Treasure Town Talisman of Miaozhou. It is also called the Immortal Master Taijian, or the 8-inch plain book. On the day of the first fast, such as Jiazi or Jiayin, at noon, face east and write 6 ones on the cauldron with a blue brush. Also, write this on an 8-inch square piece of white silk. After writing, chant on the days of Renyin in spring, Guisi in summer, Renshen in autumn, and Gihai in winter. Entering the mountains to combine divine medicine will all be fruitless. The gods will not protect you, and evil spirits will ruin you. Thirdly, avoid making or combining divine elixirs in famous mountains, and avoid the days of the 5 sacred mountains' destruction. These are Gengyin in spring, Guiwei in summer, Bingshan in autumn, and Dingshu in winter. On these days, entering the mountains to combine medicine or gather Ganoderma lucidum will cause the gods to record your soul, ruining the elixir and causing injury and illness. Fourthly, avoid combining divine elixirs in furnaces and cauldrons and sealing divine medicine with mud. These are useless days of the opening of heaven and earth. These are Bingsu and Bingshan in spring, Jinwei and Shinshu in summer, Renshen and Rengsu in autumn, and Guwei and Guchu in winter. On this day, the elixir is prepared. The stove, furnace, and cauldron will open by themselves. The elixir essence will dissipate. The 5 minerals will fly, and all frost and nectar will be destroyed. There are 5 taboos. Men should not prepare the elixir on the 3rd day of the 7th month, nor on the Jiayin day of the 7th month. Women should not prepare the elixir on this day. The elixir is forbidden on the 7th day of the 1st lunar month and the Gengshen day of the 1st lunar month. These 4 days are the days when the stone spirits clash and unite with ghosts. If one performs rituals or starts a fire on these days, the elixir will not be released, and the spirits will not respond. Evil spirits will enter, and all will bring misfortune and defeat. This is what is called the 5 taboos. The 3 taboos are, first, avoiding the time of elixir preparation when weeping and grieving. Second, avoiding names that are associated with killing or harming the elixir. And third, avoiding times of misfortune, decline, defilement, death, childbirth, and lactation. Your Majesty's note, violating these 3 taboos will prevent the stone essence from forming, the 5-colored elixir from shining, and the resulting elixir will be poisonous, killing upon ingestion. For the 8 stones, it is especially forbidden to be involved in matters of sorrow, grief, weeping, or the presence of a corpse or a violent death. These are matters of divine elixir and must not be discussed. Furthermore, the elixir may be possessed by a malevolent spirit named Shi Kongzi, whose courtesy name is Huni Shi. On the day the elixir is first fired, this name must be carefully avoided. If this is violated again, the smoke and frost will fall, ghostly soldiers will enter, the divine furnace will shatter, and the essence will dissipate. There are 4 types of failures. First, if the ground shakes greatly at the place where the elixir is prepared, it is considered a place where carriages and horses travel. Second, if one sees a jealous person, it is considered an evil-looking person. If one sees the divine medicine, it will bring ghostly calamity. Third, if thunder does not shake the pot, the elixir essence will fall and the vital essence will not fly away. Fourth, the 5 pungent spices and burnt chicken and dog hair will cause failure. Your Majesty's note, these 4 failures are the greatest taboos of the 8 stones and must not be violated. If they are violated, the essence will not be released, and the elixir cannot be made. If the required number of days for alchemy is not yet complete, and thunder is heard, one should immediately. A damp cloth is placed over the pot to subdue the medicine and prevent smoke from rising. The 6 fears are, first, on the day the medicine is first sealed at the beginning of the fire, one should fear encountering wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Second, on the day the elixir is combined, one should fear hearing the sound of calling for the soul. Original text omitted the 3rd and 4th points. 5th, when combining the elixir, one should fear hearing the sound of weeping. 6th, one should fear seeing all things bloody and filthy. Your Majesty's note, these 6 things are all forbidden by the elixir. If one hears of them and violates them, one's vital essence will be disturbed, and one's vital essence will be damaged. 9 Cauldrons. Elixir, hidden text. Formula. The True Man scripture is the same as the 9 Cauldrons elixir secret. The first elixir is called Dan Hua. This elixir has 2 names. One is flowing pearl 9 turns, and the other is Dan Hua, the first elixir making 9-turn flowing pearl method. According to this text, first prepare the black and yellow mixture. Then, take 1 pound each of realgar and cinnabar water and mix them together. Your Majesty's note, although this formula specifies 1 pound each of the 2 ingredients, it doesn't specify the exact amount of xuanhuang, a type of cinnabar, or the method for mixing its consistency. Therefore, even if one obtains the formula, they may not be able to successfully make it. Now, according to the second method of the divine talisman of the elixir, there are 4 methods. The second method states, after making xuanhuang, add the 9-turn xuanhuang water, a type of cinnabar and realgar, and mix until it turns red. Although this differs from the fire steaming method, the mud-like consistency is essentially the same. Furthermore, among the 36 water methods, there is indeed a method using xuanhuang water. However, neither danhua, another type of cinnabar, nor the 9-turned pearl water is used. The 9-turned xuanhuang water mentioned above is precisely what xuanhuang uses. It is a mixture of cinnabar and realgar, steamed 100 times. Place it in a green bamboo tube, thinly shaving the surface, and steam it inside. Seal the tube with white wood, and cover it with fine yellow sand. If the air is easily released, the resulting substance will be fine, mixed with soil and yellow. This is to steam it together, and it will become water in a short time. It will then condense at the bottom and rise again to become water, repeating this process 100 times. Then, take 1 pound each of realgar and cinnabar, mix them with a mixture of realgar and cinnabar, and place them in a sealed pot. Repeat this process 9 times until the essence of the realgar is extracted. Take 1 pound of this realgar and divide it into 9 parts. Take 1 part and divide it into 2 parts. First, make 2 pots, one following the method of making the Taixing Danbai Shui Tufu, a type of clay pot, as explained in volume 6 of the previous section. This will not be repeated here. Next, take 20 pounds of oyster shells and 70 pounds of red ochre, grind them into powder, and let it ferment for 100 days to make a paste. Then, pound it 3,000 times and coat the clay pot. Next, take 2 pounds of mercury and place it in the clay pot, then cover it with 2 parts of realgar. Then, add the oyster shell and red ochre paste to the 2 pots, seal them tightly, and let them air dry for 10 days. Place them on an iron pot 9 inches high and heat them with a fire made of horse manure or rice husks for 3 days and nights, then let them cool for 1 day. After the cooling process is complete, extract the essence and remove the dregs. If the dregs burn and test, the medicinal properties are not yet exhausted. Repeat the above method to extract the essence completely. Afterwards, adjust the extraction time daily according to your intention until the essence is completely extracted. Take 1 part of the black and yellow essence, divide it into 2 parts, cover and place them in an earthen pot, seal it, and repeat the process as before. Repeat this process 9 times. Then, extract the essence. Next, take 7 earthworms. The text states, the classic texts sometimes refer to them as dragon oil or earthworm oil. They are the same. Both refer to white-necked curved earthworms. Coat them with salt in a container until they dissolve into water. Submerge the essence in the water and extract it again. Repeat this process for 3 days and nights, including 1 day of cooling. Sweep and collect the essence. The resulting 5-colored frost and snow are called 9 turns of flowing pearls. I humbly believe that even the smallest insect, the earthworm, harms all living things. To shorten its life and prolong one's own life is something the benevolent would not do, nor is it righteous. Furthermore, among the 36 waters of Dan, I do not wish to hear the sounds of slaughtered livestock or the cries of sorrow. Moreover, among the 3 taboos, sorrow and grief are also taboo. Therefore, all creatures, even the most foolish, cherish their lives. Who would not fear the threat of swords and spears? If absolutely necessary, then for the sake of righteousness, there is a way to sacrifice even one's own family. If one can ensure safety through the 4 nets, there is a principle of opening the 3 nets. I've determined that the second elixir is called the divine talisman elixir. The first method of the 4 classics involves mixing it with mysterious liquid until it resembles mud. This can be used as a substitute. Furthermore, the first elixir is called the elixir of flower method. If the medicine is not effective, use mysterious water liquid and dragon ointment to moisten it, then repeat the process for 36 days until it is effective. It is clear that these 2 substances do not require the juice of earthworms. Moreover, dragon ointment is dew from mulberry trees. The juice of earthworms is all autumn morning dew. The quality of the extracted juice is incomparable. This is an ancient method, which I dare not alter, but can be used as a substitute for consultation in specific situations. The secret formula for the mysterious water liquid is detailed below. Those who take the first elixir, which flows like a pearl 9 times, and those who possess the power of the second elixir, should, on the day of Jiazi at dawn, face the sun, bow twice, kneel for a long time, and take a pill the size of a millet grain. They will instantly become immortals and ascend into the 9 heavens. Taking half a millet grain makes one in earth immortal, unaffected by water or fire, immune to all evil, unharmed by weapons, capable of free transformation, free to come and go, commanding ghosts and spirits, and living as long as heaven and earth. If one wishes to leave this world, take another half a millet grain, and one will instantly ascend to heaven. To save ordinary people, take a pill the size of a small bean, and one will instantly ascend to immortality. Taking half a small bean makes one in earth immortal. Animals should also take a pill the size of a soybean, and they will instantly ascend to heaven. Therefore, it is said, a crow that obtains it becomes a phoenix, a beast that obtains it becomes a unicorn, a snake that obtains it becomes a dragon, a ghost that obtains it becomes a god, a woman that obtains it becomes a jade maiden, and a man that obtains it becomes an immortal. Mix snake fat into 4 pills the size of bullets, bury them in the 4 corners of one's dwelling, and they will transform into red dragons. The entire household ascends to heaven, 7,000 feet above the earth, transforming into gold and jade, which can be used as one pleases. Bury a ball the size of an egg yolk, and wherever it is near or far, within 1,000 miles, reaching down to the 9 springs, all the rivers, mountains, and forests within will ascend to heaven. Take 1 pound of firm, finely textured yellow soil, sift it finely, boil it in boiling water 3 times. Add 1 ounce of it, stir and mix it thoroughly, and boil it until all the water is gone. It will then turn into gold. Your servant, according to this secret formula, says, upon first hearing of a method, one should not believe it. The meaning spoken of by sages is difficult to deny. Long ago, the 8 immortals told the king of waidan, I can turn mud into gold, and mercury into silver. This is indeed the power of this elixir. However, the 8 immortals only taught the king of waidan the method of the 5 spirits, which is completely unrelated to the matter of the 9 cauldrons. This is why Lu and kowtowed but ultimately received nothing. The true way is difficult to hear or see. However, red copper and black iron, when combined with the power of the elixir and stirred to become sugar, will naturally differ from ordinary substances. This cannot be dismissed lightly. Furthermore, if 1 pound of lead, tin, mercury, copper, or iron is melted, and 1 ounce is added, it will all become gold. This is a highly forbidden practice by Zhang Tianxi, therefore it is not fully recorded in the scripture. Second, Dandanhuafa. Its elixir is made in an earthen cauldron, just like the white snow method. The medicine is sealed inside, and 3 iron pots are placed on fire, just like the elixir god talisman in the 2nd chapter of this scripture. There are 4 methods in the elixir formula. The first method, as described in the scriptures, uses the cauldron of cinnabar and 2 divine talismans, which is of great merit. This divine elixir, once solidified, remains unopened even after 9 cycles of rising and falling. Mercury is placed in the cauldron, and oyster shell and red ochre mud are used to seal the cauldron's opening. It is then sealed. It is left to dry in the shade, then placed on 3 iron pots 9 inches above the ground and heated with chaff fire for 1 day and night. The lower pot is placed on top, without opening, for another day and night. This process of rising and falling 9 times is repeated, followed by 1 day of cooling. The essence is then extracted, mixed with carp gall, and kept moist. It is then placed back into the earthen cauldron, sealed with 6-1 mud, as in the method for sealing the cauldron of cinnabar, and allowed to dry. It is then heated as before for 1 day and night. After 9 cycles of rising and falling, the essence is mixed with Western Dragon Dew. Western Dragon Dew is mulberry dew. It is kept moist. Then, late yellow cinnabar is separately taken, mixed with mercury, and heated as described in the scriptures and methods, to make flowing pearls of 5 colors and dark yellow. 10 caddies are obtained, which are then divided into 9 portions. Take 1 part and divide it into 2 parts. First, make 3 sets of 6 earthen cauldrons. Then, take the mercury from the previous 9 cycles and put it into the earthen cauldrons. Add 2 parts of 5-colored black and yellow mercury, cover the top and bottom, and cover with the cauldron. Seal the joint with mud, making it 3/10 of an inch thick, and let it dry in the shade for 10 days. Then, heat it with chaff fire for 9 days and nights, and then let it cool for 1 day. Take the upper part of the mercury and put it back into the old earthen cauldrons. Take 1 part of 5-colored black and yellow mercury again, divide it into 2 parts, cover the top and bottom, seal and heat it, just like before. Repeat this 9 times. For the 3rd cycle, replace it with 2 new earthen cauldrons like the Taiching Danjuding Jiao earthen cauldron method. 9 cycles use 3 sets of 6 cauldrons. Therefore, this scripture says 3 times for 9 cycles, which is this. The medicinal power and dosage are the same as the Liu Zhu Cheng method. This Shenfu Dan can also transform mercury into elixir. The method is to take 1 pound of mercury, heat it in an iron vessel, then take 1 ju of Shenfu Dan, put it in, stir it, and it will transform into a divine elixir. It is called the Huan Dan. Therefore, the text says, this is what is meant by transforming mercury into cinnabar. Taking it is like taking cinnabar. The second divine talisman is made of xuanhuang, just as in this sutra, and is thus completed. This xuanhuang refers to a mixture of 9 caddies of mercury and 1 caddy of lead, not the 3 xuanhuang mentioned in the Hua Shui method. Then, take the xuanhuang water that has been circulated 9 times over from the upper, flowing pearl. Your servant notes, Zhang Tianshi's Xuanhuang Shui Benjing states, Danhua Ming is the first type of water. Upon careful examination, it is not water made from cinnabar or realgar. The method for making Xuanhuang water is not the correct one among the 36 types of water. This water is steamed water, without a doubt. Mix it until it resembles mud, then heat it in an iron vessel until it is red, hot, and then mix it with xuanshui liquid. Xuanshui liquid is also called xuanshui ze, which is magnetite water. The method for making it is to combine 1 pound of magnetite, 1 ounce of realgar, and 1 ounce of chalcanthite. Put them together in a bamboo tube, seal it with lacquer as above, and place it in a flower pool. It will become water in 30 days. The original formula is to cut bamboo into a thin layer, add salt, bury it in the middle, and not let the water reach 3 feet. It will become water in 20 days. Then add saltpeter, and it will become water in 20 days. Add mica, and it will become water in 20 days. If it is slow to transform, bury it again. It is said that red dragon blood is mixed with cinnabar. It is said that green dragon blood is mixed with azurite. The mysterious liquid is mixed with a magnet. This method involves burying it in a well. 2 methods are used in practice. The better one is chosen based on the results. Alternatively, it can be made like mud, placed in an earthen pot, sealed, and then heated, just as described in the scriptures. The 3rd method involves taking the xuanhuang from the 9, turned pearl of the upper flow, mixing it with the huashi, a type of clay, to form mud, coating an earthen cauldron, and letting it dry. Then, mercury is placed inside, covered with another cauldron, sealed, and left to dry in the shade for 10 days. This is then placed on 3 iron pots, heated for 9 days and nights, followed by 1 day of cooling. The resulting liquid is then taken and ingested, as in the Danhua method. This mercury is specifically the kind that has undergone 9 detoxification processes. All other mercury is unusable. Furthermore, the xuanhuang used in the 4th method is also the xuanhuang from the 9 turns of flowing pearl. The earthen cauldrons used in the 9 elixirs below are all the same as the Taiching Beishu earthen cauldron formula, without any difference. The 3rd, elixir god's elixir technique. The preparation of realgar and orpiment is as described in this text. First, mix dark yellow pigment with mud and apply it to the inside of 2 earthenware pots, making a thickness of 3/10 of an inch. Let it dry in the shade for 10 days. Then, place the realgar and orpiment inside and apply the dark yellow mud to the mouths of the 2 earthenware pots. Seal the pots together, and then apply mud to the outside of the pots above and below the sealed sides, making a thickness of 1/10 of an inch. Let it dry. Place the pots on 3 iron pots and heat them as before. The 4th elixir, returning to the elixir. First, combine malachite, alum, and 9 other ingredients, and heat them in charcoal. Then, combine the ingredients and place them in an earthenware pot. Place 1 pound of dark yellow ochre on top, along with 1 pound of mercury, and place it on the dark yellow ochre. Next, Take 1 pound of realgar, pound it 1,000 times. Spread 1 pound of mercury and place 1 pound each of the 7 other ingredients on top, just as described in the scriptures. Seal and heat it, also according to the methods in the scriptures. Do not deviate from the prescribed method. Fifth, elixir and elixir formula. First, coat 2 earthenware pots with a layer of dark yellow mud, 3/10 of an inch thick, and let it dry. Then, put in the medicines and seal the pots. Finally, place the pots on 3 iron pots, 9 inches high, and heat them according to the prescribed method. The sixth elixir chain elixir technique. Mix earthworm ointment and earthworm droppings with yellow dog bile, oyster shell, and red ochre to form a paste, and coat the pot with it. Then, cover the bottom of the pot with a layer of dark yellow cloth, 1/2 inch thick. Add the medicines, seal it, and ignite it as described above. The rest is as described in the scriptures. Earthworm ointment is earthworm juice. The seventh, danru, danju. The method is as described in the scriptures. After adding mercury to the cauldron, coat the 2 earthen cauldrons with dark yellow clay, then seal them tightly with a layer of clay, 6 parts to 1 part thick. Place 3 iron pots on top and heat them according to the prescribed method. The 8th chapter, the elixir subduing technique. As per the scripture, coat the cauldron with 6/10 of the clay. Place 1 pound each of dark yellow and lead white pigments on the bottom of the cauldron. Place mercury on top of the dark yellow. Separately sift 1 pound each of azurite and magnetite. First, spread the azurite on the mercury, then the magnetite on the azurite, and finally 1 pound of dark yellow on the magnetite. The dark yellow should first be soaked in dragon's ointment until it is moistened, then cover and seal the cauldron. Heat it according to the scripture. The method is as described in the scripture. Then, swirl it 9 times up and 9 times down, then soak it in dragon's ointment again until it is moistened, and swirl it again. The 9th, danhan danju. According to the scriptures, first place 1 pound of black and yellow brocade at the bottom of the pot, then add the other medicines in the correct order. Seal the pot as instructed. It is also said that ziming refers to fire. In the second divine elixir, the method of making xuanhuang is different. All other elixirs are made using the same method as the 9-turn xuanhuang flowing pearl. Opening the pot method. Your servant observes that the cauldron and pot are solid and tightly sealed, called the divine chamber. The space between the 2 pots is made of a thick layer of yellow clay, which hardens further with fire. It is not advisable to use hammers, chisels, or vibrators. Instead, 2 or 3 sharp saws should be made and used alternately to cut it, which can also cut coarse stones, like a knife blade. Only after the pot's texture is perfected can iron objects be gradually used to open it. The opening should be made again, and the pot placed upright should be placed on top to collect the essence. Rooster feathers should be used. The rooster is a bird of the West, and white feathers are preferred. First, find white roosters and females to lay eggs and allow them to hatch. Then, take 2 or 3 white male cranes and raise them alone elsewhere until they are ready for use after 2 years. Pluck 3 feathers from the tips of each wingtip without washing them to remove the frost-like particles. Place them in a gold tube filled with cinnabar, seal the opening tightly, and store it in a brocade pouch. It is said that this should be carried behind the elbow. Because it is precious, and not to be separated from one's person, and also to prevent questions from those who have not yet taken it, it is believed that it may be able to transform and disappear. Drug testing method. Your servant, according to the alchemical texts, states the elixir must first be tested by creating gold. When the gold is formed, the elixir is complete. If the gold is not formed, the elixir is not yet complete. It must then be refined to confirm the formation of gold. Although there are correct methods for measuring weights, other methods must be used for detailed verification before testing. According to the 9-turn method, 10 caddies of lead are placed in an iron vessel and heated over a strong fire until it boils 3 times. 1 ju, a unit of weight, of the 9-turn essence is added to the lead and stirred. Soon, 9 caddies of gold will be formed. Then, 7 caddies of tin are taken and placed in an iron vessel and heated over a strong fire until it boils 3 times. 1 ju, a unit of weight, of the 9-turn essence is added and stirred. Soon, silver will be formed. The resulting essence should be weighed. If there is more than enough for 1,000 people to consume, then it can be tested for gold. One should not sell it lightly based on a single method. The concentrated elixir residue can then be used to make silver. Test the residue according to this method. For the specific timing, follow the instructions in this text. The protector will take the bait. Your Majesty's note, those who consume the elixir after its completion are mostly extraordinary individuals, classified into 3 grades: superior, middle, and inferior. Superior individuals who consume it will ascend to immortality in 7 days. Inferior individuals will attain immortality in 70 days. Foolish individuals will attain immortality in a year. Those who, with unwavering sincerity, dare to consume even a single dose of the elixir will temporarily die for about half a day, then revive as if in a state of slumber. This is extremely dangerous. One must follow the prescribed method, using half a millet grain as the dosage. Your servant notes, all medicines for treating illness should be taken before meals. Medicines for nourishing life should be taken after meals. This is because when using medicine to attack illness, it is best to take it before eating, when the body is weak and the toxins have not yet been released. If taken after eating, the medicine will only exert its effect on the food and then be exhausted. If one wishes to nourish life through food but takes it before eating, the medicine's effect will not be strong enough, and the food will drive it downwards. Without this, there is no benefit. Although divine elixirs have great benefits, they should be taken according to proper methods and dosages, without being bound by common minor restrictions. Your Majesty's note, each person's birth year and destiny have their own element. If one's destiny belongs to earth, it is not advisable to take green medicine. This applies to all others. These are minor restrictions based on restraint and compliance. However, for great elixirs of immortality and metal, which are wondrous and miraculous, the issue of suitability is no longer relevant. Modern Insights 171.